Well, a very good morning to everybody. Welcome along as we are live again from Floatfish Farm in Peterborough for what should be a great match today. We've got Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes in their head-to-head of the Fishing Association Super Cup. In just a few minutes now before the all-in. We'll give you all plenty of time to join us. Ben Townsend's drawn home angler peg 20 and Jimmy Brookes has drawn as the away angler peg 8 on Twin Islands. So those of you who know the venue know that Jimmy's got the upper hand at the draw. Peg 8 is the renowned flyer. I think we've done it again though as a competition, with two anglers have drawn the inform pegs. A few fish coming out of peg 20 as well recently. But this is quite a well pressured venue. I think there's been 13 matches on this one in 13 days, so anything could happen. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel if you just joined us. We're going to be running head-to-head films like this throughout the summer. These are a little bit of a practice for us, these early rounds ahead of the semi-final, which will be at Marston Fields, and then the final, which again this year will be at Woodlands Thirsk. So if you'd like to come down to Floatfish Farm today, Lane and Dale, who run the venue, they're actually set us up a screen in the clubhouse, and you're more than welcome to come and join us here. You can watch the match from the clubhouse. There's food, there's drink, and there, just opposite, there's the tackle shop. So anybody wondering, we'll be running the guess the weight competition again today. I've been in there and purchased a few clickers this morning for last week's winner, and closest to the winning match weight for this week. So with the winning match weight, we want to know who and what the winning weight will be. Jimmy knows he's live on YouTube, maybe. There's a lot of banter around the lake. There are pleasure lakes behind us. There's matches going on all around us, so we're going to get a bit of overlay on the audio, I'm afraid. That's unavoidable. But we'll do our best to keep it clean this week where we can. And I'm sure as all the matches start, things will simmer down. If you want to make comment on the videos, we can see your comments here by the lakeside. Get involved. Tell us what you think. Who do you fancy? Who are you rooting for? James Flynn, morning. Who do you think's got it today? Who's drawn best? Ben's got more room. Jimmy's got anglers either side. Jimmy on the known flyer, peg 8. Ben's peg also got form just lately though, so we'll be covering the match, 6-hour match today. That's the all-in. We'll be covering the whole match live, failing technical disaster, and what I could do actually, start the timer. So there we have it. Jimmy gone straight out on the rod, Ben on the pile. Subscribe to the channel, it's free. It will remain free. And we will keep posting these 6-hour matches, 5-hour matches, head-to-heads as they were, throughout the rounds. And we're going to try and visit as many regions as we possibly can. Oh yeah, here. You're late to the party again, Steve. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go live on here as well.
You'll do a little live on Facebook also.
Yeah, and then we can steer everybody.
Come join us on YouTube. It's a better experience all round.
Not particularly organised, but I know Mike's just gone live on YouTube. But if I only got caught chops into somebody, I don't know, you're going to find that hard to believe. For everybody in actual fact, not just somebody. Yeah, so he's gone live now on YouTube, so I thought I'd go live on Facebook so we can put a link on to assist you, because obviously I'm not going to be on this today. So we'll give it a few minutes. I'm guessing those of you that know the score are on YouTube already, probably locking the door after the horse has bolted. Hello Michael. Correct. So like I say, going to go. Are you able to put a link up?
Yeah, I'll do it now. I'll put a link up now, mate.
Because we're doing this, so Mike can actually put a link up, so we can steer any of you over towards the YouTube bit. Can't believe I'm right. I'll tell you what I can tell you is Jimmy Brookes is straight into a fish day.
So you're distracting me again, and I'm not watching.
Yeah, see, I'm distracting Mike, and he's not watching, but I've looked over to my left. Over to my left, you can probably see.
Alright, so that's the post up on Facebook, so now I can concentrate on what's going on. So yeah, Jimmy straightened into a fish look. So, if you're just joining us, we're at Two Islands, Float Fish Farm in Peterborough. This is Ben Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes. Ben's the home angler. This is their head-to-head in the first round of the Fishing Association Super Cup. I'm expecting this to be a good one.
The two anglers can't see each other today.
It's worthy of a region final, this match. If you're just joining us, Jimmy's drawn peg 8, Ben's drawn peg 20. First one in the net for Jimmy. A good stamp of fish in here. Had a lot of rain locally though over the last few days. Seemed to kill the fishing yesterday a little bit. Northerly winds. But Jimmy there straight into a fish, so has drawn the informed peg, the flyer as it were. Feeder chuck to the island. Get involved, guys. We can see your comments here by the lake. Say hello. Tell us what you think the scores will be. Who do you think's going to win? Who do you fancy? There's Liz sat next to Ben. Morning, Liz. David Schwinger. That's an early prediction. £185 for Jimmy Brookes. That'd be a good watch if he does, anyway. Want to see plenty of fish caught. These early rounds for us are just still a bit of a practice. We've got more equipment coming, more cameras planned, more angles, maybe even a drone. Hopefully we'll use these to get better. And as we come into the summer months when the fishing's better, hopefully we'll have a nice little production put together for you guys. The bend started short on the palm. Jimmy's gone out on a feeder chuck to the island as Ben hooks into his first fish. Hopefully this is going to be a really good head-to-head today. I'd say this is worthy of a region final. First fish in the net for Ben. A good stamp if we keep catching fish that size all day. So the last two matches we've done, the anglers have pretty much been fish for the first half of the match. It's been great watching. Hope you've enjoyed it. But it's obviously the latter part that they tend to pull away. Hope see if today's the same. Makes it nice and makes it nice and interesting for us. I've put a link up on Facebook.
Yeah.
Obviously they've only got to go to the Fishing Association YouTube page,
yeah,
and they'll find us. So anybody that subscribes should get a notification when we go live.
Yeah.
So Steve just finishing up on Facebook there.
Enjoy, we're looking forward to it anyway. We'll see you all very soon. Well, it went up and then, you know, gradually telling people, I think people were disappearing, you know, just tuning in.
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully we've got a good audience on YouTube. So Ben's just had his first fish. I don't know if you noticed.
No, I didn't. No, that's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Jimmy's had that first one, hasn't he?
I was just saying, first two matches we've done, it's been fish for fish, isn't it, mate? So.
And yeah, Cam had one next door as well, on straight in on the feeder. I suppose it's, you know, it'd be foolish to think that's a sign there's a load of fish there. I've fished on the river before where you've chucked it. I can remember we were down Ham Lane once. I know you're interested. And we went out there and chucked out on the Waggler back in the day. 6 ounce roach, first put in, thought we were going to absolutely empty it. Never had another fish, nor did anybody near me all day. We all know stories about that. I remember fishing one at Simpson at Milton Keynes once, a winter league, and we were all expecting the worst. My uncle went in and he caught one on a bare hook before the start. Again, we thought we were all going to empty it, but nobody caught another fish in the whole section the whole day. I
couldn't catch fish yesterday.
It happened, yeah, but to think that you'd gone in and caught one on a bare hook,
yeah,
and nobody else with 5 pegs either side or more caught another fish. What? Yeah. Sorry, I diversify.
Morning, Alex. So, courtesy of Alex, 2 weeks ago, we've run this now, guess the weight competition. We want to know the winning angler and the winning weight, and the closest to the winning weight, we'll send you a clicker. I've just been in the shop and bought last week's winners clicker, and some more, so that we've got some spare. So David Schwinger's gone in early. He's predicting Jimmy Brookes wins with £185. So
Dave, get yourself down here for a chat.
If you want to come down to the venue, they're streaming this live in the clubhouse. You're more than welcome to join us and watch it live in the clubhouse. There's food, there's drink, and obviously the tackle shop. So 6 hour match today, 10 till 4. We've got a countdown there in minutes.
Me and Dave will have our own wager anyway. We'll have a proper wager, me and Dave. I know he's a good lad.
Yeah, I hope they do catch £185. It'll make for a great match.
Most people are saying it's going to be hard.
Yeah, we are expecting it to be hard. fished hard yesterday.
Jimmy's reeling in again. He's with nothing. Still, you can all see that, can't you?
Yes.
It's me marking like I'm in the know for a few minutes.
Yeah, it's not radio. No, a lot of rain in the region at the back end of the week.
No wind.
Well, we had a northerly yesterday as well,
Yeah, but no wind.
northeasterly.
No wind today. Everybody's sort of.
No, weather for today is overcast. It's going to get warm still though, so there's no wind advantage today.
And by all accounts,
John Alexander angling, great coverage.
It will be when we got them two. Bank holiday Monday.
Yeah.
8th is it at Partridge? With that's something. Yeah, we've advertised now, really, eh?
Yeah, if they've confirmed it with you, we're going to be Partridge Lakes. What region's that?
It's not 100% yet, but John will soon confirm that. That's what they were looking at. Partridge Lakes Bank holiday Monday.
Artie Hilmy versus John Alexander. It's going to be a great match.
It's going to be good, isn't it?
Couple more predictions, couple more early predictions coming through. John Hudson, £146 for Jimmy Brookes. Craig Wood, Jimmy Brookes, £138. So, guess the weight, winner clicker. Winning angler, winning closest to the winning weight wins. Just a bit of fun.
Now, is this because these people think that Jimmy's better, or is it because they think he's got a better peg?
Well, yeah, we've just been discussing that, Steve, whilst you was live on Facebook. The Jimmy has drawn the flyer, peg 8. Won the match yesterday.
It's certainly the best known peg on the lake, isn't it?
But
maybe 8.26 followed by 26.
Peg 20's been in for, had some form as well, I hear.
Yeah.
So before the match started, there were some other anglers said, do you want peg 8 or 20? So we've done it again and we've pulled out the 2 form pegs. Thank you very much, John, by the way, for the coverage. We've got a few people we know watching by the lake as they fish. It's a fair play.
I'm more sure of betting that they'll come first and second in the match, in either order, than I am predicting who's going to win.
Yeah, with this competition, as we film it like this, with the head-to-heads, it's definitely brought the best out of the anglers. We're getting quite a few of these that we cover now, where the 2 anglers are first and second in the match. So, yeah. Another prediction from John Alexander, £99.15. And then David Schwinger's just said that peg 20 is very good in the summer.
Well, we'll get a prediction now, won't we? Because we've got a fishery owner just joined us, Dale Hudson. He's just joined us. So
hi guys.
Yeah, hey Dale, you're right,
mate. So yeah, we're talking predictions at the moment.
Predictions.
What do you think to the draw, Dale?
Well, the draw's pretty good for both of them, really. I would say the last 6 weeks, peg 8's about 50-50 on winning, and peg 20's come good in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Peg 20's won some of the matches probably 3 times in the last few weeks.
Yeah, so we've got the 2 informed pegs on the lake then?
We've got 2 informed pegs. There's a lot of informed pegs on this lake. And it comes down, a lot of it, to anglers on pegs, as it always does.
We know we got a couple of good ones
but
there.
we got a couple of good ones on 20 and 8, and they're only fishing a club match, so in terms of competition, whilst a lot of these guys are good club match anglers, you know, they're not really up in Jimmy and you know, and the leagues of Ben and Jimmy. So yeah, I think they're good pegs. They're probably even pegs. I think peg 8 will probably go out in front to start with.
Yeah.
But it typically it can carry on to the end of the match, or it can suddenly halfway through go a bit funny. Whereas I think Ben will start slower, and then once he's got fish in front of him, I think he can hold them there.
What about this lack of wind though?
Well, that's going to mess him up for going shallow a bit. The wind's in the right direction, but unfortunately Ben's got a bank of conifers behind him, which is always going to shelter him a little bit.
He's got fish moving in front of him as well.
He's got plenty of fish moving. I know he's fishing the deck at the moment, short, but he's prepping, ready to go shallow. So, and Ben's, you know, a master of shallow. So if he can get the fish up in the top of the water, then I think he can catch very quickly.
Jimmy looking now to go on the pellet wag by the looks of things. I think
Yeah.
he's just hit a bite.
Well, he's had one first put, but then nothing since. And Cam's had one first put here, chucking across, and then, like you say, nothing.
Yeah,
I
Ben's just had a 4 or 5 pound ghostie.
So they're
koi
tying there,
koi
both
ghostie.
4 or 5 each is what they got.
Looks
Yeah.
like he's pulled out of that one, unfortunately.
Who was, sorry?
I think Jimmy's just pulled out of a fish.
What, the pellet wag?
No, he was setting up the pellet wag and his
missed it.
feeder rod's gone round,
Yeah.
so...
It seems to be a few fish I've noticed moving off the point of this island.
Yeah, there will be fish there. I've seen one from the other side, stood behind Ben. I've seen one top and roll just on the edge of the island. The fish are all over this lake at the moment. They've definitely moved out of their winter hiding places. I would add at this point that this is our most challenging lake on the complex. And when we built this lake, everybody told us, oh, you'll never get commercial fishermen down here, it's too deep. The lake bowls in this area at about 6, 7, 8 foot, round peg 22 round to here 12, and then it's sort of 9 foot 10 deep, 9 to 10 foot deep in the channels. In the middle it's 13, 14 foot deep. Top end opposite 1 and 34, it's to get 13, 14 foot deep again, big hole there. And this bank from 1 to 10 tends to be 8 foot deep at 2 plus 2, but on the other side from 26 up to 32 it drops down to 10, 11 foot deep very quickly at 2 plus 2, 2 plus 3, as you know, Steve.
Yeah.
You fished it a few times, and unfortunately we're not in the time yet where you can pile the bait in the margins and they will come. Beauty about this lake is you can be 60, 70 pound behind with half an hour to go, and you can have 4 fish in the margins and suddenly you've put 60 pound in the net.
Well, the depth is sort of, that's something I've been guilty of in the past, assuming something's too deep. But like Dan Hardy said to me last week, you're only going to be fishing at 2 foot anyway.
Exactly.
So it's irrelevant how deep
Exactly.
it is the answer.
Exactly. But it does put a lot of anglers off. You know, a lot of commercials are built 4 to 5 foot deep,
Yeah.
all uniform across the bottom, and the fish can only hold in 2 or 3 foot of water, so you know where they're going to be. The beauty with this lake is it can be won from any one of 15 pegs on the lake, hot pegs, but it can be won with others as well, but the hot pegs is probably a dozen pegs on this lake. But even so, when you walk up to that peg, you've got to look at where the wind's coming from, what the sun's doing, you've got to look at where the fish want to be, and because it's 10, 12, 14 foot deep, I always think it's a bit like trout fishing. You know, with trout fishing you've got to match the hatch and you've got to put it where the fish are. 2 foot down, 4 foot down, 8 foot down.
Don't get too refined, mate.
Well, I know.
These boys are match boys.
This is match games, not trout fishing.
You turn it into a cultural show.
But that is what you've got to do, because often people will fish on the deck and the fish will be 3 foot up from there.
Yeah,
and if you're not there, if you're not fishing where the fish are, you ain't going to catch them. So the bottom story to this lake is you've got to think about it.
Yeah.
You can't just rock up and think, well, you know, I'll chuck this out, I do this, I do what I normally do, and the fish will come. If you get the method wrong, or you get your depths
Well, that's
wrong,
what you're saying, that you got to think about it, but that's the very thing that's putting people off. You're talking about a mindset of people.
they just want to turn up, throw a bit of bait in there, and yank them
And they
out.
want it to be the same size as the rig that they had on last
Exactly.
week, which is describing me to a T at times.
Well,
lazy.
lazy, because I
yeah.
leave my rigs all set up on my pole.
But like
top
you
pitch,
say,
you know. But these guys, these are a different level, and they will think about it. And it's almost like the top anglers, you know, on the circuits. They've almost got like fish brains, haven't they? Where would I want to be today?
And that's what you've got. Yeah, no, that's
where
how it
would I
used to
want
be on the rivers.
What am I going to want to eat today?
It's adding a different dimension to it. To be fair, what you're saying about this lake is what I and loads of the others used to say about Beastie Lake at Decoy.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to be the master of every single method
Yeah,
to be a master on this lake. Whereas you can probably rock up to certain fish, and it doesn't matter that, and it's like you're going to have to be out among them shallow for F1s, etc. And it's one-dimensional, which is also good as well.
Well, it's good if you just want to rock up, not really pay too much attention, catch a net full of fish. That's great for the sport as well.
It's all diverse in it, but as a fishery, this particular lake,
this lake is our hardest. But that's the beauty of our fishery, we think. Anyway, we've got wagtail behind us. Fish is completely different to Two Island. We've got Phoenix over there, the 34 pegger. Fish is completely different to wagtail in Two Islands.
Yeah.
We've got the two new strip lakes, which again is a bit like fishing the 20-foot drain down here in the fens or canal.
The place has come on. You've done it. You know what I mean?
That we try to make it so that all the lakes fish differently.
There's a lot of hard work gone into it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of hard work. The rain this year has been horrendous. We're waterlogged. I don't think this time last year we were pumping to fill the lakes up with water.
Yeah.
And this year all the overflows are working. All the lakes are overflowed, but they're all working. But it's left the grass very boggy. And normally, all the cars are nicely on the road today, but normally the cars are all up behind their pegs. You know, the longest walk you'd have from your car to your peg is about 10 yards.
Which is what you want.
Which is great,
especially
for older anglers. Yeah, when your knees are going.
And we are all getting older.
We are all getting there.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to like about it. It's a cracking tackle shop as well.
Yeah, we got the big tackle shop there. We hold over £250,000 worth of stock in there. So everything from Preston, Drennan, Matrix, all the big baits.
Guru,
don't forget Guru and Corder, and Thinking Anglers.
Daiwa. Did you say Daiwa?
But we better say Daiwa.
Drennan,
we've got Drennan, yes.
So anybody else Dow's offended by not mentioning them, right? Preston?
Yeah, we have Preston.
All of them, basically.
All of them. We have
so anybody else is offended, like, who's going to ring him up and say
you didn't mention us,
They're pretty much all there from what me and Mike saw.
Yes, they are all there.
Andy, you managed to pick up something that you couldn't find anywhere else, didn't you?
Yeah, managed to last week. Picked up a tool bar that I couldn't pick up anywhere else.
We try to stock stuff that you might only sell every now and again, because there's nothing worse than, chances are the thing you're going in for, somebody says, oh well, we don't stock that because we never sell it. Yeah, but I just wanted to buy
you were like my dad, ain't you, when he had the tackle shop.
Exactly.
If somebody left a shop with ain't got what he wanted, he'd be crying for a week.
Yeah, I know. That's a bit arc-right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
He was a bit arc-right, and so are you.
Yeah.
So
they've got to put something in the till, for coming through the door.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, but we do a lot of good deals.
Breakfast bar, of course.
And we've got Food Van. Maria does a fantastic job on there.
And you've got a fantastic sit-down facility, I notice, as well.
The clubhouse. We did the clubhouse a couple of years after COVID, or during COVID, and that's been great because when the weather's inclement, people can go inside there and chat. And
there's a lot been done since I was last. There's showers and everything, and of course there's a specimen scene as well.
Yeah, we have 4 lakes on the for the carp anglers. Home Lake's still a turn-up day ticket or 24-hour ticket. That's all been stocked and restocked. I think this is the first year we won't be putting any fish in the fishery. Normally we spend between £20,000 and £50,000 every year on fish.
Yeah.
And this will be the first year we haven't got to do it.
Well,
simply because we opened Nightingale last year, the second strip, which mirrors Captain Tom's, 2 15-peg strips.
Yeah.
They're both identical. They fish opposite ways. One fishes to the east and one fishes to the south, or southwest and northeast, to be pedantic about it. But it means that you can be booked on the strip, 15 pegs. They are like fishing drains or canals, really.
Well, what we'll do is when we get that drone lined up in the not too distant future,
we'll come and do a nice drone shot.
We'll do a proper.
Yeah.
There's plenty of drone shots on them.
Yeah, so Elaine shared said that there's some drone footage, and she's just going to ask for permission to share it with us.
Yes.
And what we'll do is we'll try and make you a nice trailer out of that.
That'd be brilliant.
So that every time that we do come up here and film a head to head,
we
can run it as an advert. So
yeah. But back to the anglers. Ben's gone shallow now.
I've seen him striking at a couple of bites.
So he's obviously got a bit of movement there. So
I think Jimmy's been preparing his pellet wag line as well. No, Jimmy's had a second fish whilst we was chatting away there. I didn't want to disturb you as you was giving us an insight into the fishery.
That's right, you can put it any time.
Yeah, that's all right. On what?
Again on the feeder, I think, and then he might actually be into a third fish. So he's prepping his pellet wag line and still fishing the feeder. So,
which is how
it's as expected, totally as expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Dale's just informed us, he's most likely peg 8's going to go off first, and peg 20 will catch up later if it's going to happen. So.
If it's going to happen, I mean, Ben is
striking, isn't he?
So he's got fish under his tip. So
yeah, even if they're shot. Here we go. Yeah.
Straight in.
Yeah. So, now Ben's mood is going to have changed from like.
Well, I did go around and give Ben a bit of a pep talk. I said, now, don't get your head down here, because you know this is a good peg. And I did also say I didn't want to stand there too long in case somebody accuses him of getting, like top class coaching or something.
Somebody accused it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll bring him back down to earth.
Well, actually, we've had 2 comments. That's not really very fair on Ben. He's having to listen to Dale.
Yeah. So I'm okay for coaching like 8-year-olds. That's about the level of my coaching experience.
There's no shortage of fish over there. Like I say, that point of that island we can see.
And he will get some good sized fish. I mean, I don't know what that's into now, but it's
Jimmy's
not giving up.
Jimmy's just put his in the net. That's fish number 3 for Jimmy. As Ben's into fish number 2. Both fishing totally different at the minute.
Stretching the old elastic a bit there, so.
Yeah.
Whether he's on.
He looks like he's
elastic.
on. No, he looks.
It's gone green, light
that's
green.
Slick number, whatever, isn't it?
Well, there's 2 green elastics in the slick range, I believe.
It's definitely giving him the run around.
One is 8 to 10. One's 8 to 10, and the other one's 14 to 16. So if that's 14 to 16, that is really pulling. Yeah.
I mean, Ben's pretty adept at getting those fish in the net quick.
Jimmy's in again.
If he hasn't got it in,
that didn't take long.
There's a reason. Jimmy's in again, is he?
Yeah.
It's going to be first. The only thing I'm sure of is they're going to finish first and second. I tell you.
Ben's in the net.
Yeah, decent fish, isn't it?
Decent fish.
6 or 7, I reckon, don't you? From here. What's your guess, Mike?
I'm not guessing again. I'm totally rubbish. If you want to know what it isn't, ask me.
I'd need my long distance glasses.
It's difficult. It is difficult to tell. As soon as you, So it looked.
Just a couple of questions we've missed whilst we was just having
5. Let's put it that way.
Bit of an insight there. So the reason that Ben's lens is a little bit darker than Jimmy's is
he's so back out there and all. The
sun.
Look, he's so
the camera facing Ben is directly into the sun, and Ben's got.
He's got a bit of ripple as well. They both have, haven't they?
Ripple come on now.
Ben's got. He's got trees behind him, and the camera that's on Jimmy is probably 50 yards away and pointing back towards him with the sun in his face and the sun behind the camera. So.
Well, the wind turbines started moving, and it's moved around to the southwest, which means it's just missing those conifers.
Dale is going to be an expert on the wind, not only because it's his fishery, but because he's got a wind turbine
and solar
panels, so he knows how.
And we have no electric connection either to the grid.
There you go.
Which is great for being green, but challenging many times, as in this morning.
It's great for not having to pay the electricity board.
It is
electricity board, how could me?
Jimmy's just stick his 4 fish in the net.
His 4 fish, but I like the fact that even so, he's had one, and that ripple ain't going to do him any harm, is it?
It's certainly not.
That was on the wag, Jimmy's fish, I think. Yeah.
Was it really?
So
Jimmy's the fish moving off.
Jimmy's got them shallow on the pellet wag then.
Ben's just had a fish move in front of him. There again, look.
Yeah,
Ben's definitely got fish in front of him in that ripple.
That's all he needs, really, isn't it?
Stephen Gilbert, Ben's got his work cut out off 20, but if he gets them going up in the water, he'll take some beating.
Yeah, that's how we see it.
Don't know if you can see on Ben's camera, there is now a ripple starting to appear just in front of him. In fact, other than the far end, it's the only ripple this side of the lake.
Yeah.
So
that probably explains why it's got a bit of form. If it catches the wind, just it's always known for being flat calm in this bay. I do know this.
Yes,
It's like a dead zone
this
potentially.
Jimmy's just hit into another fish. So
Has he really?
He's motoring now.
But look at them, where you can see that on the camera. That one moved. I know it's not. It's not. They're not far away from bed, are they? If they decide to have a go.
If they decide to have a go and start competing for whatever's throwing in there.
So both anglers have come shallow now.
They will.
One on the rod, one fishing pole. It's great to see the variety that Dale has just explained to us you need to have within your armoury for this lake.
And the carp go up to £20 in this lake. So as I was saying before, you can be 50 or 60 pound behind. And in half
I know
an hour,
there's some
40
units
minutes,
in here, definitely.
You can put 60, 80 pound in the net.
I have done. I've pegged 26. Yeah.
Yeah, you have done. Yeah, especially fishing things like castor and worm down the edge.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's some right big old.
They will queue up for it.
Well, that's the thing. There's a variety of fish in here, aren't there? Do you know what I mean? It's you don't know what's
People
going to
often
come
say
in.
to me, "How many pound of fish do you think's in this lake?" Well, during our festivals, the 3-day festivals we've had for the last
Between 7
years,
and 10 ton.
Well,
Do you reckon?
I reckon that's probably a pretty good guess. The lake produces over 3 days 7,000 pound of fish. Over 3 days, roughly 2,000 to 2,200 pound a day.
So you're catching a third of what's in your peg. Does that work out?
With 18 anglers on here.
Ben's in again.
18 anglers, 2,200 pound of fish a day for 3 days, solid. So I don't know what the rule of thumb is. I expect anglers will tell us what the rule of thumb is on a 18-20 peg match.
Well, the rule of thumb is if Steve catches £10 out the peg, there must be about 10,000.
Yeah.
I think a lot. I don't know. We've always speculated whether you catch a tenth, a third,
10th or 3rd or 5th or whatever. But I mean, you know.
Did he get that one out?
Yep. So Jimmy and Ben have just put fish in the net. It's 3 fish to 5. Ben's caught 3. Jimmy's caught 5.
Then, you know, you're looking at 20 ton of fish in here.
Don't know, do you? I suppose when you start adding the little fish and everything.
Well, we put in 3 years ago. We've always had a good head of bream in here. There was over 15 bream in here in double figures, and the only time we've ever had them out, they went in at double figures, and the only time we ever had them out was Des Taylor came down about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And he set up on the back about peg 28, 29, and he asked permission to fish for 48 hours with his cameraman, which I think was from one of the angling papers. And he fished for 24 hours, and they baited. They put in about 10 buckets of ground bait, hauled it in. They were the only people fishing on the lake. And he did end up with 4 double figure bream out, probably 20 or 30 7, 8, 9 pounders. But he had to get through 150 carp that they caught and put back before they actually started getting bream and that out.
Which goes to show they just go to the bottom of the pecking order,
don't
don't
they? Go to the bottom of the pecking order.
Or they're just that bit cuter and they just...
Especially the big double figure ones. We haven't had a double figure one out since that time, but they're still in here. But the anglers regularly catch 7, 8, 9 pound bream. Big head of grass carp in here.
Yeah.
Grass carp up to 20 pound in this lake. We've got a nice head of barbel as well. There's double figure barbel in here now.
The varieties, you think? This is a lake to go, isn't it? And there is, listen, there's a lot of people out there who die-hard river anglers. That's what you know, the thought of catching. Well, Dale's just telling you that's rubbish. There's plenty of fish in there. It's just that we got the others as well.
The problem is you've got the carp as well, and they do tend to muscle out most things. We know there's some.
You only have to see some of the fish that come out of commercial fisheries, the big roach and bless me.
A lot of roach, rudd and eyed in here. We put in out of somebody's garden pond. They got the guy was packing his pond up, and we put in 2 rudd in here. One went 5.5 pound and one went 4 3/4. And we put them in here probably 8 years ago, and they've never floated up, so we can only assume they're still in here.
God,
and they've never.
If you get hold of them again, get me in so I can have a picture took with it, like 5.5 rudd, like yeah. I can remember when I used to dream of a 5 pound roach as if that is the rudd 70. Wow. There's still fish moving out. Has Jim had any more?
No, so at the minute as it stands, Ben's got 3 fish.
It's actually picking up.
Jimmy's got 5. The wind is picking up. It was always likely to.
Just suddenly felt it.
But it's not hitting the water now where Ben is. It's drifted further up, hasn't it? Is it going to be a case of that all day? I noticed one thing, the wind is changeable today. It's going to go through 360 degrees over the next 12 hours at some stage.
I would say that Peg 8 has not fired off like it usually does for a big weight. Normally the anglers will go in there, they'll put a method or a bomb and pellet out, and it'll, within a few minutes of it dropping, it'll go, and then it'll be like, as soon as it drops, it'll be going before it's really settled.
Yeah.
That is when you know you're going to have a brilliant day on Peg 8.
It's not happening now.
It's not happening at the moment. Now whether Jimmy can make it work.
And Jimmy's area of the lake now getting a nice ripple across it as well.
A nice ripple, but
or maybe there's just not as many fish there as there normally is.
Normally is, because in the winter they do ball up on the edge of that hole.
They have their areas where they tend to.
The fish have definitely moved around the lake now.
See now the ripple's back virtually where Ben is, isn't it?
Yeah, the wind's just started coming in from the edge a bit.
I think this is going to turn into a fantastic match.
It's a pity they can't see each other, but I assume that people are keeping them in touch with what's happening anyway, aren't they?
I should imagine so.
Yeah.
Liz is obviously sat behind Ben there. She's live.
She's probably live.
She's watching us
so
live.
She's relaying it.
Give us a wave, Liz. And doesn't want to.
She's just moving. No, she was doing Candy Crush. She said to us. She weren't joking, was she?
I don't think so. No. And then so Liz will obviously keep Ben up to date. And Jimmy's got his phone on his table.
I think we might have woke her up by mistake. Some word recognition, and Liz.
She's shy because she didn't give us a wave. So, and Jimmy's got his phone on his side table, so people will be letting Jimmy know if he's not already tuned in. Obviously, they can be watching live on YouTube as well. So, just to go back.
I mean, off the point, I've seen quite a few fish right off the point.
This Super Cup match is a phenomenal format. You know, on the and all credit you, Steve, for coming up with it. But on the head-to-head basis, it's almost akin to other sporting events where there's 2 players.
Yeah.
Darts. Well, the only thing
Snooker.
It's very similar to darts, because there's only 2 sports that your opponent can't affect your game other than psychologically.
Yeah.
That's golf and darts.
Yeah.
Every other sport, whether it's snooker, pool, table tennis, you know, you're reacting to the
You're not actually playing against each other.
You're playing against the opponent, because you're having to follow.
I thought of it
they
along them lines.
Whereas with darts and golf, you're really only playing yourself, and the only way your opponent can affect your game is to get into your head.
Yeah.
Either by shooting a shot onto the green and putting you under pressure. So it's only pressure that can affect your game. Your opponent can't affect your game at all. And this fishing's like it. And we had a match down here last year, and I'm not going to say who it was, but the person came over to the food van, got his sausage and egg wrap, and he was already jittery. And I said to him, just calm down. I didn't know the angler he was against. Their home angler had chosen this lake, and Elaine had kept it down to 16 pegs, because whenever we get a Super Cup match here, she always brings the numbers down so they've got a fairer chance. And unfortunately, this is a club match, so this
I know it was out of your control.
But Elaine always does that, like she is next Saturday. But this angler drew peg 1, and the away angler drew peg 34. So they were completely opposite each other. And the pegs are probably fairly evenly matched, same area of the lake, same conditions. And I remember going down after an hour at the home angler, and I'll probably end up dropping his name in by accident.
Well, they're going to work it out by where they work.
Probably work it out, but he'll know who he is, but I don't want to tell everyone else. But I went down there and said, "How you doing?" And he was going, "I'm behind. I'm 3 fish behind. I'm behind." And I said, "Well, don't worry about it. You know this lake. 2 fish and you can have 40 pound in the net." Yeah, I know. I'm behind. And this angler was on peg 1, and he wasn't actually watching his float. He was fishing down the edge, and he wasn't actually watching his float. He was watching.
Too busy watching. Yeah.
And I said, and I stood there, and the float disappeared, buried. And I said, "Didn't you want that one then?" Bloody hell! And he bumped the fish. And I said, "You're watching the other angler." I said, "You know, and as far as I'm concerned, you can only fish your own.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to watch your float, you've got to watch your feeder, you've got to do your own thing here."
Once we get this filming, so that we're actually on the angler and the floats and all this, that and the other, and we can see that nerves, we can see that intensity.
See that.
That is, because that's what we want to see in darts, isn't it? We want to see the bloke going from hitting everything to suddenly
falling apart.
We want to see humanity, don't we?
You want to see the sweat off the
sweat.
brow.
Yeah, some higher power cameras. But
unless it,
But this angler lost. He lost by 20 or 30 pound. But I don't think the angler, the away angler on 34 beats him. I think he actually beat himself.
Yeah,
he beat himself. He was too nervous, and I think that if one had been on 34 and one had been down here and they couldn't see each other, then the home angler, great angler down here or down here all the time, great angler, I think he would have done it.
Yeah.
But
well, that's it.
He got psyched out.
So it is a sport.
It is. Well, it was definitely a sport. Definitely a sport.
Well, it is, isn't it? You know what I mean? And that's what we need to get over, don't we? The intensity of it. And head to head is a good way of doing it.
But we've all done it. We've all gone into a little open or club match, nothing big, just regular anglers, and you know, you get the likes of Danny Carlton and Nigel Baxter and a few others. I mean, if I draw a peg next to Nigel Baxter, I'm finished. Because
you beat yourself before you
beat yourself before you even start. Because whilst I've hooked a fish and get it in the net, he's hooked one, got it in the net, out again, and he's playing.
Well, Nigel's a machine, isn't he, for an old boy as well, right?
Some of these guys, these club anglers, are very, very tasty. But you know, you can beat yourself up instead of just doing what you do.
There's a lot more to it. My missus said, "Oh, it just depends who draws a good peg," but it doesn't, does it?
No.
It absolutely. It plays a part. It always plays a part.
Depends who can hold their nerve.
I've always said, I'm fairly certain, if I got to a stage where I was in a Fishermania qualifier and I was in with a shout, I think I would go to absolute pieces. We're going to find out this year, though, down the Todd Manor. No, I've done it before, and I honestly think that is half the battle, being able to jump to that next level. We've all seen it in darts, we've seen it in snooker. Willie Thorne, he scored the most 147s. He didn't score any
in a competition.
No,
he couldn't hold it together.
Unbelievable,
yeah.
Unbelievable.
And the likes of Steve Davis, Hendry, and all those, they can hold.
Well,
it
they
together.
all play a better game in practice as well, ironically, don't they?
They do.
It's so it plays a part with everybody. The bottle, that's the one. But like you say,
it'll be interesting in May because we've got a golden reel here. So we've got the whole complex booked. There's up to 100 pegs. I don't know how many we're going to get. We're not a known venue on the circuit, so I don't know if we're going to.
Well, whatever happens, it'll attract more people on the fishery than it normally would have done. That is for sure.
Fishery. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people here that won't have fished it before, which would be interesting.
Yeah, but this is what I say to people: the good rods can
go anywhere. They can go anywhere.
You know, they really can. You bring Jamie Hughes down here, he'll get all the information because it's not a secret anymore. Jimmy's just about to put another fish in the net. Still catching on the pellet
Ben
wag.
just giving it a rest. Like they ain't having it there yet, are they? But we don't. The fact that he's had a couple is.
He's on the feeder, so.
Ben's just Ben's just put the feeder out just to rest his shallow lines.
I don't know if he just had a touch on it and struck, or if just
I weren't sure. He did.
Leaving some bait behind and building the swim up, but.
So back out there again. Which is what it's all about.
This is the difference between these guys. You know, you and me will go out on a method and we'll sit there for an hour and a half, whereas they will think 5 minutes now. That's and they'll change, and they will find.
I'd still be fishing the long pole if I were Ben, like just because.
Because you've had a couple of touches on.
And I'm enjoying myself. I'm happy enough. These guys ain't happy, are they?
Ben often says to me, he said, "Well, you want to be 10 fish an hour or 12 fish an hour." And I think, how the hell do you actually demand that many fish an hour? What do you do? And he says, well, if you're not getting 10 or 12 fish an hour, find them. And I'm thinking, well, I've tried 20 baits so far and 5 different methods, you know. Still nothing's working.
Yeah.
Having said that, sometimes sticking it out, doing the same thing, it's horses for courses on that sort of thing. I'll still be on my 2 gallon of maggot down the edge, by the way. What's happening?
I don't know.
We got.
I'll hang around in case it all kicks off. You know, I guess. Sometimes you need to be a bouncer down here as well.
We got other matches going on around us, so apologies if you can hear any of that. We're here today, Float Fish Farm, Peterborough, Two Islands, sorry. Ben Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes. So this is their regional head-to-head in round 1. Jimmy's
they just try to wind down up, weren't they? Just by saying
Jimmy's into another fish.
Off. Yeah, so it's sort of...
Bit of banter.
National TV,
Bit of banter going on behind us.
Yeah, shall I tell them off for swearing?
I did tell them off for swearing because we don't like it on the fishery, full stop.
Right.
We get a lot of families down here, especially on kingfisher, this little 15 peg laid fish. Actually 16 pegs now, but we get a lot of kids and families down here weekends. And
you know. I can't give too many people a lecture about potty language, as you all know. But you should. But listen, when there's kids about and all that, I can wind it in.
Jimmy, Chris Barley's just made a comment there. Well done, Jimmy. 178.14. So he's gone in early with his predictions.
Let me sit. My back's killing me since I had this on. Dad,
what did you have done?
Double hernia.
Oh.
Because I slept funny for a few weeks, like it's now be back, and it's taken a while to.
It does.
And one thing does, honestly, because I couldn't sleep on me, I had to sleep on my back for a couple of weeks, and then it just crucified, and I ain't straightened out yet.
It's called getting old, Steve.
Yeah, there is that, right? Yeah. I've still got it in my head that I should feel all right.
I've still got it on my head. I'm 30.
And it gets worse as you get older, don't it? You think, like, it weren't that long ago, I was born.
I know.
I still feel like you say, you still feel like you're a boy.
I decided I'd played squash, you know, on and off all my life since I was about 25. But a couple of the son-in-laws wanted to learn how to play squash, so I volunteered to teach them. Joined the squash club. Started about five months ago. Well, in the first 6 games, I think I pulled about 8 muscles. Every time I came back, twice a week, every time I came back, I pulled a new muscle. So I had a session.
You decided it ain't actually good for you?
No, I haven't played for a few weeks. I've just been away, but I will go again next week and start again. But
trouble is, when you pull a muscle, it don't hit you like when you.
It takes a long time.
When you're
Jimmy
15,
just pulling out on that fish.
I know. Now it takes you at least a week before you can. I haven't pulled anything badly, but everything tweaks and creaks.
No, I had it last year. I had to go squat a badminton, and all that.
That's about the same as squash, really. It's
Yeah.
That's high impact on the joints.
high impact. You know, in your head you think you're still 18 or 20.
That's the
you can
worst
do it.
thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what we've got though, I really used to enjoy, when we had the unit table tennis table, that's the best. You can play that without pulling muscles.
You can.
Quite,
You can.
and you can still hold a decent game together. It surprised me how many people used to come into our unit and could hold down a decent game of table tennis.
Yeah.
It's,
I don't think the youngsters are playing it. Back in our days, when we were in our teens, and
when
that,
you're
it
in
was
prison,
a game.
you mean? I forget we're on camera again still.
Back in our days, when when you were teens, squash and badminton, and they were out of our league. There was nowhere back in the 70s, 60s, and 70s go and play those things. Unless you were really dedicated. But table tennis everywhere seemed to have a table tennis table, didn't they?
Clive's got one to our right. So what is the fish count anyway, Mike?
Oh, you were actually interested in the actual fishing?
Yeah.
Oh, right. We have a bit of banter between us as well. Ben's got 3, Jimmy's got 6. Jimmy's just pulled out of one, but he's just hooked into another. So
he's
Jimmy's slowly pulling away.
But he's having a few off a peg that we expect to produce to start with, although Dale's saying probably more.
He should have had more by now, but so they're not.
Good insight there from Fishery owner Dale.
It'll be interesting, like I say, will Ben out nick another one, or will they just back right off?
I think if Ben can keep touch with Jimmy, he's going to feel pretty confident, given what we've just sort of heard from Dale there. So
Ben's, if they do move in the edge, Ben's got better edges than Jimmy has.
There you go.
Ben's in.
Jimmy catching on the pellet wag. Ben's still fishing. Well, he's gone shallow on the long pile again. But,
he's putting that away.
He's mixing it up.
He's back on the rod.
Well,
he's
just tried to give it a rest to see if
Ben's going to try the pellet wag.
I think he's just gone back on that long pole for a few minutes just to see if there's anything come back in. But
another one in the net for Jimmy.
Ben's going to be chopping and changing until they line up, isn't he?
I think that's what's going to happen, by the sounds of things.
You've just gone out on a little waggler.
Yeah, Ben's just gone out on the
looks like he's got
on the pellet wag as well.
Emptied a message feeder, isn't he?
I think he chucked a pellet wag.
Like a waggler.
Yeah, I think Ben chucked a pellet wag as well. So Jimmy's catching on the pellet wag.
He's got a very tiny short waggler on there, look.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's obviously seen some fish move. It's only a couple of foot round the edges on the island, so...
We are seeing fish move this side of the island, close to it, aren't we? So... if you just joined us, we're at Floatfish Farm in Peterborough. We're on 2 islands. This is Ben Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes. This Ben's the home angler, so he's invited Jimmy to fish here today. Ben's drawn peg 20 and Jimmy's drawn peg 8. So 2 informed pegs. I think most people would probably agree that Jimmy's on the better of the 2. But just hearing from Fishery owner Dale there, he would have expected Jimmy's peg to have probably gone off to a better start, and he fully expects peg 20 to come into form at the end of the match. So be interested to see how things pan out.
Short of the island anyway, because of the depth it is at.
Yeah, it's just struck and missed a fish by the looks of things. Jimmy got the lead at the minute, 7 fish to 3.
It's going to be a noisy day with that goose out there.
Yeah, the bane of our lives for the camera is the seagulls and the geese.
Wildlife.
Yeah.
Goose is having a stand up with the ducks, isn't it?
Although it's nice when you can hear the smaller birds in the trees. Other people last week were saying it's quite therapeutic listening in, weren't they?
It ain't therapeutic listening to geese go on.
No.
Geese. He's having a bit of a stand up with those ducks.
Yeah, he's got a lot to say for himself, hasn't he? Or herself.
Is that Is that a duck or is that a goose by the tyre sitting on eggs there?
I think there's a goose sat on eggs. Yeah.
I think that's his.
I think he's probably trying to steer them clear of her. Is that a nest?
Yeah.
That's a nest, and that's why he's making a lot of noise, because that's his missus on there.
Oh, no, he's just going to get the air gun out of the can.
No, Steve,
No,
don't do that to our wildlife.
I wouldn't do that.
We got a lot of wildlife down here.
I couldn't do it, actually.
No, I can't. We got a lot of wildlife down here. Do you know we have 2 pairs of oyster catchers coming down.
Yeah.
They fly in about the 3rd week of February every year. They've been coming for about 8 years. They used to always nest on the second island, on 2 Island, but now they go on to Phoenix because it's a slightly more remote island. And they usually have 1 or 2 young every year. So they've been coming for 7 years, these oyster catchers. And it's funny because it's always about the 20th of February. Suddenly you'll hear one of them flying over, calling, the male, and then all of a sudden 2 days later the female comes swooping. So when they part ways in the September, they either go to different places or they certainly don't come back together. So it's really strange. But we have yellowhammers down here.
Do you know what? It's funny you should say that, because what I just said about shooting birds, when I was a youngster, of course we all went through that phase, didn't we? Went with an air gun.
Yeah.
And I remember we used to go down the brook in Rawn and shoot anything that moved. Do you know what I mean? You just did rats, anything that birds, anything in a tree. After a few weeks though, they get a bit thin on the ground, don't they? Because they got used to you being there and nothing to shoot. And I can remember it vividly. I could take you to the tree, it's not far from where I was brought up, and I was walking home and I hadn't shot anything, and there was a yellowhammer sat up in this tree. I thought, yeah, beauty. And it's the only yellowhammer I've ever seen in my life, and I've shot it. I thought, bang, it's dropped dead. I've walked over to it, I've looked at it, I burst into tears, and I never shot anything in anger. I was about 11, I think, something like that, and it's like a thing of beauty like that.
You didn't wipe them out because we've got some.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just.
It wasn't the last of the species, but it was a lesson, a life lesson.
It makes me feel bad just thinking about it now, mate, to be fair. Yeah, 100%. And I think a lot of people, some go through that and some turn into serial killers.
Yeah. But we have yellow wagtails down here.
Yeah.
We have the normal pied and the grey wagtails, but we've got a lot of water edge life. A lot of the buntings, reed warblers, a lot of reed warblers. They're beautiful to listen to until you sit on a peg with a bush next to you with a nest, because they absolutely never stop for the whole 6 hours you're fishing. The noise from the chicks and the mum and dad fetching, they're in and out. They're very tame things. You could be 3 foot away from them, they'll jump on the bush. Well, I've even had them land on the side tray and nick pinkies or maggots out the thing and take them away. But the noise is deafening when you're next to them. But yeah, all the buntings. We got a big flock over by the clubhouse. We got a big flock of goldfinches at the moment, probably about 100 strong. Very pretty.
Noise seed, that's what goldfinch. My mum always used to say. Put that out and you'll get goldfinches. And
it's very expensive now, and if you get the goldfinches, if we had them over there, they'd strip one of them Niger seed feeders in about half an hour. So it's very expensive to keep fishing birds wild. But they seem to love it round here.
That's something. Do people go bird nesting these days and take their eggs?
Well, I don't.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
I know I used to have a massive.
Very frowned upon.
Yeah, and again, something I did when I was younger, but I couldn't bring myself to do that now.
No.
Mad, isn't it?
No.
Well, it's the pointlessness
For the
of
better.
it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but it was just the world that we were sort of brought up in at the time. But if you think like just the fact that you're going into a bird's nest and that's it, it's gone then. Whether you take one or.
And the problem is, you take one and the bird probably abandons the rest of them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it was a pretty pathetic thing that I did when I was younger, or we did. It just.
I think we, a lot of kids did it then. It was just fishing, shooting.
We weren't quite as woke in them days, were we?
We weren't woke, no. And I don't say that we were right and they're wrong.
No.
We were wrong. But in those days, in the 60s and 70s.
It was just different, wasn't it?
But it was different.
We hadn't got computer games to console ourselves with. We only had a few things like that. I can remember looking for wrens. They're beautiful things, wrens, but what was that all about? But you just didn't care, did you? I suppose.
You made go-karts out of pram wheels, didn't you?
Yeah. You got your feet trapped in them,
and then ran 30 miles down the.
And,
we had
and
a park.
turns.
It was all downhill to the end, and you had about a 30-metre runoff till you hit the road and the gates. And we used to come from the top down, and you know the brakes in them days was either 2 bits of wood that rubbed on the wheels,
or it turning in on itself and stopping you dead,
and you fell over, or you put your feet on the on the wheels and sort of rubbed grooves in the bottom of your soles, and then got a thick ear from your mum when you got home.
It were a bit different, weren't
It was very different.
I know one thing I don't see, the slides outside our house. We used to have a really good, as soon as it got cold, all the way down the hill, and you're chucking water on it and all sorts. But I've not seen kids on slides, or maybe we just don't hang out with them anymore.
No.
Swings, what about swings?
Well, I think the kids still like swings and slides in the parks.
I suppose they've got other options, haven't they? You know what I mean? You can go to a climbing centre and. Yeah. Listen, we mug off the kids of today, and it was quick to snowflake them off and all that, but at the end of the day, look at some of the stuff they do, that parkour and all that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're doing stuff that we would
have dreamed of.
Yeah. Just different, aren't they? They're still kids.
How's the fishing going then?
Both anglers are working really hard. We're
catching nothing.
We're going for a bit of a quiet spell. Jimmy's resting, I think he went on bomb and pellet. He's just resting that pellet wag line. Ben's changed to the pellet wag line. He's gone out a bit further into the lake, but I haven't seen him catch anything on it just yet. Ben's still on 3 fish. Jimmy's got 7.
He must be seeing some indication to stay on it.
I think he's just giving it a rest because he wants to get back out on the long pole, and he thinks by every time he gives it a rest, keeps it. And if they're not there when he does, then he might as well be on something. That's my logic, so it's probably not that.
Get involved, guys. We can see your comments down by the lake. If you
let us know what you think's going on.
Yeah,
that's the thing. You can see.
Morning, Simon Dale.
Better than us.
Martin Jennings says too good, Jimmy. Alex Haynes thinks he's going to have Sunday roast goose.
Might be an our menu, yeah. One Sunday.
See a big old fat old pheasant in the field just down there coming in this morning.
The pheasants I see yesterday.
Shooting season's finished, Stephen.
They're in their prime at the minute. The colours on them pheasants that I see yesterday, they're
in their prime.
Glorious.
They've got a bit of stuff. No, a bit of pheasant was nice. Hey, listen, you've got to draw the line at eating animals, haven't you? It's a difference between cruelty and.
So we're an hour in. If you've only just joined us, we're live from Floatfish Farm in Peterborough. We're on 2 islands. We've got Ben Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes. Jimmy's now just going out on the pole. I think that's the first time I've seen him go out on the pole. So.
And Lee's coming to tell us something.
Potentially.
Lee looks like she's on a mission.
We've got Fishery owner Dale with us.
Ben's other half. She's wandering around. She looks like she's on a mission to speak to us about something.
I would say if Jimmy's gone on the pole long now, then obviously his bomb and pellet wag line out on the island, which is the favourite methods for peg 8, they're not working.
He's just
certainly not working fast enough.
Well, he's resting it and he's still feeding it. He's working it really hard.
I know what it is. I know why Lizzie's come round. Ben sent her round to ask me some advice, hasn't she?
Oh yeah, some coaching.
What's he want to know?
So, just over an hour in to a 6-hour match. We'll be live for the whole 6 hours. We'll take a break afterwards and then we'll be following the scales.
Colin Drake
Keep you up
is
to date.
into one down the edge next to Ben. Unfortunately, it's a roach. Oh, something like that, anyway. No, it's not. Sorry, not Colin Drake. It's Derek. Ah, he's lost it. Well, he would do, wouldn't he?
Just both anglers going for a bit of a quiet spell.
Jimmy hooked in? Did you come round for some advice?
No, I've come round to stop you guys from talking absolute tosh.
Well, yeah,
You've got to fill up 6 hours with something.
Wow, shooting birds and stealing eggs.
Yeah,
that's Steve. That was not me.
Sorry.
That was not me. I never did any of those things.
Is Jimmy in?
What was it?
We're talking
Jimmy
about
in with fish?
A goose that might end up on the Sunday dinner table, yeah, if it carries on squawking like it's been doing.
Yeah. No animals were hurt or injured during the production of this
Video.
yeah. This is all historical. Well, that don't matter now, does it? Like, you can get done for something you did 20 years ago, can't
Yeah,
you?
be careful. Steve, what
I'm
you
not
say.
sure shooting a bird will get you in trouble.
I don't
If
need
it's
to
a
be in
protected
trouble.
species, he
It
could be
scarred,
arrested any minute.
Yeah,
it scarred me as much as anything's ever scarred me in my life. Like I
It
say.
looks like Jimmy's in on the long pole.
doing then? Is he still
He's-
head up? Okay.
Oh yeah, it's very positive.
Yeah, good.
He's got no reason not to be, has he? It's like Dale said, Jimmy might be off to a bit of a lead, but nowhere near as big.
As he should be.
And the fact that Ben has caught a few long on the pole
you know,
should only get better.
Ben will be thinking to himself, Peg 8, if it's in form, he should have had 10 or 12 fish by now, one after the other. I mean, you've seen it, Liz, on there, haven't you? If it's the peg that's going to be totally on form, it's like the moment you put it in,
flies
it's
up.
Turned
bang,
into a
bang,
pairs
bang.
match.
So
I think that was that Josh Pace just turned.
It looked like Josh.
Yeah, sat behind Jimmy there. Josh winning both his rounds. Josh had to do a preliminary
He
round.
didn't have a flask with him, did he, when he pulled up? Yeah, handing him fish out of a flask, is he? That's been known, isn't it? Allegedly.
If that is Josh, I think it is.
Especially up north.
As I was trying to say, he had to fish a preliminary round as well as his first round, and he's won the match both rounds. So he's onto a flyer, waiting for the next draw.
feed method or
Yeah, he hadn't. First two seasons he hadn't got a win, had he? But now he's flying. Martin's obviously out, he's just across the way there. Steve watching him at home.
Box at the moment.
This one's giving Jimmy the run around.
To be honest with you,
Ben's
it's got-
just lit up, and I would like to say we don't condone the act of
Yeah,
smoking.
yeah, that's
around the
right.
lakes.
Yeah.
We did.
This is the man that gave up smoking on October 1st.
And started again now.
On October the
It's the
2nd.
pressure's got to him. It's the pressure.
He lasted about a month.
A month. Wow. If he'd lasted a month, he should have been over.
Another one in the net for Jimmy.
Go and tell him, Liz, if he ain't careful, it'll stunt his growth.
So Andrew says you should be at decoy, Liz.
I should be at decoy.
But,
What, fishing?
Yeah,
Where are they on Horseshoe?
they're on 2 lakes.
Yeah, he
I don't know
said, he
today.
did say, like, you know what I mean? I'm sure that they're on Horseshoe.
Ben's in.
Yeah, Ben's in on the rod. That'll
Good.
please him, won't it?
Mike's just here. He looks after the carp lakes on the fishery. It's the carp
He's your
angler.
boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dow's boy, Michael, just turned up.
so I think that's the first fish on the rod for Ben.
It is, I think. It's a good sign. I know he chucked the method out a few chucks ago, 10-15 minutes ago, and laid a bit of bait down there. So that's a good sign. They might have moved in on that.
I'm feeling that anything he can keep in touch with over the next couple of 3 hours, keep it down to
A close match.
20, 30, maybe 40 pounds, he's always going to be relying on that
Yeah.
long pole. Whatever happens, do we feel he's going to have to rely on that coming to life at some stage?
And that one's in the net for Ben.
That's £4 at least, isn't it?
Are they
4
all
or
similar
5?
stamping it?
No.
They can vary.
You'll have carp in here from a few ounces right up to £20.
Fish.
A lot of commons in here. Big commons, 15 to £20.
So the fish count, well, until now has been accurate, hasn't it?
But what's the size?
We always come back to this
That's
discussion
the trouble.
towards the end
The
of the
thing
match,
is,
don't
where we were the other week when Phoenix, fish are very much of a similar ilk, aren't they?
2 to
Everything,
4 pound,
two,
2 to
yeah,
4 pound.
everything's
Few
thereabouts.
smaller, a few bigger, but mostly 2 to 4 pounds.
Fish count on this lake don't mean anything, does
No,
it?
it doesn't. No.
No, but it's there to give us a rough guide.
But no doubt I'll win the clicker again, like, or would do if I was allowed.
Last week's
What was
winner,
quicker?
It's a green clicker,
it's
isn't
a
it?
green, lime green clicker today, yeah. So
Go
actually
with your
last
nail
week's
varnish. Honestly, it's one of
it'll
them.
clash with your hat.
I
Oh,
think
Nah, yeah, well, you
I
know.
think if Ben has another couple of fish quick, then he might have a good solid line there.
He's looking for things to fill in, isn't he? To nick a few in between. That's what he's looking to do.
well,
I'm just saying, there's the ripple in front of him's got been helpful.
Both anglers working extremely hard. Jimmy's had fish on the pole, the pellet waggler, the feeder. Ben's been out shallow, caught. He's now on the rod, so I think he's fishing the feeder. Is he on the feed? Is he on the method feeder? Yeah.
Come on.
So they're
Let's get involved.
Jimmy's fishing shallow.
Jimmy's shallow on the pole, is he? Yeah. So yeah, so they're both working really hard just to try and get what they can at this early stage of the match.
I think the lake's in perfect condition for whatever they want to do today. That bit of ripple that's come up now.
Yeah, overcast.
Because we could always mess Jimmy up. Not that we would, but we could always turn the aerators on. He's got an aerator bang in front of him.
I can assure you that was a joke.
Yeah, that was a joke.
Yeah, that would not be
Well, how much money are we talking here?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Don't take it off the menu. Don't take anything off the menu.
It's still an option.
Yeah.
Yet again, Steve, lowering the tone. Oh dear.
I'm just here to say I am.
a baby's bottle.
Is,
I'm just here to say I am purchasable. Every man has his price, just mine's a bit lower than everybody else's.
I've got a quid.
I'll get you change. Oh dear. I know one thing, fish also lends itself to a bit of banter, doesn't it? And
I think that's what a lot of people come for, isn't it?
I've always thought since I was a young lad that if fishing is done right, it's as interesting a pastime sport, call it what you like, as anything anybody does. It's got a lot of dimensions that are all eminently marketable, enjoyable, watchable at every level, and the banter is, you know, when I sit and watch a game of cricket, I want to hear a bit of banter, I want to hear a bit of chat, I want to hear, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely, you've got to be able to give it, you've got to be able to take it.
Well, I'm used to taking it.
There's going to be 7 or 8 loads of hard.
I can take it most of the time, but then sometimes I can be a bit of a snowflake. I doubt.
Sorry?
I said I can take it most of the time, but I can be a bit of a snowflake.
So I understand. So I understand, Steve. Yeah, somebody told me that.
No.
I couldn't believe it.
No, I ain't having it myself. Oh dear.
And also, more women should get involved. More women should get involved.
Well, in
Women
fishing,
should get
most
involved.
definitely, yeah, most definitely. And I think they will. I think if we're going to make the sport better, if we're going to get new blood in, I think women will play a big part in that. I really do. The main thing being that as sports go, I'll end up sounding sexist here, won't I? But as sports go, there is absolutely no reason why, same as darts, whatever, that we could look forward to having an all-around world champion, a female in this.
Exactly.
Don't you think?
No.
There's no
You don't?
There's no reason
I don't
why
think,
they can't compete on
Physically?
equal footing with
There
men.
isn't, no, there is more physicality in fishing than you think.
No, I do agree, yeah, absolutely.
And there's no way that I can hold a pole as long as some of the guys out there, because I'm just not strong enough.
So what if it was levelled up and you
Yes.
and it was limited pole lengths? What if everybody had to fish 13 metres?
Well, yes,
Or certainly 11?
yeah.
But there you go then.
Then
Or a
it
rod
would
and
be
line
easy.
match.
Well, anything
But
that
I
could...
would say we need to improve the toilet facilities.
There's no potpourri in the toilet, is there? Is that what you're telling me?
That's the problem.
Jimmy into another fish there.
But the fact that it is... Honestly, I can see it. I really can. You're right, Ken.
Wonderful, thank you.
You can hold it.
Other than
You look well.
Other than the length of pole, then it is quite even Stevens, but
It's
I'm just not
completable,
strong
isn't it?
enough to hold at length.
No, but like I'm saying, if you, well, you took the Ken, if you levelled it off and had 13 metre limits, things like that, women could,
Yeah.
and that's got to be good. All on the same playing field, do you know what I mean? No, I know you don't.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
I'm only saying it's because I'm retiring.
I had that years ago.
Yeah.
Just so you are aware, we are live
We
on
are
YouTube.
live.
So.
We are live on YouTube.
Oh, Ken. That was
Ken, we
Wade.
never took you for being sexist.
No,
Only because I got beat years ago by this young lady up north.
I got slaughtered on the canal by one next door, like what? Yeah.
Well, there are venues.
Took me
but,
2 years to get out.
Get over it.
Yeah.
There are Snake Lake venues whereby 11 metres is plenty of it, obviously. So
It's brought out Ken's toxic masculinity there. That's the in word, isn't it?
She's sitting in the car as well.
Toxic masculinity, the new word for men being idiots. Well, that's a shock.
Jimmy Brookes just about to put another fish in the net.
He's still gradually, you know, he's just gradually pulling away, but not to the extent that you'd expect that peg to need to do. It's
So if you just joined us, Ben Townsend's on peg 20 and Jimmy Brookes is on peg 8, form peg, both form pegs. I think both anglers would agree peg 8 is the flyer. Won the match here yesterday. Jimmy's certainly pulling away early doors.
won more matches than peg 20, let's put it this way, over. But it,
Statistically.
Both anglers working hard though to keep in touch.
still think it's going to be close, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I don't think you'll be far wrong with match first and second if it keeps carrying on.
Are you noticing anybody else catching much?
Well, I'm kind of focused on these two. That's the idea of these things, Steve.
Who's that there in the blue? I should know. Who's it?
I don't know, but he's fishing long.
He's got one on now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Who's that?
No, who's got the blue sleeves?
No, Cam's just here.
Oh, Cam's just here.
I can't think who it is.
Not Mark Elliott?
There's some big fish in this lake.
Might be, because I don't
This one's
know.
obviously giving Jimmy
Is it Mark Elliott? I thought Mark Elliott often fishes with tackling baits.
plenty to think about.
He's got quite a deep voice, is that all?
No. I'm half deaf anyway, so.
Eh?
Well, I'm half blind.
The thing is they're not all tackling baits now because they invite other people.
Well, that's the thing. I've always pushed Cam's matches. They're my favourite matches. They're open matches. Anybody can come. There's no restrictions on
That one's
anybody.
in the
So,
net for Jimmy.
eh?
That one's in the net for
Another
Jimmy.
one for Jimmy.
Don't know
But
if
yeah,
that
no.
one was-
Certainly pushing things locally. If you're looking for something to do on a Sunday, there's always the tackle and baits or Cam's matches. He'll oblige you.
Mark Wright, morning boys. Mark Wrighton, sorry.
Hello, mate. You all right?
That's a big old lump for Jimmy there.
Was it?
Yeah, that is a big fish. I don't know if it was foul hooked or whether it just gave him the royal run around, but it took him a while to get that one in, and it certainly put a bend in the rod. Just drop back.
Yeah, Clive next door.
Jimmy's just dropped back on the
Full
pallet wag
power,
after
maybe.
resting it.
Come on, Ben.
For Clive?
Hey,
That's fish number 3 for
Is
Clive.
it?
Yeah.
he'd nick him one or two. Come on, Ben. Get out that long pole. Have another look.
And just feeding everything, resting it.
They
whilst
were
he's-
just there to start to come and have a look, but they've just backed off, haven't they? It's simple as. Say simple as. It is when you're not having to hold the pole. It's dead simple then, isn't it? The wind's dropped off of it again, hasn't it?
Jimmy's got the wind behind him now, so he's fishing the pellet wag. He's got the wind behind him. It's probably got ideal conditions for him there now. The ripple has definitely disappeared from in front of Ben. Long way to go. 4.5 hours, 6 hour match, 10 till 4. We might have been slightly late on the timer, but not by far. So 4 fish to 9. Ben just slightly behind.
4 to 9, is it? That's
Ben nearly got pulled in then. Fish on.
Yeah.
That was a vicious take.
It's not a happy fish.
That was great coverage of that though.
It'd be great if we had another camera zoomed in on his tip, wouldn't it?
You wouldn't have
When?
seen it. You wouldn't have seen his tip if it was
Oh, it'd
zoomed
been
in.
off, it'd been off.
It looked good from a distance, I can tell you. Someone mentioned early on also, I think when Jimmy first had a heavy bite, his rod nearly went in as well. So. Another one in the net for Ben. They're a good stamp, you can see.
It's not bad, is it? It's got to be 5, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Getting on that way anyway.
Get involved, people.
£20 behind, isn't he?
Put some comments.
Hey. Do you think?
Too early to guess, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll have to do the same thing about 2/3 of the way through. We'll have to pop and see each angler like you did last week and just see what they think they've got. Obviously we've got the same net limit rules as we had last week.
I'm thinking £40 to £20 at the minute, round about that mark.
Maybe. Some of these fish look quite big, Steve.
Yeah.
But, let us know what you think.
Well, I'm just trying to incite other people into having an opinion, like, you know what I mean?
I think
Get
we
your
should
comments
have,
down.
Scales on your
Keep net, yeah, with barcode on every fish. Yeah, so we drop 100%. And in 20 years' time, 10 years, whatever, it'll be like that, yeah. This F30 that we're setting up, all right, we're counting fish, so it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. But if you can have a similar situation, if that is a restricting factor, if we knew exactly what was going in the net and it was counting, we're talking, Dad, about like we want to keep net heads with barcodes almost. So when you catch it, it weighs it and does it, and that'll happen eventually if the sport progresses and expands. It will. If it doesn't, we'll still be fishing Glassmore Bang.
Just watch the legs, Steve.
For
kicking the camera.
a bit. Not that there's anything wrong with fishing Glassmore Bang.
At least no one will ever go over their net, get disqualified.
That's right, and of course it does help with the fish welfare point of view.
It's just, whilst we're talking about net limits, let's just chat to Dale and see what the net limits are, because we was discussing this last week.
For a long time.
For a long time.
Yeah. They're quite easy actually, and we found over the years this seems to have been the fairest way. We've never been advocates of total disqualification.
No, that's right.
I think it's too penalising really to have an accident with a net and then find you've been disqualified completely. So we have a net limit here of £50. If you go over £50, right up to £54.15, then you lose the weight over £50 and you end up with a £50 net. So £54.15 is £50. But if you hit £55 up to £59.15, so under £60, but if you hit £55, then you get what you're over taken off £50. So basically whatever you're over £50 is doubled. So a £58 net will weigh you at £42.
So it's staggered penalisation.
It's staggered penalties really. If you go £60 or more, you lose the net.
Yeah.
You're not disqualified, you
But
lose
you've been well
net.
warned, you've had a 10
well
mile.
warned, you've had £5 warning, you've had another £5 double warning, and now you're
If you get to 60, you deserve everything you get.
Deserve what you get, yeah. But we still don't disqualify, and we've had plenty of people here go £61, lose the net, and still win the lake.
First time I ever came here, I lost
think you did.
over.
But generally, you know, you start weighing 58, 59 pound, you know, and it turns into 41, 42. It's enough to knock you back a section or two.
Yeah.
You know, from a first or second to a section. It's, you know.
Listen, net limits, I remember first getting into it and you think, what's this all about, this, that and the... I just think it fits in nicely, as long as everybody knows what they're doing. It adds to the skill level of everything.
It adds to the skill level, and you wouldn't believe how many people should have won matches and then don't.
A good angler should know exactly what he's got in his net in reality, shouldn't they?
I can't,
and it should be
I can't
encouraged.
believe some of these anglers still work without clickers, because you know, I click and still get it wrong. But these anglers that keep the score in their head.
That's me.
But yeah, we found that works.
I forget to use the clicker though.
I know. Did I click that one, or
Yeah,
or
yeah.
you've clicked it twice? I know, but it is difficult. And the worst thing is when you're catching a lot of fish, you get a bit
I
excited.
wouldn't know about that.
You do, Steve. You get a bit excited, then all of a sudden you think, did I fill that net up, or didn't I fill that net up? And
Yeah.
and we know, so we don't ball people out for going over in the nets, but
Well, it's there.
the
They're the ones that
penalising
suffer, aren't they?
system is there to deter
It
it.
ought to be self-regulating, doesn't it? You know.
And it is pretty much. Our anglers are all pretty good. We don't get, you know, if somebody goes over the net, it's by accident, really.
Just
It's
give
always
Ben
like,
a bit
one
of.
more fish than
Just
someone else.
help.
Look! Sorry.
Trying to save Ben's.
It's not allowed to go through.
Not in
Well, that's
not in
on your
camera,
box,
not
Ben.
in shot.
You're not allowed to stand
Mate,
in
you
your
could have
box.
gone behind the edge. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Ah, dear.
Well, you know.
Language.
You know that's always happens. You know,
Yeah.
if you
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea, get a sandwich out.
If your tip don't go round, then it ain't going to go round.
The moment you get up off your box, off it goes. And
Oh,
then,
yeah.
and then that's what happens. You inevitably lose it because you're not on the ball. So
Cool.
there it is.
Remember
We'll try
going
and
with my
save
dad when I was
it.
younger,
Wow.
and it was always like, if you can't get a cup of
Have you
tea,
moved
boy,
off
with a
him?
flask. Once
Yeah,
you
you
get,
want Jimmy now.
He's
Just,
on both.
no, I've just. Nobody can see Ben.
Yeah, just cut to Jimmy.
It's fine.
Yeah, because I've heard.
You've heard something.
Somebody nearly forgot their place. Just save.
Why should we come after him?
I know.
Save Ben. There we go. Back to normal fishing resumes.
I'm trying my hardest not to say a foot because I know it just get worse and worse the more I comment.
Yeah,
And I'm
don't,
so, yeah, I'm so
don't
like,
lower the tone.
yeah, you don't lower the tone again. Oh dear.
Both anglers back on the rod.
I think Martin got it right. I think when that tip went round, he's sat there in a damp spot for the rest of the day. Or I might be judging by my own prostate troubles.
So no real line is taking off at the minute. Both anglers are just rotating, changing their methods, trying to nick the odd fish.
The best method seems to be to have a urine break. Seems to be working.
I think Jimmy had a little run on the pellet wag, didn't he? Have 3 or 4 fish. But he's just rotating everything. He's had a fish on the pole, 2 or 3 on the pellet, 2 or 3 on the feeder, hasn't he? Ben's had 1 on the feeder. He's had some shallow. He's had he's had a fish short as well. So both anglers just rotating everything round, trying to keep stealing these bites from where they can early in the match.
Sun's out now.
Glorious day here.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Glorious day.
It's not as warm in the shadows next to that tree.
Well, that sun is lifting higher because, yeah, you were sat in the shade, Ben was as well, wasn't he? So, he's, things are changing.
It's warmed up, like you say.
That wind still keeps dropping though,
It's an
just when you think it's going to make a
overcoat
difference.
I've got mobile camera set up, look.
Sorry? That's your internet, Steve.
Oh right, yeah, you've put it up in the air on a tripod.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Good thinking.
Good, very attentive is
Yeah,
Steve.
he is.
Nothing gets by him.
Eventually.
Eventually,
How many
yes.
hours have we been here?
Yeah, it's only 2 hours we've been set up, and Steve's just noticed that the aerial is on top of my car behind us.
If you're trying to imply that I live on a parallel universe, then I resemble that remark. Okay. It's
Jimmy,
gorgeous now that sun's come out, isn't it?
Jimmy just hooking into another fish.
There you go. Ben's tip's just gone round as well.
Oh, look at that, look. Both anglers in at the same time.
That's good watching, isn't it? People like to see that, don't they? And whoever's watching that is like loving that.
We've got quite a good
I got
angle.
quite excited.
We've got quite a good angle of
Yeah, excited you had to sit down.
Yeah.
quite a good angle there of Ben fishing on
I
the
want
rod.
it to be close, don't I? Whatever happens, I want it to be close.
I think that's a smaller fish for Ben. That's coming quite quick.
Ain't that bad though, is it?
They're a good stamp here either way, aren't they? But as Jimmy puts one in the net as well.
I did say don't muck about.
Yeah, actually, looks similar stamp. Four fish between them.
I think it's a good job that you haven't got a camera, a microphone on the Fisher people.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think that you need to.
Dave Schwinger, how many are fishing on 2 islands? So we've got 24 on today. Was it 22 or 24 on?
22.
Yeah, it's a busy match today, David. I thought they were trying to keep it to 16, but
I think you're probably right there, Liz. I think to a large extent, with people being mic'd, it's a bit like Ben. He don't realise necessarily he's being filmed. He's got up and done what he's done because most of them forget that they're actually being filmed.
well, these things have to happen. It's not like you run
You
the
might be judging by my standards, and I would be swearing far too much, wouldn't I? I wouldn't be.
Who was the female runner that ran the marathon and she pulled up and everyone thought, oh, what's gone wrong?
Paula
And she just,
Radcliffe.
was it Paula
Paula
Radcliffe?
Radcliffe,
She
yeah.
just had to have a little wee. These things have to happen.
She didn't have a little wee, she had a little.
Oh, did she have a little?
Two.
Oh, did
Yeah.
she? Oh, I didn't even know that. See, I just thought she had a little wee. But nature calls. You've obviously got to go, haven't you? So.
Yeah, pooing in public's taking it to a different dimension.
Well, it is when there's probably 30 million people or something watching the London Marathon.
Don't think that many people watching. It's not that exciting.
I don't know.
I've never actually been doing any sort of physical exercise and suddenly wanted the urge to have a poo. Right? Fairly regular.
Do you know I came over to stop this sort of conversation?
Oh, it's just got worse.
Yeah, I don't
so
think we.
Let's move
Yeah.
on.
You got 2 hopes there on that one, Liz.
Is one of them Bobo?
Yeah. Is that Jimmy into another fish? Looks like it.
See, it's weird because we can't actually see Jimmy from here.
No, so I've obviously got the advantage of staring at the screen,
I can see.
which is probably why, as people have been catching, that hasn't always been covered. But we're sort of, again, we've tried to position ourselves to not upset the other anglers. We're between 2 anglers on the corner of the complex, and the cameras are positioned where they are,
I stop walking
And they
shorts
can't
now.
hear us.
and they can't hear us. Well, that's the other reason, because Steve's quite loud. So we do try and stay away from everybody and not upset them.
Quite that. How very dare you.
I've just told Ken to come down and apologise for upsetting you.
There's another fish in the net for Jimmy.
Oh, I think I'm going to have to take my coat off soon.
It's gorgeous now, mate.
Absolutely
gorgeous.
Trees are coming into leaf.
Are you fishing today, Alex? What is physical exercise?
Seen me some. I was thinking the other day, it's not very warm and all that, but the actual average
very
temperature,
pleasant. It's
the
very
average
pleasant.
temperature for April is only 12 or 13 degrees, to be fair. And the record goes back to 1922 or 44.
Well, allegedly it's 13 degrees at the moment.
Well, there you go. So we're on average, and it's early yet, isn't it? I think we've been used to a few good early summers over the last few years, haven't we?
And some Indian summers as well, which is always good for fishing.
There's 2 worlds, isn't there? There's pre-COVID and COVID, and everybody remembers since we had that really hot spell at the start of COVID.
yeah.
Our expectation, that's why everybody wore it for as long as they did, because the weather got better. They thought it was a trade-off.
Especially all those getting furloughed.
Yeah, you stay at home in this beautiful weather. Go on then. Go on, yeah, go on then.
Yeah, I got my garden done in that way, in that period.
Unfortunately, I didn't get it.
It's no wonder people embraced it, is it?
I wasn't getting COVID first. Go to work. I think Ben got 9 weeks off.
So still early in the match here at
Where does Ben live? Somebody was
Floatfish
trying to
Farm.
say the other day, and I thought he lives near Easton on the Hill, doesn't he?
Lives in Hoaxworth with me.
Ain't that near Easton on the Hill, though? Just off the A1, the other side of Peterborough.
It's next to Stilton.
Yeah, same area then.
Alex Haynes had the ice cream van.
Yeah, we get an ice cream van round here.
Well, it was last week.
Nice
Don't tell me they do whippy
whirly-
ice cream
whippy
round
ice
the waffle
cream with a
cone.
99
Oh, they
in
do.
it.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, don't.
I might have a new job
be
for you, Liz.
tested today. My diet's going to be tested today. I'll break me fast for a bit of Mr. Whippy round a waffle.
Ben Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes, if you're just joining us, live from Floatfish Farm in Peterborough. We're on 2 islands. Ben's drawn peg 20 and Jimmy's drawn peg 8. And Jimmy's just took a early lead. Still got 3.5 hours, no, 4.5 hours to go, so still a fair way to go.
Are we having many comments?
We're getting a few, but you're chatting away and I don't always get an opportunity to...
You can always go back in retrospect. We can talk.
Yeah, I've been dropping back over. It's
Any
nice to have some...
questions?
Nice to have some
Do you want to know how far it is from Frankfurt to Easton on the Hill?
Yeah.
25 minutes.
Oh, it's miles
Not
away then.
close.
That's
Yeah.
why you were like, I was
Even,
like, I think it is.
Even the chat's told you that Easton on the Hill, Steve, is Stamford.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, David.
Where's Folksworth near then?
Stilton.
Stilton is...
I suppose they're both somewhere near England.
Yeah, well, that's further south. You say you're right south down near Simpson Airport, round that. Stilton's get it, isn't it?
No.
Isn't it? Near the transport cafe, and it's Stilton is just up the A1.
Folksworth.
Norman Cross.
Don't
Yeah.
ask Steve for
Norman Cross
directions.
roundabout.
Yeah,
You know where that is?
that's before you
So
get to
instead of
Pete.
going left to Stilton, you go straight over, and it's a little village, a
Yeah.
couple of miles along that road. Yeah?
So it's miles further down the A1 than.
Near Yaxley.
Near Yaxley.
Yeah, totally different then.
Jimmy just hooked into another fish.
At least no docks has not been stalking this.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Either that or he's really clever, right, and he's managed to like
It's a bluff.
double bluff you, like. Yeah.
Well, I've only been to a house.
I'm going to move you about 8 feet away from this
Why
tripod
not?
if you
Does
keep
it knock
knocking
the
it.
tripod?
Yeah, and then you knock the camera, and then Ben's bouncing around all over the show. And oh dear, I have to keep an eye on him.
Still fish moving off the end of that island, isn't there?
Jimmy's just put another fish in the net.
So what's the numbers count now?
So 6 to 12.
6 to 12.
Slightly smaller fish there for Jimmy. Long way to go. Long way to
Is going to
go.
anything happen on that? It's gone dead, hasn't it? This is where we could do with being mic'd up. I suppose really intermittent micing of people up is probably a good idea.
Yes, letting them know.
Know that there's going to be.
Well, there'd be a lot of bloody people talking
have a job to
if
keep
everyone's
Ben
got a
off the mic,
microphone
though.
on. Crikey. It's 'cause 3 of us talking over each other behind one microphone. If we had everyone else mic'd up and all, it would just be noise. Oh dear.
I think they actually want to listen
Tom
to
Cole, I hope you're getting paid well, Mike. Do you hear that? He thinks I'm getting paid. That's
Yeah.
funny, isn't it?
Full.
Morning, Tom. How are you? It'd be nice to see you down by the lake again.
Got your dad.
Yeah.
I've got Tom's dad.
That's Tom's dad, that is there, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh. So apparently we're sat next to your dad, Tom. So, how many fish has he had, Liz? 3, 4? 3 fish. There you go, Tom. Live update for you.
Yep, Ben's in on the pole, gone straight in on the long pole. We'll be pleased about that. He foul looked it, hasn't he? Right unit.
Liz, what elastics are you using? He's not using the green 14 to 16, is he?
He uses matrix slick.
Yeah, but you've got 2 green slicks.
Well,
One's the 8 to 10, I think.
Might
Correct me
be
if
a
I'm wrong.
unit, actually.
And the other one is the heavier 14 to 16, but that's a lot of elastic for the 14. 8 to 10, I might be wrong.
well, I will return with the news.
Yes.
What elastic he's using.
Let us know what green elastic that is, Liz. That's your mission.
This is a decent fish, whatever, isn't it? Because I don't think he has foul hooked it.
No, I think it's, well, the way he's playing it, I don't think so.
Having said that.
So,
The thing is, he's gone in on that long line and caught another fish. It's
he'll be happy to get this one in. He's not, I don't think he's caught for a little while.
he's thinking that at some stage he's going to go in on that long line and they're going to keep coming, is what he's thinking.
Yeah.
This will tell us a lot, this next chuck, won't it?
Yeah, where he goes.
And that one's in the net.
It ain't that big, is it? It's hooked in the mouth though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just keeping that. Just keep in touch with Jimmy. 5 fish behind.
Yeah, so the gap's not widening, is it? I think if you ask Dale, it's like we said right from the start, he'd expect Jimmy to go off in front, but he hasn't gone off into that big a lead, has he?
No.
As warrants befits the peg.
Tom, I think your dad's feeding the ducks at this point in time.
Tom says he's much better looking than Dad. I don't think he's in earshot actually, Tom. Alex is saying it's a long kit. I'd say it's 14 to 16. I'd agree with you. I think that's what he would be using. But that seems to have been a good old stretch for that elastic, I'm sure. Hour and 45 minutes in. Ben Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes. This is the sort of match that we'd expect to have as a region final, let alone round 1.
Still striking Ben anyway, so there's still a fish. There's still something under his pole tip, isn't there, after that last?
Looks like Jimmy's into a fish. Both anglers just chipping away, keep changing, get a fish or two and they change lines again.
How deep do you think Ben's fishing? 3 foot? 3.5?
Yes,
Put plenty of bait in at the moment, isn't he?
he's fishing casters shallow on the long pole, is Ben? I think. He's fishing fairly deep.
Which is, you would, wouldn't you, at this stage? He obviously wants to get shallower and shallower, doesn't he?
2+ feet, I think, at least. So Jimmy's into a fish. Simon Dow. So I reckon Jimmy's 35 pounds in front. Think you might be right, Simon? Obviously as we've heard from Dale, the fish stamping here does vary, quite a range. Anything from a pound up to 20 pounds.
The most. His dad always used to draw it.
But the law of averages says obviously that the numbers should stack up to the winner. One goes in Jimmy's net.
There you go, Ben. He's had a fish straight away, going back on that. Another bite straight away. And now it's probably as you'd expect.
Another unit there for Jimmy.
Fish moved though, just to his left, eh?
Yeah, I think that's not having that ripple over there is going to be what's key for Ben. He's going to need the wind to push round there, I think. There's other anglers fishing shallow, long pole in the ripple further down the lake. I'll try and keep an eye out on what's going on down there. But essentially we have to try and focus on these two. Feeder to the island. Just keeps priming that blend to get that much elastic out of them top kits.
There's obviously still odd fish there, but again, there needs to be more than an odd fish, don't there? Looks like he's The sun's got a bit intense now. Yeah, to be fair, what about you, Mike?
No, we've just been plunged into glorious sunshine now. But
What's the fish count?
it's getting quite warm. So Ben's got 7 and Jimmy's got 13.
It's not a definitive gap, is it, at this stage, bearing in mind the logistics of the pegs and the expectations. It's
No.
funny how Ben just give that a right rest on the long pole, gone in straight away, had a decent fish, and then as you sort of expect, it's
It might be that case today. You go out, you nick a fish off a line, and then you leave it again.
yeah. It'll be certainly one of those events where you'll be wise after it, as they usually are.
A little bit of early insight if you was listening earlier on. Dale expected Jimmy on peg 8 to fly off and build a bit of a lead up, and then he'd expect Ben to on peg 20 to catch up later. Yeah, that's the form of the pegs. That's what he'd expect to see. He actually expected to see Jimmy, he would have expected to have seen Jimmy catch a few more than he has, so either way, whoever you're rooting for, hopefully it's exciting to watch. Guess the weight, give us the winning angler and the weight, and if you're the closest person to guess to the winning weight, we will send you a clicker. I've been in the shop this morning and bought a few. We get one sent out to last week's winner, and we'll run the same.
Caught, but Jimmy could quite easily have £70, even £80, couldn't he? Depending on the size of the fish. I don't think so myself. And Ben could obviously, he could quite easily have £40, I suppose.
Go on then, I'll give a prediction. I reckon, yeah, Jimmy's probably on 60-65 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah, that's maybe what I would say.
Darren Lindley, great coverage again, fellas. Thank you very much.
Which puts him at least £30, if not £35 behind, doesn't it? Do you think?
Yeah, I guess at the end of the match, if it does come down to big fish in the edge, then
Could be 2 fish, that. Couldn't it?
that's like Dale said to us earlier. It's not many fish. If the end of the match and we don't get that sort of fishing, whether edge fish, then it's the numbers game, isn't it? So Jimmy in front slightly. Tom Cole, Jimmy's on his second net, yeah, well spotted. So with the £50 net limit, I'm sure he's being careful. No one wants to go out on default, do they? I'll drop in the net. Got to keep their wits about them.
Not striking anymore, Ben, is he? It's almost like he's predictably wasted time, isn't it? You know what I mean? They're either there or they ain't.
Yeah. Brian Norton, has Mike Whitaker caught anything? I don't know.
That's Mike up there, isn't it?
I don't know what peg he's on, and I don't know what.
I'm trying to think where I spoke to Mike. I think that's him in the red over there, maybe. No, that's him in the red over there. Yeah, I think that's him in with a white cap, isn't it?
Nobody's fallen in, Clive.
That's Mike
Sorry,
up
Kev. Has Clive fallen in? Nobody's fallen in yet, Kev, no.
there. Who's that?
Kev F? Don't know. Has Clive got a habit of falling in?
There's plenty of fish moving off the bottom point of this island, isn't there?
Jimmy's into another fish. So I think Jimmy's just rotating methods that little bit quicker. And I think that's paying dividends. He's caught on the method feeder, the pellet waggler, and pole long shallow, hasn't he? And he just keeps rotating. Ben's being a little bit more persistent with each method, but I'm sure he's expecting the back end of his match to pick up, as Dale has said. He knows the venue, obviously.
It's gone flat calm again, isn't it?
Yeah, the whole lake's gone flat calm now. It's very little ripple. Clive loves a dip, apparently.
Loves a dip.
We all know an angler that likes to fall in. That's a proper lump for Jimmy. Right, fat old thing. Tom Coey said he loves an unintentional dip. Jimmy's just breaking away now. He's twice as many fish. Can he maintain that lead? As the venue owner called it correct, will Ben draw it back at the end? It's my first time here on Two Islands, so I couldn't tell you much about the venue. We filmed on Phoenix last week. Dan Hardy and Chris Barley. It's well received, thank you very much. Must be cold over there in the shade because Liz is covering herself up.
It'll be at least an overcoat colder in the shade, mate.
You're good, you are, Chris.
Jimmy back on the pellet waggler.
Well, he's got enough nets in, Ben, I've noticed. He's got 5 in, hasn't he?
No, I think he's got 4 in.
4 in and 1 ready. Is that, isn't that a net to the right?
I don't think so, I think it's a bag.
Right, it just looks like another one. Still. Prepare for success. Bound to prepare. Prepare to fail.
Both anglers now on the pellet wag. Jimmy hits into another one. Ah, he's lost it.
You know why he scored that own goal? He's got such a big head.
A bit of banter going on the lakes behind us.
Banter, it's abuse, isn't it?
I'm sure they know each other, so therefore it's banter.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Assault. I'll tell you what we ought to get, a set of binoculars. Although, I suppose that's probably something you don't do in the photography industry, is it? You just zoom in on the camera.
Like you said last week, what you need is a monitor.
Yeah.
And you can sit there in the chair and monitor everything from there, can't you? We need to get your desk, Steve, don't we? A camping bit.
I might go and sit in the car a minute and go and do. I do enjoy watching it live as well, where you can see both.
These are a little practice for us. As we move towards the warmer months, we'll be trying to bring you as many of these head-to-heads as we can through as many of the regions that we can visit. So
the next planned one is the 8th, isn't it? Or, that's not to say there won't be any in between.
appears to be, potentially. Got the match between Artie Hilmy and John Alexander on the 8th, Bank Holiday Monday. So if the coronation isn't your thing, I think that's that weekend, isn't it, the coronation?
Yeah.
And you want to watch fishing, then join us instead. probably won't have quite as many viewers as the coronation, but
you, whether you want to watch fishing or people
like and subscribe.
prancing up and down on horses.
Like and subscribe, people. The content's free, it will stay free, and you'll get a notification when we do go live with any head-to-heads or other things. We've got some features planned. I was chatting with Stuart Bracey yesterday. I think he's still said he'd do a feature with us. Zach Warby said he'd do a feature with us.
There's fish to be
Bruno
mugged
Norman
here,
wants
isn't
to do another feature with us. So
there's a couple of fish, if not the same, in front of us, well muggable.
yeah, that ripple's just come back in front of
Yeah,
Ben, but
yeah,
he's gone out on the.
Get back on that pole.
He's back on the feeder at the minute.
No, the membership scheme's already live on our website. Worst case scenario, you're buying your ticket at £5 a month for next year's Super Cup, and hopefully I shall in a Zoom call tomorrow. And I mean, one potential bit of good news, I'm sure it's not a scam, but I had a call from PayPal at the back end of the week, and they're offering us a better deal on how much money they take. If I've understood it correctly, it's 2.9% down to about £1. Sorry, yeah, 2.90 is it, to down to £1.20 plus 30p card charge. So that's a significant savings, and that's all money that's basically going to stay in the angler's pocket, because obviously it's money that doesn't come out as a third-party charge from any, which is the only charge we do put for any of our competitions. Third-party charge on the transaction fee. So that sounds like good news. I say we're going to catch up with that tomorrow, get that all sorted, and maybe, although like I say, we have got a monthly payment scheme going, we want to get that into a direct debit scheme. That's correct, isn't it? So that's all. But it's all available there if you want to become a member of the Fishing Association. We've already had one or two. It's there, and if you start paying from now, you'll be fully paid up by the time the Super Cup comes around next year.
Just had a comment there from Tom Edwards. I thought you'd gone on holiday, Tom. Are you watching from abroad? Have I got that right? Go on, Jimmy, he says, as he strikes into another fish. So yeah, Jimmy is pushing away. This was to be expected, given the information we've been given from venue owner Dale. This is streaming live in the clubhouse, so hopefully we've got a little audience in there here at Floatfish Farm in Peterborough. I know one or two anglers that are fishing today and have also got it live on their side tray. So listen guys, all the audience is appreciated. We really do appreciate it. Like and subscribe to the channel.
Where are you drawn, Andy? Did you say you're on Horseshoe? Let us know where you are, where you're listening. No. That's always be useful, isn't it? Where are you watching from?
So it is expected that Ben's area of the lake should pick up at the latter part of the match. Be interesting to see how it unfolds. 2 hours in, 4 hours to go. We'll be live from 10 till 4. Andrew Mann, go on Jimmy boy, he says. Great match coverage. Thank you very much. So the more you like and subscribe to this, the more we'll do it. And the more regions we'll visit, and the further afield we're prepared to go. Certainly as we move through our competition, the Fishing Association Super Cup, and it'll obviously get more and more exciting. Andrew's come back to you already, look.
Where is he?
15 willows and he's struggling, but he's got us on his side tray and he's watching. Ben's sat on the beach in Benidorm. I hope you're enjoying it. Sorry, Tom, sat on the beach in Benidorm. I hope you're enjoying it, Tom. Another fish in the net there for Jimmy. Mark Gillibrand, Preston at home. Let's just log that one for Jimmy. So Simon Spinks sent us pictures of him in Where was he last week, Steve? He's been two or three different places, hasn't he?
You what?
Simon Spinks.
He's travelling all over the world annoying me. I mean, having a good
Keeps sending us pictures of beers by the pool, doesn't he?
It last year, mate.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Feel free to send us a picture of you holding a beer by the pool, Tom.
I'll give him a dig as soon as I see him.
Yeah.
We've been sat here freezing our extremities off, our peripherals.
Yeah. That's all you want to see, isn't it? Whilst we're hard at work here, talking nonsense about fishing. There's somebody in a foreign country sat by a pool
It's not
with a
even
nice
that
cold
likeable,
beer.
that's the thing, you know what I mean?
He did say he'd come and join us. But how do you think this is going to unfold, Tom? You probably know the venue. Mark Hillibrand, brilliant idea to do the live feed of the match, especially with the split screen. Thank you very much, sir. We are investing in technology. We will have more camera angles available shortly. Hopefully get a close-up on them pole floats
will be good, wouldn't
and rod tips, so you can start seeing the real action, picture in picture.
That was the first conversation I had with Dale when we got here this morning about, and we both definitely agreed on the money shot being the floats and the tip scope.
Yeah, I love seeing the...
Well, you're not used to it either, are you? So must be doubly exciting for you.
Love seeing the old floats go under and the tips go round.
Other people, you know.
Yeah, other people's, not mine. Yeah, doesn't happen, does it?
Says the man that's going, no, I'm going to be going soon. I know Cam's got a few coming up at Kingsland.
We'll start recording some of these soon also, and then we'll put a shortened version in. But for those of you that don't want to watch 6 hours.
How are we doing for time? Let me guess. Let me have an absolute guess.
Well, Jimmy's just into another fish.
I know how it was, because I think I've just seen my bit. Is it nearly 12 o'clock? Is it like 5 to 12? Yeah, it's 12 o'clock. So we're 2 hours in.
Yeah, 2 hours in, 4 hours to go. Mark's asking, who are you watching next on the match? So I think the planned next match that we're going to stream live, I believe, is on May the 8th.
Yeah.
And that's the bank. Is that the bank holiday Monday?
Yeah.
That is the bank holiday
that's
Monday.
At Partridge, but that needs to be confirmed with Partridge. Obviously, need to have their permission.
Just waiting for confirmation.
Which.
And that will be Arthur Hilmy versus John Alexander, who are
Barbara at Partridge,
good friends and have drawn each other. Jimmy's got another fish in the net.
I don't think they're good friends. I think they travel
together
a lot and they fish together and they spend. But I don't think they're good friends this week.
Are they not?
Not this week. Not what it. Some of the forfeits they've been putting up on their page.
Oh yeah, they've got right into the spirit of things. That not only are they going to fish their head-to-head, the losing angler, and we're now broadcasting this to everybody that's watching. Obviously, the losing angler then has to alter their. Is it their Facebook page or their
Instagram or Twitter?
Their channel have to alter the name of their channel to the other one's, to the winning opponent's decision of so they've been posting on Facebook as to what horrible names they can call each other after they've lost. So yeah, we'll have to follow that one eagerly as well. Essentially, listen, as we've always said with the Super Cup, as long as both anglers agree, you can do whatever you want. So we have got anglers that go out of the region, but it is discussed and agreed. We have got anglers that go to silverfish matches, but it is discussed and agreed. So as long as you guys communicate, you can do whatever it is you'd like to do. So and that is the good thing about our competition. You can even fish within another competition. So you could be on a Mava qualifier or a Fisho qualifier.
Double bubble, isn't it?
But
double bubble, oh mate.
Can't see past Jimmy, great peg with quality on it. So says Tom Edwards in Benidorm. as we're joined
Is that where it
by
is, Benidorm?
as we're joined by Josh Pace in the swim now. Are you going to come and have a few words, Josh? You've been sat behind Jimmy there for a little while. Is he? He's very happy, obviously.
Yeah. He's getting a few indications, catching fish steady.
He just keeps rotating, doesn't he? Changing his methods, and he just keeps them.
We reckon he's got 70, 80 pound.
Yeah, he reckons 70.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's gone into his second net, hasn't he? So he's being careful. Obviously, we've got the limits here, haven't we?
Has Ben had any on casters yet?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's caught. He has caught shallow on the long pole, but I don't know if he was fishing caster or pellet at that point.
Caster.
He started feeding caster.
He's feeding caster.
No,
Yeah.
knowing Ben, it's going to be casters, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, early on though, I think he's got pellet on.
Okay.
He's 35 pound behind.
Right.
That's the best call at 70 to 35, say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was just saying, you're live fresh from your match win against Martin Freeman, who's sat opposite Jimmy today.
How lucky can you get drawing a mug like Martin, eh?
No comment on that one, guys.
So Josh, as I said earlier, if you missed it, Josh has had to fish a preliminary round in the Cambridge and Northampton region. He's won that match. He's then gone on to win, and we're not just talking about the head-to-head, he's won the match outright. That was against
James Fuller.
James Fuller, should remember that, he's working for me next week, and doing some work for me next week, sorry James, and mine went blank, and and then on Thursday fished against Martin Freeman and won the match outright again, so Josh not giving anybody much chance.
He's intending on paying you, James, anyway, you can't even remember your name, eh? Don't take a cheque off of him.
Right, I'll go give Jimmy his drink.
Nice one, we'll catch up with you shortly. So pretty much what we thought, £65–70 maybe for Jimmy.
Has he got 14 fish now?
He's on 16 fish now.
16 fish, I don't know how big they are, but if they're all £4, and we sort of know they are, don't we?
Still a long way to go.
Oh,
just over 2 hours in, just under 4 hours to go. We'll be live here for 6 hours from 10 till 4, and then we'll have a short break as we normally do if you've followed us before, and we'll follow the scales round and weigh everything in live. So if there's quite a big gap between them actually, there's quite a lot to weigh in. I don't know which way they'll go round. We might have to take 2 breaks as we're going to be sat waiting for the scales. But we'll make sure you get all the information. That's the main thing. So Ben's fishing cast is shallow now on the long pole. He's got that ripple in front of him again.
You see, if we had a camera, it's probably too far away on it, but if we had a camera with a long lens, how good could we zoom in on what Ben's doing from here?
We've got a camera with a long lens, it just needs to be closer than 60 yards away.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
but if we were to zoom in with a long lens on the end of his pole, would we be seeing his float?
yeah, I should imagine so. When we got more cameras, they'll be positioned right next to the angler, and we'll have to have somebody.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're remote.
We'll have to have somebody on them, making sure they've got the best coverage. So.
But it's always good getting a head-on shot of them doing it, isn't it, as opposed to behind? Don't you think that the fact that you're head-on means you can scope across an area easier and zoom in? Whereas if you're behind, it tends to be a bit more. Well, you're too close, aren't you? You wouldn't. You'd be behind the bushes and down the edge and what have you. Ideally, you need to be filming off that island, don't you?
Yeah, I'll get a boat out there, shall I?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, if it's set out beforehand, it's easily doable, isn't it?
I like it.
Says Uncle Albert.
No limits to Steve. And what he wants to achieve. The wind's just picking up again. There's a ripple across Ben. Still a bit calm in front of Jimmy. He's still fishing the pellet wag long. Tom Cole though, way low numbers to high numbers. Yeah. Where's one?
Ain't this peg 3? Just to our right.
Let me see.
Isn't that 3?
Oh, we got pegged. So we're stood at peg 12.
12?
If they,
Yeah, of course, yeah, it goes that way round, doesn't it? What am I doing?
Yeah, so if he weighs one round, 1, 2, there's only 3 anglers. Oh, that's good. If he starts on peg 1 and weighs in round to that way, then that'll all happen.
Them two is minimal, isn't it?
That'll all happen fairly quick. So it looks like we'll probably weigh Jimmy Brookes in first, and then finish on Ben. That's not so bad because there's only 3 anglers between them that way round, and there's 19 if you go the other way round. So that works for us.
Jimmy's in again, isn't he?
Yep. Jimmy pulling away from Ben slightly in this early stage of the match.
Well, the thing is, Jimmy's sort of steady, putting 1 or 2 in the net, and he, what did we say, 2 hours in his had how many fish? Is this 17?
This will be fish 17 if he gets it in.
Ah, that's plenty of fish, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be 10 fish in front of Ben at that point.
8.5. 51. I suppose when you look at it like that, he's still on target for over £200, isn't he?
He's on target for a big weight.
Yeah.
Don't forget, guys, we'll be doing the guess the weight competition again. We just need to know who you think's going to win and what their weight is, and then the closest guess to that weight will win themselves a clicker, and we will send that out to you.
A green clicker.
It's a green one this week, yeah. But, still a long way to go, so get your guesses in at the end. Like and subscribe to the channel. We're going to be doing more of these head-to-heads in as many regions as we can as we go through the competition. We might even venture out and film some of the other competitions, mightn't we? Or how our entrance into those competitions might be.
We'll film anything.
We've got some
legal
features planned coming up, and we'll obviously have coverage of the Super Cup semi-final, which will be at Marston Fields. What date, Steve?
Semi-final.
The semi-final at Marston Fields.
Hang on a minute.
Roughly early.
It's 2 weeks before.
And
2
then
weeks before the final, isn't it? So about the 3rd of September, isn't it?
early September we'll be at Marston Fields, whereby this year, if you win the semi-final, that is what the equivalent of last year's wild card. So we're not selling raffle tickets this year for a wild card into the final. The 21st angler into the final will be the person that wins the semi-final, and the semi-final will be made up of the 20 anglers that are region runners-up.
Yeah.
So essentially, if you make
The nearly men.
if you nearly get there and just fall short in that final, there's just that second chance for you to fish in the semi-final at Marston Fields, and then if you win the Marston Fields event, then you will become the 21st. So it's like a backdoor entry into the final. And then you were toying with the idea of the 20 largest weights, weren't you, Steve? To make it a 40-man final.
Yeah, we've got that amount of tickets.
So you could go out in the preliminary round, have the largest weight of the region, and still be in the semi-final. So
yeah, and I suppose what we're trying to do is encourage people to go fisheries where there are. I mean, there's people saying, oh yeah, you stand more chance if you go to the bigger weight fisheries. Yeah, basically, you know what I mean? We're just trying to encourage. It is what it is. You know, encourage people to
well, we had some
catch fish.
had some pretty big weights, didn't we, in the last 2 competitions?
Andy
So
Powell, weren't he the biggest?
was Andy last year's biggest, or was that the first year that he did with this?
Yeah, actually, could be like yeah, because it was the first year when Martin at CTTS did the prizes for that. That was good, wasn't it? Hey, free money.
So
Money from outside the sport.
yeah, money from outside the sport, and that's what we're trying to generate. So we
To do that, we need to provide something that's more entertaining, don't we? We need to capture the interest. I was speaking to a journalist the other day, fingers crossed they get involved. Once, like I say, I think a lot is going to pivot on this F30 style event that we've got. Listen, it might not be that, it might be something else. We might have to keep trying. But, you know, until we do try and have a go at it, we won't know, will we? But it would be great to get a bit of national interest involved on that, get it on YouTube and a bit of local news, anything like that. We need to, I suppose YouTube is the key, isn't it? We need to get it.
Well, just growing our brand and our awareness really, which is hopefully these videos is helping, and it helps if you like and subscribe and follow these and share these. Like I say, that'll allow us then to film more of them. And that will hopefully draw some awareness to the competition next year as well. And listen, everything's going to grow from now on. It's as simple as that. That's why we're investing all this time and effort and purchasing all this technology to be able to bring you these lives from all around the country. Mark, have you got any plans of doing an under-16 format? There already is one, sir, and there will be a junior event running alongside the senior event.
Well, we haven't had that bigger uptake, have we, for whatever reason, on the junior side this year. Maybe because we started to charge it as a membership and all that, because I wanted to try and get a certain amount together.
Well, the juniors that have already entered into the Super, how have you done it, Steve, this year? Did you say that the juniors that have already entered were guaranteed a spot in the final?
There's been very few like have actually deemed to have a membership. They're like our trusted star customers, and we'll look after them at every level that we can, and anything we do they will be involved in. But I suspect that the Super Cup, Junior Super Cup this year, because again, difficult one because of the area that it covers, I suppose, what have you, I don't know. But we'll still be running an event alongside the senior final, so we'll still need whether it be 20 juniors and 20 what the two categories like, so 40 in total, or 20 is it in total. So we will want some more anglers, and how we decide who they are, I haven't quite made up my mind yet. Probably speak to Dave Marshall about it, whatever. I don't anticipate there being any problem. We didn't have any problem the first year, holding just a raffle for people that want to get involved with it. But
the simple answer is, if you've got a junior that's interested in entering anything that we're doing, and there are junior events that run alongside everything that we do, and there is invitations that always go out, just get in touch, private message us, and we'll put you in touch with the chap that helps organise all of that. Some more guesses coming in. Tom saying £205 Jimmy. Albert Parker £236 to Jimmy. So as he's just hooked into another fish on the pellet wag. That's certainly starting to build that line now. He's definitely got fish out there, and that's building up quite well.
Ben isn't, is he? That's the bottom line, yeah.
Yeah, Ben's struggling at the minute.
And he's just slowly pulling away, but not to the point where it wouldn't take Ben long to catch. If they turned up, it wouldn't take him long to catch up, would it?
Alan Barker, Jimmy, £55. Do you think that's what he's already got? Mark saying Jimmy, £240. So long way to go though. As we've said earlier, Dale.
Jimmy's got £54 if they all average £3 each.
Yeah, he's got £50 in the net. He's already got 2 nets in. So he'll be looking towards, well, we'll see when he goes into his 3rd net, won't we? But chatting to Dale, the fishery owner, earlier, he did expect Jimmy's peg to go off early and Ben's peg to sort of draw in late. So
well, he expected Jimmy's to go off more than it has, though, didn't he, in fairness?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what Dale says. But
well, listen, 17 fish is already a big weight, isn't it, at the end of the day? So did he say the match?
I can understand why you're saying that, mate. Let's put it that way.
I couldn't catch 7 fish.
I can understand your thoughts on it. Yeah, well, like you say, we're not seeing anybody else be catching too many more, are we?
No.
I mean, in fairness, I haven't really taken any notice. I mean, they could we got £200 over there. If we, I think we'd have noticed, wouldn't we?
Fred Davis says Jimmy will have 276.
Stick to the snooker, mate.
Let's see. We're only 2.5 hours in. We've got
You
3.5
might
hours
be
to
right,
go.
Fred.
3.5 hours to go. There's a lot happening. A lot can happen in that time.
Is shepherd's pie, runner beans and carrots okay for tea, darling?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I'll be round later.
You'll be round later, yeah. You go on then.
Oh, Tom's decided to, Tom Edwards in Benidorm sent us a nice,
not pictures of sun and sangria again.
yeah, look, it's nice little video there of him on the beach with
Thanks
his
for
missus.
that, Tom.
Yeah, thanks Tom. Lovely, big smiling face at the end of it. Oh dear. Why is it whenever we're filming people are sat on a beach somewhere?
Lincolnshire folk, mate. And it's always Lincolnshire folk, mate. I tell you.
Oh, another message just come through. I like this one. As Jimmy hooks into another fish. Oh no, he's just pulled out. I don't know what happened there. They're getting distracted by the phone and disappearing off. I like this one, Steve. This one's good. Sean, great coverage, lads. Sorry I can't be there, but I got it on the big screen. The missus says, you sound like a professional, Mike. Steve, not so much. So, heard it there from the horse's mouth. Cameraman Sean there.
I'm just trying to get out of a job, mate. You know the old story, if you make a cup of tea badly enough times, they don't ask you again.
Bruno sat on 26J, so he's over at Pidley, at Rookery Waters, and he's got it going on his side tray. So you can even be fishing and watch this, can't you? Jimmy's just hooked into another fish.
You could.
Yeah, I've got plenty of time.
You keep leaving yourself wide open. They're just feeling sorry for you, that's what it is.
They're sticking up for me on the chat.
You're being assaulted. What do you reckon then, Ken?
Well, it's a one-horse race at the moment.
It is, isn't it?
But
it's not beyond
no, because
redemption.
them fish, if you come in the margins, they're like, can be a 2 or 3 double-figure fish. And you need some fish now, though.
Well, Dale seemed to think like he expected Jimmy to go off, but probably more even than he has done.
He's caught quite a lot of fish now.
He is starting to build it up now.
18 he's got, isn't he?
Yeah, he's getting regular bites now as well off of a method, whereas
He got £80, hasn't he?
Ben's still rotating his methods to
What do you
find
think
the
the
bites.
average size of Jim's fish would be?
On the pellet waggler, they've been smallish, £3.
Oh, right.
But 1 or 2 on the, sorry, the other way around, on the feeder, they've been £3-ish. But the pellet waggler ones have been bigger, but it's not consistent pellet waggler at the moment.
No.
Whether it's the weather or what.
I like this. Fred Davis made the guess weight of 276 pounds, but he's then just commented to say that he might have underestimated the way Jimmy's catching.
Yeah. Tell you, Fred, stick to snooker. What? You don't even know who Fred Davis is, do you, Mike? You're not old enough. Ken knows.
Is he Steve Davis, Dad?
No, Joe Davis's brother, wasn't it? No, ironically, it wasn't Steve Davis's dad, no.
Another fish in the net for Jimmy. Ben's just gone back out on the feeder, I think. Jimmy's in his third net.
But is Jimmy what's Jimmy's shorter line likely to produce like Ken?
It's not noted to produce.
No, that's right.
But at
Is
the
he
same
likely
time,
to-
He's had two big fish swirl.
Oh,
to
what,
his
short?
right.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, right in margin.
Right.
But to be fair to the bloke, he's doing right by ignoring that at the moment.
Yeah.
Cross. He knows what he's talking about, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got an idea, hasn't he?
So a pair of them are on informed pegs, but Ben's got no ripple, no.
Yeah,
But
look,
it could just switch on, couldn't it? Just like that. If it.
we have said that. I think that he does need that bit of
The wind
movement,
does turn
doesn't he?
here. Usually don't turn during the day at some stage, but
Yeah.
there's not enough.
But to be fair, speaking to Ben before the match, he said unless he gets a ripple in front of him, it's going to mess him up. So
I think he will rely on his margins and make him come out there fairly quick.
job to know, but you'd rather be in Jimmy's boots at the minute, wouldn't you? Scores on the board and all that.
Yeah, that pallet wag long for Jimmy's doing the business, isn't it? He's not stopped feeding it since he started, I don't think. And
Well, Ben had it. Oh, he did have one on the feeder, didn't he? His son can keep coming though.
well, as we sat filming last week here, Dan and Chris, Ben was fishing the golden reel at Pidley. He didn't catch in the first hour, I don't think, and he still had over a 300 pound. It's like, so it just goes to show what can happen. And then Steve, he was second in the match, Ben, and Steve Freeman won the match opposite Ben with I think it was 314 pounds, but then he didn't catch at the end of the match. So
it often changes around, doesn't it?
it's just it can happen. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel, guys. We're going to be doing loads of these head-to-heads throughout the summer, throughout as many regions as we can get to. So at the minute, we believe our next match-up will be Art Hilmy and John Alexander, potentially at Partridge at a qualifier in 2 weeks' time. That'll be another good one to watch. Fingers crossed. We are obviously dependent on mobile phone signals and everything, but it's done us all right so far. A new bit of equipment that we've got, and hopefully we'll get some coverage across for everybody to see. The more we build this up, the more we'll do it. And obviously the Fishing Association Super Cup format gives us that head-to-head capability of watching these two anglers the way we are right now. If you're new to the stream, we're watching Ben Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes in their regional head-to-head in the first round of the Fishing Association Super Cup. Kev Wilmot, £297 for Jimmy instead of a clicker. Can I win a day's fishing with Steve on the Neen?
He's just trying to entice me into swearing, that's all he's trying to do. And I nearly did tell him. Yeah,
Desired effect there, Kev.
Apparently there's some river out this way somewhere, I've never been to it, called the Neen.
You've never been to it, no?
And he's always comparing it to my beloved Nen. All it really goes to prove is the lack of education going on in Cambridgeshire.
I hope Kevin wins the clicker now, because he doesn't want it. He wants to give it up for a day's fishing with you.
Yeah,
so
no worries, right. See if you can buy him off with tackle. I don't fancy it. I don't fancy the abuse.
James Flynn, great coverage, much appreciated. Thank you very much, sir.
Pleasure.
Oh, check us out, look, Steve. We've just rocked over the 1,300 subscribers on YouTube. That makes me happy, I can tell you.
Yeah, I know it does. You're a little bit obsessed with
I like my statistics.
Subscribers. And yeah, no, damn right.
I like my statistics on YouTube. Listen, the bigger we make this, the better it'll be, and the more the more people watch this sort of coverage, the greater the chance.
The better the coverage you'll get.
Well, the better the coverage you'll get for one, but the greater chance that we've got of then introducing external
payment systems,
sort of money into the sport, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get more money into the sport. We're trying to not make it so that your entrance fee is what you're winning. We're trying to make it so that there's more than that. We're trying to make it so, we might not be doing a very good job sometimes, but we are trying to make it a more professional outfit at the end of the day.
At least we're doing a job, mate.
And we're doing it with peanuts at the minute, so hopefully we'll get better. And maybe we'll get some people stood behind the camera that actually know what they're talking about.
Well, it don't matter, because we enjoy doing it, don't we?
Well, if nothing else, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? Listen, I'll keep doing it if people watching. If people watch, I'll keep doing it. So we'll get more cameras, maybe a drone. We'll certainly have some more coverage for everybody.
Well, I suppose by entering into these things, getting involved, you realise along the way the shortcomings that we've got within the sport, the things that started off with a mission 3 years ago, and a sort of a bit of a blueprint and an idea of what you're trying to want to achieve, which, like I say, was always about bringing in extra money in. But then, of course, you have to learn how to best do that, and it's been a steep learning curve, as they say. But I'd like to think after sort of 3 years or more now of being involved with doing this, that we've certainly got an idea of what we need to do to achieve the targets we've set ourselves.
Well, wouldn't it be great if in 10 years' time we could say that there are professional anglers that don't have to have another job? Their profession is angling.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, like every other professional in their sport.
What I'd like to see, my latest thing, is that in a few months' time, after we've ran the F30, there's a massive influx of people with phone calls that are saying, oh, I want my son to be involved, or somebody, I want to do that. And not just, it's not about kids. Even an old boy that hasn't done it for a while, that suddenly they've got access back into the sport. What I'd like to be able to say is that because of something we did, there was a massive turnaround in people's thoughts on fishing and getting involved, and we could look forward to in 20 years' time there not being virtually nobody left apart from the elite few doing it. That it was actually a sport that was on the improvement rather than the wane or the decline. And that's become the mission as far as I'm concerned. So, otherwise, it's absolute fact. Everybody knows it. 20 years' time, if nothing's done, if we don't change that curve, get it going in the other direction, it's going to become even more marginalised. Yes, there'll be people still going. Yes, there'll be people still fishing for England, but it'll be on such a much smaller scale. And again, then you've got the 20 years after that, and well, it just ends in disaster, is the bottom line. And you know all about that, don't you, with the pigeon racing, Mike? Well, it's true, isn't it? Yeah. You know what I mean? Unless something's done, unless it becomes appealing to the the next generation, it just by definition, it has to evolve.
So those of you that don't know what the F30 is, it's going to be our little testing competition. Well, it's not really a competition, it's something we're going to organise to begin with, just to see what sort of coverage we can get from it. It's going to be a different format in match angling. It's going to be shorter matches, there's going to be knockouts, fish counting or fish weight. I think Steve's leaning towards the fish counting sort of side of things, and we'll reduce down as we knock people out. So just trying to bring that sort of appeal back into match fishing again, without it having to be these long 6-hour matches that sometimes people don't want to watch.
Which is exactly what T20 cricket did for cricket, hasn't it?
Which is exactly what T20 cricket did for cricket.
Yeah, people don't want to sit for 5 days watching a test. They're lessons that are just become apparent to me as a massive cricket fan, and that's how they save their sport. And you're just applying the same sort of ideals to that. And again, kids these days, their attention span, it's different to the way we were. We were happy playing across the fields, but we hadn't got all the stuff that they've got.
I think Jimmy just lost a fish off the side of the island, and he's fishing quite close to the left-hand side of this island.
What we need to do is we need to make the sport understandable by people outside of it. We get it, we do, we know, we're all sold on the idea, but we need people to be able to watch it on telly, watch it on YouTube and go, bang, I want to go at that, I can do that. Yeah. And I think we've got a format, I really do. And I'm just hoping that every man and his dog picks it up, tries to copy us, and do all that, and do their own thing, whatever it takes. But the bottom line is we need new people to come into the sport, otherwise we're on a highway to disaster.
Well, we're not only trying to save it, we're trying to make it into something that's a professional sport.
It's not saving it, because it'll dwindle on whatever happens, won't it? Do you know what I mean? There's still people racing pigeons, etc., but it just becomes more marginalised and less people doing it, and the elite doing it, and that's how it's becoming, and more expensive. We need to make it accessible, we need to make it watchable, we need to make it understandable, and I just think that what we've come up with is quite exciting. Ironically, the traditionalists within the sport, there'll be a massive wave of people not liking it because it goes against what they're used to. Much the same as cricket. Again, there's still that body of people out there that absolutely loathe and despise it, yet the reality is it's saved the sport, the part of the sport that they love. But they won't admit that, but we're not about getting people to admit things, we're about changing things.
I think Jimmy's just lost a second fish off that snag on the island. I don't think he's hit a snag. I think he's had a fish and it's took him round it. I might be wrong. He's just changed the waggler. Yes, I think he was fishing the method feeder to the island, but there's a snag just off the. He's obviously trying to get as close as he can to the island with it, and I think it's just a snag there that he's caught, or fish has took him round a couple of times. But
I think that Dale made some really good points this morning as well, talking about the idea of fishing and the fact that head to head, although it's not like a game of table tennis where they're actually playing directly against each other, they're heavily reliant on their own performance.
Yeah.
And that makes it very much akin to that of darts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's slightly irrelevant what the other person does. It needs to be more marketable. That is the bottom line. The more marketable it is, the easier it is for people to follow, the more money potentially can come in from the outside.
Well, if anyone wants anything trailered within these head-to-heads, we've got the facilities to be able to play adverts. We're going to start creating our own, because at the minute we're struggling to get any coverage or anything, or sort of any films or trailers for anything.
Vehicles, aren't they? All of these are vehicles to be able to bring in money from the outside.
Yeah. So, but we're going to start creating some little trailers for the venues that we're visiting, and then obviously we can play that as an advert within our coverage. But if you've got anything that you want to help, or if you want to get involved, or you want to put something on here, then get in touch. We're always looking for volunteers. We all volunteer to do this.
If there's anybody out there watching and thinking I shouldn't mind popping down there and having a word with them, but now I don't want to interfere, do.
Yeah, come and say hello. We've been fortunate enough to get enough sort of coverage on the YouTube channel now that it's monetised, but that'll all be invested back into the equipment that we need to travel the country and get some more coverage of anglers fishing against each other. So
we're going to be operating in loss for a while yet, aren't we, mate?
For a long, long while.
I know I am.
But listen, we're just trying to build this thing up again after the first
just
inaugural
hope the
year.
missus doesn't leave me, that's what I'm hoping.
We want to see this to be, well, it's the only format that has an unlimited potential prize pot, because all the other formats are limited by the number of qualifiers they sell, whereas we're limited by the number of people that enter, and there is an unlimited amount of people that can enter.
Well, they're not limited actually, are they? They could put more money in, couldn't they? Let's be fair, like, being honest about it. I'm assuming that money's paid to somebody for the filming rights for Fish Show final, except I'm sure money changes hand there, so there is potential for more money to come off all events, to be honest with you. Sorry to say it how it is, but you know.
Yeah, but what I was saying was, if we just prevent Ben from going live on toilet. Bless him.
I stand by what I've said, and I've said
got a wee little bladder.
Anglers get very little to nothing. Very little to nothing, and yeah, I suppose that's understandable because
no, listen, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get money from outside of the sport invested in. We're trying to monetise things so that we can invest money in, and essentially next year's Super Cup, listen, we get 1,000 people in, £60,000, we're back to number one. You know, we get 1,500 people in, that's £90,000. You know, and we're back to the largest paying competition in angling. That's the whole point. This is to raise the awareness around all of this.
430 loyal customers, loyal people that absolutely love it and want to be involved in it and enjoy every aspect of the nature of the competition and everything we're trying to do. That's a good start. That's a lot of people, that's a lot of voice, and that's a lot of opinion.
Yeah.
That is. And it's voice like that and opinion like that that can change our future. It's a good party, if nothing else. 500 people, isn't it?
Well, still 20 odd £1,000, and that's nothing to be sniffed at, is it? Don't know many
Value
people.
for money wise, it's not, because all the money, apart from, like I say, the PayPal fees that we charge, which is out of our hand, apart from that coming off, all the money goes in the kitty. It just doesn't get better than that. You're not even having to pay for a peg fee as such, are you? Other than the one that you would have paid for going that day anyway. So value wise, it's streets ahead of anything else. Streets ahead.
Jimmy's just gone back on the method feeder to the island, and Ben's fishing, I think he's fishing casters shallow at long pole, so yep.
But to be able to get more money in from the outside, still you don't need more money, you just need more people at the moment, don't you?
Well, we want to build it, that's the whole point. We do want to build it, we want to make it better, we want to be able to contribute towards making professional angling. Professional anglers that are paid to be anglers. That's what we're trying to do, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's plenty of people that almost fall into that category anyway, but they usually have to work another angle, don't they?
Yeah, like Jamie Murray doesn't go and do scaffolding during the week, does he? Jamie Murray's a world-class tennis player, and we want to have world-class...
I thought you was getting Jamie Murray confused with Jamie Hughes for a minute. You had to pick a name like Jamie, didn't you?
All right, and any other angle. Yeah,
ironically, you said that, but Jamie Murray does do a bit of scaffolding on the side.
Oh, does he? Him and his brother?
Him and his brother Andy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, McTavish Scaffolding it's called.
On the Flyer TV, give us a mention, come on, let's share our audience. Good afternoon to you, sir. As Jimmy's into another fish.
Judy Murray does a bit of hoddying as well, doesn't she? I think?
Oh, does she? She mixes up and does the hod carrying, does she? It's not such a bad thing to want, is it, guys?
She's built like a hoddy, isn't she? Like, they're always thin, aren't they? Up the ladder like her, but I never took to it. I had to rely on being able to talk the brickies into it was going to be raining soon. The fools put me on day rate and they were on piecework.
Jimmy into another fish. Is that one going in the net? That was on the feeder to the island, I think.
Right, I am going.
Some of these have given him the right royal runaround. Are you going for a break, Steve?
Well, no, I'm going to go and sit and I'm going to go and watch it.
You can do your nails? Is that what
well, I'll get involved in a bit of the commentary. I can see what's going down and...
Fair play, mate.
Yeah, see if I can win that clicker under a false... I've got a catfish account where I'm going to win the clicker.
Why don't you go on to, when you're in your car, go on Facebook and tell more people that we're live on YouTube covering the match right now.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You could do that as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, could do that.
Try and divert some more coverage to the old channel.
Yeah.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, give us a few minutes. Because I quite enjoy going and watching this live.
Fair play.
Yeah. Especially when that idiot commentator's not there.
Oh, does he upset you, does he?
Yeah, it's perfect for me.
The potty mouth one,
It'll get good now, I'm going to watch it.
Steve's just off to investigate the back of his eyelids for a little while. No doubt he'll be back shortly. Jimmy just slings another fish into the net. Either he's got small net or that's big fish. I'm guessing they're big fish. Getting to the point of the match now where I do want to kind of see a response from Ben, if he can. He's not panicking, I'm sure. I think he knows if it's going to come good at the end, he should at least draw some of them fish back. Jimmy's fishing a blinder to have 20 fish before the halfway stage, and they're big old fish here. I don't think it's the sort of weight they would have sent out of here for a little while. They have had quite a lot of matches on here. I think he said 13 in 13 days. This is the 14th match. So it's a popular venue. But them fish are still feeding. Anybody else outside the UK watching? Not just local celebrity Tom Edwards in Benidorm. Like and subscribe to the channel, guys. You'll get notification of when we go live, when we put a new video out. We've got more head-to-heads like this planned, features planned, coverage of the finals. We might even cover some of our attempts at winning someone else's competition. And we've got our new format, the shorter, what Steve is now calling the T30, coming up in the summer. It'll be a summer thing because it's all about catching fish. It's going to be a revised format to match fishing, shorter matches, knockout rounds, where you literally lose people throughout the match until we get our winner. So it's just our little attempt at trying to draw new people into the sort of match fishing world. I think Ben would like to get a fish under. I don't think he's had a fish for a little while. Jimmy's just still... I whinged it on for him, look. Oh no, he's lost it. I whinged it on for him and then he's lost it. I bet he's a bit up against it, and hopefully if he doesn't let it get to him, hopefully Dale's predictions will come true and we'll have a bit more of an exciting finish to the match. As we spoke about this last week, we obviously watch these and film these from an impartial point of view, so for us we want things to be nice and even and close, but everybody watching, you might have a favourite. You might be Team Ben, you might be Team Jimmy, and obviously to see Jimmy go, if you're Team Jimmy, to see him go stupid in front would obviously mean more to you guys. Maybe that's more exciting for you. You can get involved. You don't need to submit your guess the weights yet, but if you want to submit a guess the weight, we need to know the name of the winning angler and the weight you think they'll have, and then the closest weight will win a clicker, and we'll get that sent out. Last week's winner, if you're watching, I've been in the shop this morning and purchased some of them, so we'll get them sent out at the earliest opportunity. It is on its way. Week one's winner, who the first head-to-head we filmed in this format, Andrew Gorsden, he came to the lake and collected his clicker last week, so I wonder if he's using that today. He's already been making some posts in the comment section below. He's watching whilst he's fishing. I think he's round at Decoy Lakes. John Harvey, they are at 2 islands, Float Fish Farm, Peterborough. Ben's drawn peg 20, Jimmy's drawn peg 8. So we have been fairly limited to filming around the Cambridgeshire region, that's where I live. But as we go through the rounds now, we're going to start venturing further afield. These early head-to-heads were just a bit of a practice for us. We've got new technology, new cameras that we want to try out and use. They seem to be doing the business. People seem to be liking what we're doing, so as we go through the rounds we'll be covering more head-to-heads in more regions, and we're going to try and get as far and wide as we can. If you like and subscribe to the channel, that'll obviously help us to do that, and it'll give you a notification of when we do go live. I've got noisy geese. Jimmy just struggling that snag on the island again. Don't know if he's hooked a fish or hooked the snag. I'd leave you guess the weights to the end, but you will need to post them on the comment section before we finish the live, else they don't get recorded. After the match finishes, we'll take a short break whilst we wait for the scales, and then we'll follow the scales, and we'll return live and follow the scales round and do the weigh in live. I think Jimmy's managed to get that one out of the snag. Another one in the net.
I'll take football weight behind it and weight the rod. He didn't hear me, obviously. No, I didn't hear you, thank you. What?
There are several matches taking place around us today. You can hear a bit of banter off the lake behind. And we've got a specimen lake behind us as well. So you might even hear the odd alarm go off. Jimmy's still sticking with that feeder to the left hand side of the island. Keeps priming his pellet wag line. He has caught long pole shallow, but most of his fish have come off those two lines, those two long lines. Ben's caught short, he's caught shallow, he's caught one off the island on the feeder, but it's a little bit slower around his side of the lake at the minute. So the Dale, the owner, he sort of predicted that as he was talking to us just over an hour ago. But he does think that the back side of the island there where Ben's drawn will improve as the day goes on. That'll hopefully give us a bit more of a competitive match. Obviously Jimmy's building his lead now. 21 fish to 7. So this matchup is worthy of a region final, let alone a first round. But there's some pretty big names in some regions, so it's inevitable that they're going to meet. Jimmy last year made the Maver final and the Fisho final, so he had a great year. Ben is locally, he's won, well, he's here at Floatfish Farm. There were 2 festivals, 2-dayer and a 3-dayer last year. I think he won both of them. And in his leg of the UK Champs at Rookery Waters, he won that as well. There's some great coverage of that if you want to watch that on YouTube. I think On the Bank covered that. So neither of these anglers are shy of catching fish. Be interesting to see how Ben reacts as the day goes on, whether he decides to try and push it. So Liz, his wife, is sat positioned behind him, so I'm sure she's keeping him up to date with how things are panning out in the match. Get involved, guys. You can drop your comments in the comments section below and we can see them here live by the side of the lake. Hope you're enjoying this. Ben would be happy to put another fish in the net at the minute. He's just lost one, but it's been a little while. I think he knew it was going to be slow at the first half for him. No doubt Jimmy's getting some well wishes on his phone there, as people let him know what's going on. Although he's also got Josh Pace up behind him, keeping him informed. Match fishing them all. What's Jimmy on now weight wise? Well, 21 fish. They can average some fairly big fish in here, so if you said £4 I guess, between 4 and 5 pounds, he's going to be 90 to 110 I guess, but some of them were a bit bigger and some of them were a bit smaller, so we're at the halfway stage. 3 hours in with 3 hours to go. We should be live until 4 o'clock. 6-hour match today. More guesses coming in. Alan Barker's on Wasborough Res near Barnsley and the phone's on his side tray. So that's great if people are watching whilst they're fishing. I think that's brilliant. Darren Lindley, Jimmy to win with £185. If he keeps catching, he's going to be up there somewhere. He's in again. He's fishing the method feeder tight to the side of the island, and then he's feeding sort of 20 yards off the island, no, 10 yards off the island, the pellet for the pellet wag. He's just fishing one, priming the other. Pacey pacey, he's got 100, so that's Josh sat behind him. So we think Jimmy's on about £100 then. Well, I said 90 to 110, so I'll take that as a victory. Steve watching in the car. Probably listening, not watching. Examining the back of his eyelids. Another one in the net for Jimmy. If he keeps going like this, he's going to have a monster weight, which is always good for watching. Pellet wag definitely doing the business. Like I say, just switching and changing between that and the method feeder. He's got the wind just blowing off his shoulder. Rob Hodgson reckons Jimmy will have 218. That's a good shout, Rob. Ben's just gone back out on the feeder by the looks of things. He did say early on before the match, like I said, if he hasn't got a ripple above him, oh no, he can't do much by the looks of things. He did say if he hasn't got a ripple above him that he'll struggle. And he'll probably be aware of what Jimmy's having, so he'll know he'll have to push it hard at the end. Still only halfway. Lots can happen. Make your predictions and stick them in the chat. Jimmy at the minute is just clinical.
unless you're on Facebook, you know, I'll have it, you know, go and pick it up at 12 o'clock.
Got them fish in front of him, and he's just mixing it up to the right ratio, resting it, changing lines, and he goes again.
He went, oh, they only put an additional 400 quid in. How about you send me it and I'll put it in? Wait, hey, do you think
That's the feeder to the island again. So he just rests his pellet wag line, feeds it, drops on that feeder chuck. Nathan Gilbert, Jimmy must be close to his 4th net. I reckon he's got 135. Oh. So Pacey is Josh Pace, who's sat behind Jimmy at the minute and reckons he's got about 100. So Mark Wrighton thinks Jimmy will have 243. I think Jimmy's gone into his 3rd net already, so £50 net limits here. Up to 55 you get knocked back, over 55 to 60 you get double the weight removed, and then over 60 the net's removed, or the net's disqualified, not the angler, the net. These fish don't half fight hard. Another one in the net for Jimmy. Ben's just looking down his edges. Maybe priming them up for about half an hour to an hour's time. That could be a game changer. Just need something to give him some regular bites at the minute. Jimmy's gone back out on the feeder. Priming that pellet waggler line. You'll notice he's feeding that all the time, even when he's fishing it and he's playing fish. He just pauses, keeps that bait going in whilst he's playing the fish. He's just got that feed constantly falling through the water. Three hours in, 3 hours to go. Jimmy's just caught up on that snag again. That's just causing him a few problems, that snag. Cool, it's got him good and proper that time. I think he'll be Happy if he pulls that snag in with him at one point. Ben's still feeding that shallow line. Cast is shallow, long. I think if he gets a ripple, there was a few fish showing around the island, so if he gets a ripple there, he's got a chance of drawing them off. Maybe getting a few in amongst that feed.
How many you had now, Paul? Who, me? Yeah. 6. And lost? 4. What many you had? Me? 4. 3. How about 4? 4 30 pounds. Oh, okay, I got 6 for about 32 pounds.
So all the lakes being used today here at Float Fish Farm in Peterborough. We've got other matches going on around us. There's some pleasure anglers, there's some specie lakes. Elaine and Dale have rigged up a television in the clubhouse so people can come down and watch. There's food and drink down there. They've got the tackle shop also. Dale come and spent some time with us earlier. Give us a bit of an insight into certainly this lake and the other lakes on the complex. He's got it. Seems to think that Jimmy will catch well early and then Ben will catch well late. So, not doubting that man for a second. I'm sure he knows this place through and through. So maybe Ben will have a chance in the last part of the match to close that deficit. At the minute he's cut 7 fish to Jimmy's 23. But these 2 lines for Jimmy have just kept producing. I can actually see fish rolling in the feed. He's got fish rolling where he's feeding his pellet wag. That's incredible. These are practice runs for us, these first few head-to-heads. We are going to get more cameras, more transmitters, more receivers. We'll have some more options for you. Be able to cover from behind the anglers, floats going under, tips going round. As we go through the summer, things will get better and better. We'll get more lenses for the cameras, and we'll just be able to show you more and more information. And we think that's key with the scoreboard style to draw people in and watch these things and enjoy them. Let us know what you think. If you've got other ideas, tell us. We're interested to find out. If you want to get involved, if you want to help, if you want to volunteer with the rest of us, come and talk to us, send us a message. But we're enjoying doing this, and hopefully you're enjoying watching it. In another little quiet spell. We tend to get these in the middle of the match. Both anglers working hard, changing things just to try and keep the bites coming. Ben's having another look short. Looks like he might be throwing meat short. Primed his edge. Did you see him prime the right edge? Looks like Jimmy's just picked up the pellet wag again, where there was fish rolling in his feed. A fair sized carp rolling in his feed as he was catapulting it out. You can see his float. It's the fish swirling in the feed that was the thing. Hi Dale.
How are we doing, Michael?
Not too bad, sir.
What's
Not
the
too
score
bad. So Jimmy's definitely pulled away. Jimmy's got 23 fish to Ben's 7. Ben's struggling.
Ben's not had a one for a while then.
Ben's not had fish for a little while for one. But hi Elaine. Ben's not had a little fish for a while. He's lost one. But we were just saying, going back to what you were saying earlier, sort of the back end of the match for him might be better, mightn't it? So
Might be. If he can get him in the edge.
yeah. This is the thing as well. He's just not had the wind. He's just not had the wind.
It's key to that head.
Jimmy's
Yeah.
a pellet waggler.
Jimmy's alternating everything between. He's been feeding that pellet waggler, and I've been sat watching fish roll in the feed.
Yeah.
So he's got fish out there, but he's left them and he's just fed them, and he's been dropping on to his method feeder next to the island, resting the pellets, feeding, and then when he drops back on the pellet wag, he's just 2, 3 fish. Yeah, and then he rests it again, back onto the feeder.
Yeah.
He's a
So,
master.
It's not as good as it was when that other bloke was here.
what other bloke?
Me.
Oh,
Of course.
I've got loads of comments on here that says thank God he's
otherwise.
disappeared.
Yeah, no. Well, let's put it this way: there's nothing wrong with the job you're doing, anyway.
Yeah.
You'll be
That is
back
for
soon,
sure.
won't you, Stephen?
Well,
You'll be back soon
Yeah.
for the match.
yeah, 100%.
Afternoon, Chris Hunt. How you doing, mate?
He's pulling away. He's got another one on, isn't he?
There's some proper lumps going in. That was a big fish.
He's pulling away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's definitely given
He needs
a.
to make a move pretty quickly, don't he? Like, well, I say that.
I've just seen Ben. He's thinking. He's changed. I think he's gone meat short.
Changing tack.
Yeah, I
Meat
think he's
short.
he's
Oh,
put,
he's back on pellet wag now.
and he's
That's the
also.
one you've got to go with, pellet wag.
That's the method, I think. He's also primed his right margin. So and that's the first time I've seen him prime it. So
Margins. Do you
he-
think they'd be in yet?
well, he's
There's been a few fish coming on the margins,
Not a
but not a lot.
no.
Not a lot so far.
Well, he hasn't gone
I
tight.
think that
He
we
hasn't
weren't
gone
far
tight
wrong
in.
right at the very start, and it'll either kick off on his long line on them casters, or it won't.
That's
And I
really
think
his
that's-
gamble.
yeah.
I think caster shallow is the only thing that
That's going to get him out of jail,
Yeah.
And it
absolutely.
absolutely can.
Get him close.
Because if they turn up in the edge, they'll turn up in the edge
Yeah.
for Jim as well, won't they?
They will.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
will.
I don't think they're going to come in at the edge. They haven't done.
Not in enough quantity. He might pick the odd one or two
Yeah,
fish
it's
off.
the odd one or two.
But obviously another month, another 2 months, get June, July,
Yeah.
you can get them in the edge
Yeah.
queuing up.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's a bit early for that
Yeah.
now.
How's Martin Freeman doing?
No idea.
He can't. I don't know if he's catching because I can't hear him.
And that's usually a good.
Normally,
That's
you
usually a
would
good
normally
sign.
hear him.
I love a bit of banter with Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would normally hear him.
Well, I can hear him now.
Where is he?
Where
At
is
the
it?
other
24,
side?
23?
Yeah, I don't know.
Pete
just the
Clark's
other
on
s-
24, isn't he?
Yeah, Pete's next to him on
Oh,
to his
yeah,
right.
yeah, so-
Yeah, about right.
Yeah. Have you got anybody down in the clubhouse?
No, nobody's telly's all set up and nobody's in the
Is there
clubhouse.
anybody? Is it running? Is it?
It's running.
Oh,
There's been
what
as
you
many
like?
as 120 people watching at a time.
Yeah.
Eh?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we've got an audience. We've definitely got an audience, but we've actually got
It's going that way.
we've
isn't
got
it?
quite a few people watching whilst they're fishing.
Oh, I've got people
They've
messaging
actually
me
got,
saying, oh, I'm
they've
watching
got
it.
yeah, they've got their they've got their
We
phones
need to
on their
get
side
it so that
trays,
every
so-
Sunday morning or Saturday it's like tune into a match.
Yeah.
A
What
few
about that
people-
chap from Holland? There's a chap from Holland. We don't commented. We don't
Yeah.
get this. Great, you know what I mean? That's what you want.
Well, a couple of the anglers have messaged Elaine and said, can you go and get Dale to shut up? We're fed up hearing his voice.
I'm getting that sort of abuse.
I think we're all getting that sort of abuse.
See,
Yeah.
as soon as you're famous, you get abuse, don't you?
Some will like you, some will hate you, won't they? You know, that's what I'm sticking to anyway. You know what I mean? Otherwise,
They only come down here for Elaine, you know that, Steve.
I don't think
Match
so.
secretary and social secretary.
No, I don't think so.
I'm feeling that actually, if you'd never ever come down, and that'd be more of a. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah. They're not impressed by the work you do. Let's put it that way.
No.
You could just
He
turn.
does it behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
just
I mean.
out the
But
front,
you're front the shop, ain't you? Like
Yeah.
eye candy.
Yeah.
Definitely. We need birds on the
Oh,
scene
yeah.
without a shadow of
How,
doubt.
how often do you get called eye candy?
Well,
I
that's
don't
a
know, but
compliment,
you
isn't
can come
That's a
again
compliment,
anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, well,
Definitely.
everybody's
Yeah, take
somebody's.
that.
You're too right.
Yeah, it was Alan Barker here. I'm at Worsborough Res near Barnsley, and the phone's on the side tray. So people are watching whilst fishing. So
Well, a lot of our anglers are all fishing today, and they just said, oh, you know, we would be down here to watch it, but they're actually on a fishing match.
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot going on today actually.
Yeah.
I think.
So,
Yeah, but it's
on
a
a
shame we couldn't
Sunday.
get a few people in.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for taking the time and effort to set it up. And
No, it's there. We'll have it playing when the anglers come in the morning for their matches and that.
Yeah, it doesn't
yeah, you
really
can
matter.
replay it.
them
Yeah,
something
you
to
can
watch.
replay, can't you?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Give them something to watch.
Jimmy's giving a bit of a masterclass at the minute with the old pellet wagon.
The main thing is, there's an appetite for people that want to watch competitive fishing. That's the bottom
Absolutely.
line.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the bottom line, and it's always been about how we present it, how we
I
make
agree.
it 100%. It's
It
been
is.
like that since I was 15, 16
Yeah.
year old. I didn't know it then, but it's got to be. But there's an
You know,
appetite.
people that don't even fish here all the time, if I haven't put the results out by Wednesday night by a certain time, if I'm out with a family or something,
Yeah.
oh, what's happened to the results? Everything all right, Lane? And they're waiting
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
those
They're waiting
results
for
to
the
come
results
out.
to come out.
Honestly, they just do.
Yeah, because there, like you say, there is that interest. Because it's
And
not
then
just
your
who's
victory,
won.
not
You want to
like
know.
afterwards.
Yeah, but sometimes you
Can't
want to
Sorry, I
know.
forget.
Sometimes you want to know who's caught off what peg,
Yeah.
and whether they caught
Yeah.
better than you did on your like when you fished.
And
And
then that's
competitive.
where
Yeah.
the banter comes
yeah,
in. Oh,
yeah.
what happened to
Or
you
if you
the
draw
other
a peg,
How many
you want to
people
look
who
back
watch
through the
darts
results,
actually
don't you, and
play
say,
darts?
oh well, that done well this
They don't,
day.
do they,
Doesn't-
like-
yeah.
No, no.
Or snooker, do you know what I mean? We've all had a dabble at it, but
Jimmy
in
into
general,
another fish?
And I think the nice thing about this, I know 6 hours is a long time for people to watch, but they can come in and go.
Yeah.
But what they do get here is the real feel for it. Now, there's plenty of fishing videos out there. Ben, all the other guys, Guru, you know, Matrix, Preston, all, you know, doing this. Oh, we're going to fish them, show you how to
we're
fish the
gonna
margins today, or we're going to fish shallow. Now, those videos are fine, but yes, you see 20 minutes of them catching fish, but they probably sat there for
You don't
6
see
hours.
much of the
You don't
training
see-
on football,
no,
do
you
you,
don't
on
see
telly?
much of the
No.
other
You want to
stuff,
see
do
the
you?
match.
They might have gone out 3 times to film it and not caught twice.
And not caught twice, exactly.
And
So
all these people
this is
know
real.
that. This is
is real.
Anybody who knows anything about anything knows that we're on to a winner, and it's just a matter of making
It
sure
is,
we
yeah.
produce it. Because I don't think the sport will, you know, all these. I don't think it will diminish into nothing. I think we'll turn it around because I think it's got so much to offer,
I think so.
and I think there's enough
Is
clever
it still,
people to do it.
Is it still the biggest sport?
biggest sport in the world.
They sold,
Angling.
they sold just under 1 million licenses
They
last
say
year, didn't
pastime, don't they? They don't call it a
They
sport.
don't.
What we're trying to do is make it a
But
sport.
worldwide,
Yeah.
between freshwater, saltwater, game fishing, rivers, commercials, all around the world, it is noted as the biggest hobby, pastime,
Yeah,
sport.
yeah, because it just
in the world.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
And there'll always be an interest. People who've never ever caught
Another
fish,
pellet
you must
wag
get
fish
them,
there for
walk by,
Jimmy.
they
Yeah.
see something and you're drawn into it. It's just fairly
I
basic.
think the biggest thrill we get is when we get beginners come down. They come in the shop, especially the kids, come in the shop with mum or dad. Oh, we want to go fishing. We set them up with simple float on the bottom.
But
You can always
Scott is
kingfisher.
so good. He'll come and spend his day off. He'll come
Scott
and
will
spend
come
time.
and
He's so
help
good.
anybody. Lewis will, I will. I've just helped the junior on there, and he wasn't catching, fishing 2 foot deep, going for roach with a maggot on, banded hook, but got a single maggot on there. The band was bigger than the maggot, but we just put a few more shot on there. He got a stick float sticking 6 inches out the water, so we just shotted it up, moved in for 4 foot deep, put 3 maggots on there, out he went, bang, and the look on their face, or the buzz they've got when they
There's
catch
a lot of
a
natural
fish.
appeal to fishing. It just
Exactly.
works, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's,
but you're here.
Jimmy just making room for another net there,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You're not far out
he must be
of
thinking he's got
Peterborough,
close to 150 pounds.
but,
there is an attraction. I've always known there's an attraction. This has got more to offer than any other sport in reality. Once it's harnessed right, once it's
Yes.
it's the fact that it is so complicated that's making it difficult.
Yeah.
But once we get on top of it, once we catch up with
Yeah.
technology, I always sound like I'm on the sales spiel. when I say
This lake
get on this.
always looks a bit, well, all the lakes look a little bit bare at this time of the year. The reeds haven't come up yet, they're just starting out the
Well,
water.
coupled with the fact that we haven't even touched upon mental well-being in the tackling mines
Exactly.
and people like that. Once we get that linked up, there ought
Yeah.
to be a lot more money coming towards fishing. Do you know what I mean? And doing it, and it will. I swear it'll
We get
happen.
loads of anglers that will donate stuff. Everyone can fish. They take it, and Roy Bridson in Whittlesea, and give it to people that have got mental health or juniors. So it's brilliant.
Well, it's what I'm saying. It's not just about bringing juniors into the sport. Obviously, we need to do that. It's about bringing people that probably 70 or 80 that haven't done it for years and making it accessible, so they can see that they. Because you get out of the loop. People just don't know what they can do. There's loads of people don't know this is going on.
No.
Just up the road, same as us, loads of people. It's about presenting it, getting
But when
it out there.
we built these lakes, the one thing that was foremost in our mind was, can you park up behind your pegs?
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, I know it's very wet at the moment. We've had the wettest March and April on record for years and years, and the roads are awful. I think Monday we're starting to tarmac the main road in to get that right, and I've got waiting for 3 or 4 lorry loads of bricks to come in to fill some of these big potholes, because anything else we put in there just gets washed out. So we are on it, but the problem is every time we get the road scraped and dry enough to do something, it rains again, and then we can't.
You're on a situation where the last job you complete is going to be the roads.
It's
It's
roadways.
always because you need to, otherwise you'd be constantly working against yourself.
But we designed it, the lakes and that, so that I mean, normally all these banks are hard enough to drive on without doing any grass damage, and we always said we want anglers to be able to drive in here and park behind their pegs. We get so many 60, 70, 80-year-olds come along that really can't walk 50 yards with a big box. And there is so much gear these days, you need to be able to get close to your car. I like it, I like to back up to my peg.
Think about it. We're old people and we're getting older and the sport's diminishing. Yeah, you've got the traditionalists that want to cater for people walking across 3 fields to go on the river like we did back. But that's just not going to happen. Yes, it is.
Exactly.
It's great. It was great when but it's just not going to be the saviour of our sport. And I just wish more people that are set in the ways like that and actually look and think, do you know what? There's nothing wrong with commercial carp fisheries. Ultimately, they'll save us. Instead of having that dogmatic, dyed-in-the-wool, oh, it's got to be walk across 3 fields, else it's not real fishing.
It's not real fishing.
You know, and it's that mentality we're up against.
You know, and if I catch 14 ounces of roach today, I'll probably win the match.
Yeah, which is great, and I used to love doing that. I absolutely
It was
did.
a challenge.
But as you get older, you're not going to be able to do that because you're just not going to be able to get there. Whether they like it or not, the key to match fishing is commercial fisheries. It has to be
But
like
I just
that.
hope commercial fisheries, like us, and there's plenty in the country, I just hope they maintain the rest of it with the fishery. They don't just dig holes in the ground and fill them up with fish, because to me it's about the trees and the birds and the wildlife. I mean, we've got voles all over here, you know, and it's great fishing and seeing a
I didn't realise I was going to be commentating with David Attenborough where you started earlier.
But it is about the wildlife.
I'd have done my own work.
And a lot of fishermen say it's just lovely on the bank to have the ducks
It's
come
imperative.
up, or
It's all part
the
of it.
birds, the voles, and
All
seeing
part of
everything.
it. And all of
The
those
geese
things ultimately help
squawking
people
away.
on the rivers as well, because as much as it'll keep those avenues open as well, the tradition. It will keep
Yeah.
it open. It's what I say about the cricket side of it. T20 cricket saved cricket overall.
cricket.
It just has.
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you know what I
Speed
mean?
up the game.
And now it's turning around the old, and it's how it's
I
got
would
to
never
be.
have watched cricket years
Well,
ago, but I do
No,
now.
of course not.
T20 in one day, 50 over. It's changed the game so that it's become a spectator sport
Yeah.
over 4
You
hours.
can
or
take the
whole
kids
day.
out in the evening, watch a game of T20, being
Exactly,
back in time.
be back. But haven't you noticed it's also affected 5-day matches?
Yeah,
The batsmen are batting differently. The bowlers are bowling
Listen,
more aggressively.
Up
You know,
until this time last year, I wouldn't have been so sure, but having watched Test cricket change overnight because they've suddenly adopted the attitude and the skills that they've learnt off of this
of
other.
this T20.
They don't see that, the
No.
traditionalists,
No.
but without a doubt it has changed. I went from
That's-
thinking Test cricket is dead to suddenly, actually, it's going to become the big one
And
again.
that's why you're now getting exciting fifth days. You're sometimes getting matches, one in the first session of the fourth.
It don't
day.
matter, as long as it's
Doesn't matter,
exciting.
As long as it's exciting and close.
Yeah, it can be 20 days as far. I just like watching good cricket. Do you know, it's as simple as that. And people like going to watch it. People like to catch it in the crowd. There's no doubt about it. It's changed the face of a sport that I love, and I intend to try my best to make sure that the things that we should have learnt along the way will go alongside it. We'll see.
So any more for Jimmy now? Has he gone quiet?
No, Jimmy's into a fish as we speak. He's put one in the net as you two are having a chat.
Gassing.
Gassing, as I like to say.
Yeah, but these
Tony
things
Watling,
need to
great
be spoken
coverage.
about,
Really
don't
enjoy watching. Great information from the owner about the fishery. So thank you very much. Oh, Mike,
That's
I've got
a
your
relative,
landing net.
that
Yeah.
Definitely a relative.
Tony Watling, I know you're good for it, mate. Don't panic. Karen Smith, have you thought of doing a veteran over 60s competition?
We do.
So
Every week.
that was obviously directed towards us at the Fishing Association.
Wednesdays and Fridays.
But yes, if you get in contact with
Well,
Dale and
well,
Elaine and you're
usually-
local to Float Fish Farm, then there are some veteran competitions.
Wednesdays and Fridays.
If there's an appetite for something, we'd like to do it. It's just like I've said, even with the riverside, all of that. There's loads of competitions, but the reality is, one set of hands doesn't do, you know.
Can't do everything.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. But there is a market for it. It's often you see the opposition getting moaned at as well, even the angling trust and whatever. People are quick to, if things don't go their way, they're quick to sort of call it and jump in there. But when you actually, when it comes to them doing something about it, it's easy to knock somebody else's ideas. If you want to do that, join the opposition. That's what they do, isn't it? They have to come up with their own ideas. It's a good job to be in the opposition.
The wind's just changed direction, isn't it? Where's your... wind's just changed direction slightly. It's blowing more in Jimmy's face now.
Move round to west.
So that was the question I asked Mike the other week. How good is that turbine?
Delivers 20 kilowatts when it's going.
Which is plenty for a big old house, isn't it?
Oh, a lot of houses only have 10 kilowatts.
10 kilowatt, don't they? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's 20 kilowatts.
That's about 100 amps, isn't it?
Another fish in the net for Jimmy.
At the top of my head. But that's... Yeah. Oh, it's free, that's the thing, to a point.
Oh, we've got a proper
Yes,
goose
yeah.
fight in front of us now. Two locked in...
Oh, we've got a bundle going on.
That started, that's what that was earlier, isn't it?
Are you filming that, Michael? that bundle?
No, I've talked about it.
Or is she
I don't think
nesting?
it's a bundle.
Oh right,
I think
it's
something
more,
else.
yeah.
I think it's X-rated.
Yeah, oh right.
Let's just get a bit of that.
I think you might have to censor that.
Yeah, that, the deed's done, isn't it?
I think
Judging by the...
I think he's got his missus on there on the nest, and he's thinking, well,
Yeah,
if I get it up
not
on
that
the
old
nest,
chestnut,
if I
not that
get it
old
on the nest,
chestnut. Yeah, and
another-
the missus is saying, what was all that about?
What was that about? Don't you come near me.
Crikey.
Go now.
A lot of noise off the island for the geese.
One's plenty. He's full of himself, isn't
He is, yeah. So we're
Reminds me of
just
my
over
first.
3.5 hours in. We've got just under 2.5 hours to go.
Is Ben still on 7?
He's still on 7. Ben
He's
is,
died of absolute death for it.
he's
hasn't
just not had any wind over there, and he's struggling to get a bite. So he's,
I haven't seen anybody else. No, he's got another one, hasn't he?
26.
Jimmy's into another
26
fish.
is a good peg.
Yeah. I'd take it with me anyway. I love it.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah,
I love the fact that you can find what depth you like.
yeah.
You can sort of fish out further and still have full
You've got
foot.
a lovely pole spot on the left of that.
Yeah,
point.
there's a nice little hole, isn't
hole,
there?
hole
Yeah,
in there. to sit in.
yeah, it's a big old
Yeah.
buggers in there
But-
as well.
But depending on the wind, it's 26, 27, 28 great pellet waggler pegs. You usually catch a lot of grass carp in the middle and pellet waggler as well.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of grass carp. They tend to hover in the upper layers.
Do you have special requirements for your grass carp? Because they
Yeah,
can
you-
can half go bonkers on the bank, can't they?
Well, we don't have requirements for anglers because most of the anglers on here will unhook in the landing net. But they do tend to kite around and they do come in quite easily, but they sort of
They play dead afterwards, don't
yeah,
they?
and
They're
then
like-
then you
they
get them in
flop
the landing
upside
to
down on the
unhook
net
them
in the
and-
net, don't they?
and they go absolutely bonkers. But no, we are licensed to have grass carp here. You have to have a special license. Grass carp and catfish on site.
I remember
Wind's
catching
gone
one.
up a bit, but not
I remember
bad,
catching a
is it?
30-pound grass carp, and it, like you say, it came in easy. Got it in the net, got it on the bank. It went absolutely crazy. Snapped my rod in two.
Yeah.
When I put it back in the lake, it floated up upside down. I thought I'd killed it, but apparently that's quite normal. They sort of play dead, and after,
go off.
and then they disappear. Yeah.
I
So
think they use up a lot of energy actually getting in.
Yeah, and that.
They're very streamlined fish.
Jimmy there just getting another one in the net. He can do no wrong, and Ben can do no right at the minute.
Jimmy
I
again.
don't think
What's
Jimmy-
Jimmy up to?
Jimmy's got 28 fish now,
28.
and they're not little.
No.
They're
Well, he's
good
just steady
stamp.
as you go now, and he's chucking
Yeah,
out, and he's
yeah,
having
he's
one.
just gotta
Pretty
keep-
much how you.
He's just got to keep up with the pace.
I was just saying to Dale as he got here, as he was fishing the feeder to the island and feeding the pellet wag line, they were actually rolling on the feed. I could see carp rolling on the surface as his feed was hitting the surface. So he knows he's got fish there. But
And he'll just go out and pick them off 2 or 3 at a time. And
Yeah.
go back on the.
and that's what he's doing. He's catching 2 or 3 on the pellet wag, and then he's just dropping back on the method feeder. So
I think his plan there is by only catching 2 or 3 at a time. He's not actually letting them push away from him.
No.
Because so often if you
You
persevere
lose touch with them.
with the pellet waggler,
Yeah.
they'll keep backing off.
yeah,
You keep chasing them, then you get to a point where they've gone and they move over to peg 24 or peg 26.
Like he
He's-
just struck then. I don't know whether that's
He's
a
doing
sign.
it. Jimmy's playing a clever game there, just holding them there.
yeah.
Drop it up, bomb and
Well, he's
play
under
it
no
in.
pressure at the minute either, is he? Because
No, he's not
I'm,
chasing it.
I'm sure he's aware that he's in front, so he knows he's just got to keep ticking over now, and like you say, he doesn't want to push them off. So Jimmy's on peg 8, Simon. Welcome along. It's the first comment I've seen from you today.
Who's that? Simon Spink.
Yeah. Which country are you in today? Or are you actually back in this one? Shut them geese up. Yeah, I'd love to. Sorry, Nigel.
It don't sound too bad when you're listening to it. Well, I didn't think it did.
Don't worry, Darren. We'll take your guess at the end. Just get it in before the live finishes, and that'll be logged. You have to get your guess the weight in before the live finishes, though, because you can't make a comment on the video and afterwards. So
As long as you update your guest before the end, you can have as many as you like, as long as you make it.
don't tell them that, Steve, because they'll all make loads of guesses.
Yeah, Jimmy, Ben's in, sorry, on the
Hey,
phone. And this needs to happen and happen quickly, doesn't it?
that has been a long
Ah,
while.
there you go.
He's lost it.
Foul But
They're
fish there,
They're
yeah, that's right.
Fish there. Pole casters in now.
He's starting to feel it a bit now. You can see it. You can see
Sounds
it.
a bit
Yeah,
defeatist,
we've had a couple of hands in the air moments,
Pete, hello, mate. Right up in the corner.
Yeah.
but yeah, who can blame him? He's trying his hardest. But Jimmy's into another one.
Ben needs to be into one now straight away and all, because previously he's like hooked them and then they're sort of gone, aren't they?
Well, like we say, we know he can. If he gets some shallow on casters, you know he's going to be launching them in as quick as you can. But he can. He can certainly. Yeah. The trouble is, the wind's just changed direction. I actually don't think it's done him any favours. It's now coming from behind him, I think, slightly.
It's almost coming off of our right shoulder, isn't it?
He is sheltered from those conifers behind him, so. Yeah, the wind change hasn't helped him, I don't think. But then it might hinder Jimmy a little bit. It's more in Jimmy's face now.
Yeah, it's turned into a side wind for Jimmy, which might stop his pellet waggling a little bit.
Yeah, it's possible, isn't it?
I think Ben needs Jimmy's swim to die a death and suddenly start catching
And
himself.
it is possible, isn't it?
It can happen.
It can happen. But
It needs to be, like you say, soon, because 28 fish.
Well, we're seeing a master performance here on the pellet wag from Jimmy, aren't we, at the end of the day? For the time of year as well, he's just playing it just right, isn't he?
The lake's been fishing
doing exactly what you
wag
said.
for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
It started fishing halfway through February on the pellet wag. A couple of anglers that are noted for pellet wagging, Brian Wesley and Ted Rowe, came out here and suddenly had 130, 140 pound fishing pellet wag. And I said, well, how deep were you fishing? 5, 6 foot. But it just goes to show in that middle, the fish were not on the bottom at 12, 14 foot. They were halfway up, and they just wanted that bait hanging there.
Every dog has its day, that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to master all the methods, but those that just want to fish certain things, they have their days, don't they?
Yeah.
Where you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, but just sort of going back to exactly what you were saying, that Jimmy's not stayed on it and tried to take too many. He's just been taking a few and swapped and rested it and back on it and catching, and so yeah, for the time of year as well, he's got it cock on, hasn't he? So Nigel Fitzpatrick, winning weight is going to be Jimmy, 242 pounds and 3 ounces. Fairly accurate there.
Very precise.
Yeah, very.
Where did the 3 ounces come from?
Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't like
That's
to say.
a big weight. That's a big weight. 242 pounds today. 28 fish.
Well, that's fish number 29 just gone in the net,
Well,
and we've got 2.5 hours to go.
120 pound.
do you know what I mean? I wouldn't.
I think more 180.
Yeah, I do.
170,
Yeah, I think
180,
they're going to get thinner on the ground, don't you? And I don't think it's going to kick off for him.
Well, bearing in mind, there's only 300 pound of fish in this lake.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Each.
They must be getting thin.
It's certainly got the potential to be a right good hiding as well, isn't it?
At the minute, yeah, if things don't pick up for Ben.
It always amazes me with anglers because you can come on here and have 20 anglers. We had, I think one day last year, September, we had 22 anglers on here, and there was only 4 anglers that didn't have a ton. 4 or 5 of the anglers had 200 pound. I think somebody, I don't know, Ben or somebody had 280 or nearly 300 pound. But then the same anglers would come back a week later and they'd say, well, there's no fish in here. Nobody's had more than 70 pound. And they say, well, what have you done with all the fish? And they think we just move fish from one lake to the other. But, you know,
One thing for absolutely certain, human beings are fairly stupid most of the time. Speaking from personal experience, right?
I think it's just inherent with anglers, match anglers. They just like to moan, you know. And if they're having a brilliant day, That's great. But if they have an off day, they just want to moan. We have anglers come here, Steve. They moan about the weather than when they roll up. They moan about the pegging. Who's put that peg in? Why would you put those pegs in? Then they draw and they moan about the peg they've drawn.
Yeah, and
then
all of it's their own fault.
And then they get to the bank and they don't have a good day, so they moan about that. Oh dear, we have to smile because we see it all.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's not restricted to anglers. I'm pretty sure most people are like it. That's what we've got a government for, isn't it? So give people something to moan about as well. Give them the perception that's actually something that they're being led, so they can moan about it. That's what the opposition party's for, again, isn't it? To moan, to go, you know, it's all set up so we can have a good moan, I think.
Jimmy's into another fish. If this one goes in the net, it'll be fish number 30. So yeah, as everyone's predicting, he's on for a good weight. Sure he isn't moaning at the minute.
I'm sure Jimmy's not moaning. No. I don't think he was moaning when he drew peg 8.
Well, unless he's moaning of backache.
Yeah. Oh, he won't moan about backache.
Or arm ache.
Oh, no, when you're catching a lot of fish, you don't seem to notice.
No, you don't, do you? It's the same as the cold, isn't it? You don't notice the cold when you're sacking up.
No.
So I've been told.
I get cold.
Yeah.
See Jimmy just breaking as he's playing that fish just to keep that feed going in.
You see, all the Jimmy fans are absolutely loving it at the moment, aren't they? Same as if Liverpool was 7-0 up. You know, all the Liverpool fans would love it. And obviously all the Ben fans are...
Yeah, if you're Team Jimmy, then it's looking good. If you're Team Ben, then yeah, there's a few saddened faces probably watching this.
But that's the same with any sporting event. You know, there's no way you can be sure how it's going to go, and you're not going to please everybody all of the time. It's as simple as that. But some people like to see a good thrashing, don't they? And I say the Jimmy fans would like to see a good thrashing. If it was the other way around, the Ben fans would like to see that.
I think that's the wonderment of angling and competitions, because yeah, you can come out with the same skill set as somebody else, but there is that little
There's
element
always
of
a
luck.
little element of luck. Yeah,
Little
that's
element of
right.
luck. When you put your hand in that bag or somebody draws that peg out for you, there is that little element.
And that's
of
not
luck.
such a bad thing either, is
No,
it?
it keeps the sport interesting.
Yeah, it keeps more people involved.
It does.
The potential, it's...
Well, you come out with a good peg and you think you've got a chance, don't you?
I don't think it should be seen as a limiting factor anyway, do you? That's what I like about the Super Cup. The number of people I get say, that's not fair. I don't want it to necessarily be fair, not this particular tournament.
No, I mean, ultimately the cream will rise to the top, won't they? But, you know, you could have, England's number 1, 2, 3 here, and, you know, suddenly they draw Ben's peg, and some amateur that fishes down here 3 times a week on peg 8, draws peg 8, and think, you know, I've got a chance here.
And it happens by who does win, like, yeah, 100%. And that is that's a good factor about fishing. Listen, if we get it up to the elite leagues, things like that, that's different. You try and create even events, things like that, and to a large extent you sort of can, but we need to embrace all aspects of the sport is what we need to do.
Come on, Ben, you don't want to lose this one.
I honestly think he's committed to fishing that out now until it happens, almost.
He's rotated his line, he's changed methods just to see what's there.
It hasn't made any difference.
And he's not getting bites, so
rest.
now he seems to just be committed to sort of waiting to hope that they turn up on that line. He's feeding meat short, I think, and he's fed his edge, so he's got something banked for later, but as a sort of a change in option as such.
He's only going to pick up 20 or 30 pounds later,
yeah.
Really, at this time of the year. I would have thought. I think he really wants to turn up shallow, doesn't he?
Yeah,
yeah.
He has done since he got there, hasn't he?
And if they do turn,
the determining factor.
Yeah, if they do turn up shallow, you know he's going to put in a good weight. But that one's giving him a run around.
They could turn up in the edge, they really could. But I'm not sure he wants that. I think he wants them to turn up there, just to move that little bit, and that's it.
Yeah, some heavy old elastic, and there's lots of it out.
So,
Do with about 4 15-pounders on the bounce.
that'd be handy, definitely.
There's one in the net for Ben. That's going to
4
be
or
a sigh of
5.
relief.
4 or 5, nothing big. He
No,
must
it's
be on
not
quite
massive,
light-
but it's big
He
enough,
must
isn't
be
it?
on quite light elastic there, fishing so long.
I think they said he's on the green slick, the 16 to 18.
Well,
That's some heavy elastic.
He needs to go out and hook another one straight away, and then he's going to pick up and he's going to think game on.
Well, for us as a neutral, that would be more exciting to see a tighter match, wouldn't it? But like you said, it's if you're Team Jimmy, then you're going to be happy at the score line at the minute.
Watching fish get caught is quite good, full stop, to be fair. Just have one swirl. That could be. That's what he needs.
There's a bit of banter going around the lake.
You see, everybody watching is like now, the Ben fans are like, oh, it needs to go, it needs to go. I know they are, they're thinking exactly that. When I was over there, there was 120 people watching at a time. That's
What's that on Facebook?
Audience.
no, on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Yeah. Listen, we've only just started doing it. Like I say, once you get people's expectations up, you won't have to tell them to tune in. It'll be, oh, it's a Sunday morning match. It's what I'll go, if I go fishing, it's there. If not, that's what you need.
Well, we've got 2 Super Cup matches head-to-heads next Saturday.
Who you got?
I
Who's
don't
booked
know.
in?
Elaine knows. If she was here, you could ask
I
her.
think Alan Gallagher's booked in for one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know who's the
2
opponent is.
different lakes, I think.
It's Alan again. So I did see it last night, actually. I was going through it all. Can't remember.
But what we do, we like them coming down here. We like to give them the best chance. Because this is a club match, we've got no control, and there's 22 or something on this lake
That's right.
today.
You tried to
But
restrict,
Elaine
they
does.
can't,
Elaine does. As soon as there's a Super Cup head-to-head on a lake, she will restrict it down to 16 anglers. It just means that there are less poorer pegs in, really.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
she's good like that.
Yeah, no, excellent. We certainly appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, the anglers do as well. I know that the match last week, Dan Hardy and
Chris Barley.
Chris Barley was a nail biter, wasn't it? And they both drew good pegs. Peg 16's cracking peg, and
Yeah.
peg 31's a cracking
Chris
peg.
picked them both out at the start. I asked him,
Before
I said,
we even
where do you
drew.
want to draw? He said 31, 16,
Yep,
14.
yeah.
And I say
So
Dan
we-
went in and got 16.
16.
And, yeah.
Yeah, and so there was nothing in the pegs.
And
either.
none of us who know Chris was surprised when he then pulled out
Pulled out.
31. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, he can draw, can't he?
He can fish and all, mate, I
He
tell
can
you.
fish. They did
If
a good
he,
job. They both did a good job.
If he concentrated more on fishing and less on work, he'd be...
Unfortunately, we can't all do
No,
that,
no.
can we?
No, that is true.
I own the fishery, and I fished 4 times last year.
It does get you. Like my old dad used to say when he had the tackle shop, it stopped his fishing. It
Yeah.
slowed it right down. It does.
Everyone says to me, "Oh, I'd like to own a fishery. Oh, you can go fishing when you want."
Don't
yeah,
work that,
take
like
it from
that.
me 4 times in a year.
Yeah, no, it don't. Well, I haven't been doing a lot. We're doing this,
Exactly.
but I'm again not complaining because I do. I was saying to Mike earlier when I was coming this morning. I was thinking to myself, how do I feel about this morning? Am I looking forward today as much as if I was fishing? And the actual truth is, yes, probably I was. It was going to amount to the same sort of thing,
Yeah.
pretty much.
I like coming around and talking to the
Ben's
anglers,
in
standing
again, by
behind
the way.
him. Yeah, oh, that's good.
He's making a move, isn't he?
He's making
It's
a move now.
Well, if he's now got fish moving in front of him, can he
Now,
start?
this is what we want to see it turn into, isn't it? The gradual
he?
closing of the gap, and then
Can he
where
bring
to
it back? So you called it early on, Dale, didn't you? You said Jimmy will take off first and he'll finish slow. You said Ben will be slow to start, but he'll
Well,
finish
Jimmy's
strong.
actually slowed
So
up, though,
that's
hasn't
it, yeah.
Yeah, but Jimmy's
I'm
not
not
slowing
sure.
up. So
What's he on numbers wise now?
Jimmy's had 30 fish,
See, he's still nicked a couple when he ain't been catching.
Yeah.
and Ben's, if he gets this one in the net, it'll be fish number 9.
9.
If they could get 10 fish quick, we could have a match.
Well, the gap's not widening anymore for a starter for 10. It's stopped, isn't it? And if if he keeps going in there and they keep turning up,
he can catch quick fishing shallow.
Yeah.
There's one thing you can do on caster, you can catch very quick.
Yeah, the pellet wag long for Jimmy's been steady, hasn't it? But it's not been quick. So are we going to see a turnaround?
how many? Where are we? About 2.25 left, maybe.
Yeah, we've got 2 hours and 7 minutes left.
Well, that's
That's an ample amount of time.
it all depends on the 2 pegs really.
Ample amount of time.
That was the fish just topped underneath his pole as well, weren't it? So inside his tip. So that's. I'd be seeing that as a good sign. If it goes clunk and the green elastic shoots out, I'll be thinking game on. Because that'll be as productive as that line's been the whole time, hasn't it? It started off, but we know they want to come there, but I'm not seeing so much move near the end of the island as well now. I almost.
Well, if he's blasting casters in, they will come to them.
It's gone very still again now. Not a breath of wind again.
Is he?
No. Pat North, Jimmy, winning weight 198.12.
Who's that from?
Pat North.
Pat North. Hi Pat.
Yeah, I was just going to say hello, mate. He'll know what I mean about the cricket, Pat will.
Yeah, he likes cricket.
Yeah, we were, whenever the cricket's on, we're always communicating there now.
Jimmy's in that time.
Jimmy's in, is he? Is he chucking meat short, Ben?
Ben's got meat short. He's feeding casters long, and I did say prime that right edge. As Elaine joins us again, you done your lap of the lake.
It's interesting when you're listening and you listen to the noises in the background, what you can pick up. How's Lee Kendall fishing today? Is he with them?
I haven't seen him. Was he down there?
Yeah, I seen this morning briefly went by.
Oh yes, he came.
Another fish in the net for Jimmy.
He'll be on Horseshoe with most Sundays. Ian
Free?
has, no,
Kitchen.
Ian Kitchen has a match on Horseshoe.
Oh, right.
It's only usually 8, 9, 10 pegs. Little exclusive one.
He's on Horseshoe at the minute, isn't he?
And he's on Horseshoe. They're on there. Yeah. So that's most Sundays. Now and again, when we fill up with clubs, he doesn't get one. But most Sundays he gets a Horseshoe match on. If anyone wants to join.
You can get some good turnouts on these matches. He does all the
He
fishers in the area.
He has since he started opening it up to other people. Yeah, I think last year he did it. It started dying off. When they kept it just as the original Tackle and Baits members, they started dwindling, and he was, getting down to 10 or 12 people turning up. So he decided he'd open up to outside people, and it's picked up lovely. Because there's always a lot of our fishermen that are looking for matches on Sundays.
Yeah, well, I fish when I am going. I tend to fish as many of his matches as
they're a good
anybody.
bunch. They're a really good bunch.
Yeah, they are 100%. Yeah, it's all fairly easy. There ain't too much moaning goes on, to be fair.
No.
And even if it is, you know it's going to be Tony, so it don't matter, right? Hello, mate. In fact, I'm telling you now, I'm guessing that Tony's having a few fish. Tony McGregor, over in that court. Unless I can't hear him, generally speaking, when you can't hear Tony, he's having a few fish. Yeah. I just like to put that out there.
We've just got an incredible Mr. Baxter.
Yeah, Nigel's turned up, like, yeah. See what his opinion is.
Not used to say you're all dressed
Sunday
up.
best.
Sunday best. When in your Sunday best.
You are in your Sunday best. You did all right. I see you had a win yesterday.
Can Ben turn this around?
He needs to. I was thinking he needed to have a fish again, learn it fairly quickly.
I think so, yeah.
He needs to
Jimmy's
prove to me that they're not wanting to back off too much there.
22 fish in front, and we know they're a good stamp, so Jimmy's just resting that pellet wag line again.
Well, he's running out of time, isn't he? You know what I mean? He needs to start making his move. Having said that, if Jimmy stopped catching and he started catching, how long would it take?
Yeah, exactly that.
At what stage do we say it's an unassailable lead?
No, he's leaving a lot of work in the last hour.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to go into the last hour being 21 fish behind, would you?
No, you wouldn't, no.
Having said that, if Jimmy stopped catching and he caught, he'd do 21 fish in an hour in no time, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Had 62
You know.
Not yesterday, no. But with an hour to go, when I got another net come back, his pace was there.
Jimmy just resting that.
Slowed down a bit for Jimmy, you know, isn't it?
He has to, like I said, he feeds the pellet wag line, he drops on the
Well,
he
while I
drops
was
on
sat
the
behind
method
him, he
feeder.
was like, every time I looked up, he'd...
Yeah, he goes on the method feeder, rests his pellet wag, and when he was feeding the pellet wag line and he wasn't fishing it, they were swirling that sort of on the surface. So and then he goes on it, picks 2 or 3 off of it, and then rests it again. So, but he's just caught steady all day, hasn't he? There's a couple of sort of quieter spells, but
4 hours in and 30 fish, did you say?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's 7.5 fish an hour, isn't it?
And they're bigger fish, not like last week where Dan had 68 fish, didn't he? 48 fish to 68 fish, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, but a much smaller stamp, and he had to work hard to get that weight. These are much bigger fish. Some of these are, like I said, either Jimmy's using a small net, or they're big fish, and I'm going with the big fish option. So,
Yes.
there's not a lot Ben can do, or has been able to do up until this point. He's rotated, he's changed his methods, they've just not been there. Jimmy's obviously got a pod of fish in front of him, and he's picking them off one by one. Very calculated manner. Just resting his pellet wag line, dropping on that feeder line, picking the odd fish.
I don't think Jimmy's going to end up with £200 for sure. I think it's going to follow suit. I think Dale's going to have been right from the start as such. It's just how right.
Yeah.
I do think at some stage Ben will start to catch 1 or 2 more fish, possibly.
I think he will. If Jimmy carries on, he's going to be on 45, 50 fish though, and I reckon that'll do £200. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure he is going to though.
Maybe I can win all my clickers back off you, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had one
I'm not
yesterday
sure
on
he is
the
going to.
Yeah.
Just beat him.
But
The actual truth is, I'm not sure.
keep the guesses coming in. What average stamp would you say Jimmy's fish were? £5? As big as that? 4.5? 4?
Well, that's all you need to know. We've got the numbers, haven't we? You just need to know the average weight, and you're in. That's a mathematical fact, isn't it?
Yeah. He's Jimmy's on his 4th net. He's pinned a couple to one side, so he's probably very conservative with that. I'm sure he doesn't want to run over with the net limits that are here as he strikes into another fish. That was back on the pellet wag. Fishing Association Super Cup head to head today. Here from Floatfish Farm in Peterborough. We're on 2 islands. Jimmy's drawn peg 8, known flyer. Ben's on peg 20, an informed peg, but we don't think the conditions have been right for it so far today. Jimmy's caught 31 fish. Ben's had 9, although Dale, the fishery owner, has said that he did expect Jimmy to catch heavy in the early part of the match, and he thought Ben might start catching at the back end. So it'll be interesting to see if that happens. But Jimmy at the minute doesn't look like he's making any change in pace and slowing down. Another lump in the net. They're bigger than £5, Steve.
What, Jimmy's fish?
Yeah, I reckon so. I reckon they're average 5.
Yeah, but he's had some small ones, hasn't he, as well?
He's had some lumps and all.
It'd be interesting to see how it goes on Tuesday. It will. Yeah, I mean, really funny section.
Doing the business.
I'll tell you, in fact, let me have a guess. Do you want to bet?
No.
Going to say, because I'll just find out, I'll get a defining answer if you like. Nige, how big is Jim's fish?
He's going to bet me by going to somebody else and finding out the information. That's fair, isn't it?
There you go. £5-6 average.
So do you lose the bet then?
Right. Yeah, I lost the bet, mate.
Hey, I like that bet then.
Good job in telling you.
Local knowledge there saying £5 to £6 average. So
I can't get my missus to have a bet with me, not for a quid. She looks
that
at
would
me
be
and
about
she goes,
£180 if that's the case. Which makes sense because he's in his 4th net. And if that fifth net goes in, then we know that Jimmy thinks he's had over £200. Ben's had a couple of fish shallow, but then things have gone quiet again. A gust of wind there. Is that going to change? It's been overcast for a little while. We've had glorious sunshine for most of the match. It's starting to cloud over. If that wind picks up, that could change the conditions as well.
Not for Ben, hasn't.
No.
Bernie's in a rather sheltered area of the lake, and Jimmy's making full
He ain't lost yet, but
use of the advantage in front of him.
we're still just at 2 hours.
You've got a chance.
And the margins suddenly come alive, and you've
Got lots of people talking anyway.
that margin, you've got just right. We're not in that margin.
I have one on 16, 14.
He's 100.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel.
Behind, isn't he?
We're going to be doing loads more of these head-to-head matches throughout the rounds of the Fishing Association Super Cup,
I think
and in as many regions as we can get to. So I don't think we've got one planned for next week, but the week after we should hopefully be filming Art Hilmy and Joel Alexander, maybe at Partridge, just waiting for a confirmation in their first round of the Super Cup. We've drawn against each other, and so long as we've got a good enough signal, we shall be broadcasting live. If not, it'll be a recorded event, and we'll obviously play that as soon as we can after. But if you subscribe to the channel, you'll get a notification when we go live, so you won't miss anything. On top of that, we've also got some features planned, coverage of the semi-final and the live final, and our new event, which is a change in format to match angling that we'll be trying throughout the summer, which is going to be a knockout style, shorter format. Try and change things up a bit. and draw in new audience. You can drop your comments in the comment section below. You can see them down here by the lake. Has the match gone how you thought it would? What do you think will happen in the last 2 hours? Is something going to change? Is Jimmy going to carry on catching? Is Ben going to start catching? Let us know what you think.
Typical, wasn't it? All three of us. To be honest with you, I said to Mike and Sean, I said,
Hit that subscribe button. Support us and we will continue to give you more of these head-to-heads. As we mentioned earlier in the video, these are just a practice for us at the minute. As we head into the summer, there'll obviously be a bit more action. Let's just give it.
Sorry? Is he? You're not going to, you've got a lot of breeze, haven't you, as well? It's got no breeze, has it? No, that's exactly what we reckon. Yeah. Even just a gentle bit of breeze would have been better, wouldn't it?
So I don't know what your name is, but your YouTube channel is called Marine Fish. Just got back from work and it's a great watch. Thank you very much.
I've been watching a little bit.
Ben's not for want of trying, but he's been struggling. There's just not anything in front of him feeding.
I know.
So,
yeah. No, it's a good day today.
as predicted by fishery owner Dale.
Yeah.
He thought it would be a slow start for Ben, and then that peg would come into its own more towards the end of the match.
He was coming off Keswick at 1 o'clock, but he came in because he wanted some urgent bait because he ain't caught fish.
It'll be interesting to see now if Ben decides to really push the peg, see if he can get things happening. There's no doubt he can get a few fish in a short amount of time.
They spent 60, 70 quid before they even know.
Jimmy looking slightly frustrated there. I don't think there's any need to be.
Guys that are down here for like 3 or 4 nights, you don't spend 150.
He's got a commanding lead in the situation. That pellet waggler line is reduced all day for him, in combination with the feeder chucked to the island.
Stop talking about.
That's me.
So, still an hour and 50 minutes to go.
No, you won't have a pound.
Side down. There's no coming back for Ben. Peg 8's on form with a good angler on it. I don't know the venue. We will follow this live match to its conclusion. We'll have a short break and then we'll follow the scales so that you find out live at the weigh-in. Another quiet period though for both anglers. The wind's just changed direction on Jimmy.
No, you don't want me to.
He's got one sitting on the nest and he's out here
More of a
bonking another one. Right in front of me, yeah.
crosswind.
He wants them ready for no, that's what he asked me. He said, please don't do any this year. I'll be dead with get a massive flock down here so when they're ready I'll
We've got a bit of an audience behind us at the minute.
Who's this?
You can hear all the chatting.
He wants to hatch them all this year. So they're ready.
Matches going on all around us. A lot of banter.
Got a bigger flock. So I'll shoot at.
Nice friendly club
I know they're
matches.
on there, especially when they start fighting and diving around your
That's
head.
what I've been doing, haven't they? Been a bit jiggy over there.
Jimmy's into another one.
The gap is getting smaller at the minute, but the time is, isn't it?
I think that crosswind's just causing him a bit of trouble. He's having to hit them quite hard to take up the slack. I think that's what's happening. He's going to be pleased with how things are going. Just taking the time to feed that line again whilst he's playing the fish.
I feel for him because I know he's going to take it hard. I feel he's. Well, Ben wears his heart on his sleeve.
Another one in the net for Jimmy.
Yeah. This is where his heart. He's really full of himself, and some people don't like it.
It takes all types, doesn't it?
Will we see Jimmy go to that 5th net?
Yeah.
Still plenty of time.
Yeah.
That was no shower.
I've seen some proper units coming on.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Fishing Tuesday.
Eh?
Fishing on Tuesday.
yeah, yeah. So you're on page 26 then? That's what Martin said. I was seeing class 2. Jim had about 6 or 7.
They said that 26 is really
Even Ben said just on
Trying to say words, so he must be catching. I am right, 100% I went over and go with him, I'm like half open, he's got a good peg.
peg on the leg. So what Chris is on? Where Chris is? Get his podium players.
If you're watching, let us know where you're watching from. We've got anglers fishing at the minute with phones on side trays. We've got people in Benidorm on the beach. Last week it was Mallorca and the week before Tenerife. I've got to say I'm pretty jealous of seeing your beers in front of the pools and the beaches. Jimmy just struck out of another fish. I think that side wind's causing problems now. We'll have a break next week, and then the week after we'll be at Partridge, I think. Just waiting for confirmation. We'll be filming John Alexander and Darty Hilmy and they're head to head. Those that are fishing this round of the Super Cup. You've got until midnight on Sunday the 14th to lodge your results, ready for Monday's the 15th second round draw. Soon comes round. Darren Lindley watching from home in Wigan. If you've got a Chromecast, you can obviously cast these to your TV now. I watch more YouTube on my TV than watch TV on TV. That's what Dale and Elaine have done. They've streamed this live in the clubhouse here at the Fishery, if anybody wants to watch. And then they can obviously also replay that as anglers are queuing and waiting for their legs to be drawn. Jimmy's in again.
No, it's funny that they've drawn them 2 pegs as well.
Is that going to last all the way to the all out at 4 o'clock?
When I filmed the final against Tom, he was home and hosed again virtually, right? And he'd almost got his hotel booked for the final, and then it just so. But that's disappointing, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Don't go your way all the time, that's for sure.
Another one in the net. A little bit smaller, but not too small.
He's had 1 or 2 at £3, then he had 1 or 2 that are over that. Yeah. That made up for it.
Ben needs things to start happening in his peg now.
So he's on £150 minimum, he's on £160, isn't he?
Mark Gillibrand, yep, the next net will be going in soon. I don't doubt that.
Good time to draw peg 8.
You wouldn't want to run over, would you, with net limits?
What do you reckon the next nearest weight to him is on the 8?
Jimmy's on
for
a good weight.
But I hadn't seen anybody catch low. But
I should say about 80 and 90. I can't see you now. I don't know
Arnold sat in the corner up there, like he could just as easily be emptying it, couldn't he?
Yeah, you can. You don't know.
Melvin Baxter watching from the settee in rounds.
No, because they're likely to be sat in.
I think someone else lives there, didn't they?
Yeah.
Mr. Dorks. creator of the
It's a
Super
better
Cup.
margin peg, isn't it? But they ain't going to turn up down the side today, are they?
It's just relying on shower, isn't it?
He's just got another net, Jimmy, anyway.
Jimmy's just gone for his next net. That's what we're hearing.
More than £150 if he's only got, unless he's already got.
This is his 5th net.
That's his 5th net, there you go.
Fifth net.
This is
So
his
we ain't
5th
far
net.
wrong with £160, are we, what we're saying?
No, that's right.
Because he ain't going to sail it close on the day, is he? He ain't going to risk anything, is he?
Ben's got what, 7 fish?
10, eh? Has Ben got 10 fish?
9.
9.
9 fish. What, 9 carp?
Again, £5 a piece, £45.
That's a steep mountain to climb now for Ben,
It forecast no wind, weren't it?
I think.
It's just going to swing round a little bit here and there, but what he's trying to force the issue now, isn't he? Which I don't blame him. Yeah.
As soon as the match finishes, like I said, we'll have a short break whilst we're waiting for the scales, and then we'll film the weigh-in. I think there's only going to be 3 or 4 anglers between Jimmy and Ben, so it shouldn't be a long wait. And we'll try and grab a word from both anglers as well, see how their match has gone.
Let's say it's a shame to see either of them go out, but it always is.
Alright. So, right, Melvin is chatting to Melvin Baxter. Tell Dad to say hello. Tell my dad Nigel Baxter hello. He's talking to Steve. Alright.
Was a novice could be.
I didn't know who the old boy was.
Yeah, Nick.
You can hear them chatting away behind.
Fellow that, but he's a novice.
Ah, right.
Melvin says hello.
Yeah. Can you hear Nigel's voice in the back? Yeah?
Yeah.
That's Dad's voice. I bet that's what he's put in it. That's my dad. I can hear him in the background. He's probably saying that's my dad talking to Speedy in the background, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's exactly what he'll be saying. Yeah, no, I don't know where they went, but I got the result last night. Oh, Lord Farm, yeah, but £9, honestly.
No matter how many times I tell Steve to move away from the
Let off.
microphone for his gassing, I'm sure one day he'll remember that.
Yeah.
Are you off again, guys? No worries.
Yeah, my son's doing dinner for us today.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us. Down on the lane. We run the venue here.
He wouldn't mind if he came.
I put off my daughter last weekend, yeah, you can't beat it.
Dale spent a good amount of time with us earlier just talking about the fishery. So thanks to that, thanks to him. It's definitely a unique venue. Different to some of the other ones out there, as he was trying to explain. We've done things slightly differently, and that's a wonderful fishery. It's a good mixture of everything here.
I'll see you on Tuesday morning. Okay. I'm over there on Tuesday. Just sort of said if you give me a hand, so I don't mind giving you a hand. He's running the 2 lakes, isn't he? Yeah, of course.
Steve can talk for England. Yeah, he's dead right there, Melvin. Don't mind him talking for England as long as he's 100 yards away from a microphone. I still think you'd pick up his voice 100 yards away. Things don't seem to be improving for Ben, although they seem also to be slowing up for Jimmy, just ever so slightly.
They knew ought to have a go on their own. We're about the same stamp.
I think there's enough fish in front of him though for him to catch until the end of the match, the way that pellet wag keeps going.
And if his head's not in it, if he's got something going on in the office, he might as well forget
Yeah,
it.
you can't, can you? No, 100%.
He might have as many fish as he needs to win the match already. He's definitely done as well as anybody in the match, I think.
Well, enjoy your Sunday dinner.
Thank you, thanks very much. Thanks for the promotion.
No, you're welcome. Thanks for the help. Thanks for the same as.
Just tuned in at work, guys. Who's the home angler? So Ben's the home angler. He's drawn peg 20. Jimmy's the away angler. And he's drawn peg 8. And Nathan's... Did you have a guess already, Nathan? I can't remember. If he has, he's revised it for 246. Jimmy on the win.
Yeah, I've only ever tended to be over that side.
I think he's on net 5, so I think he'll be over £200. I think he's got a good average in there of £5 plus. So
when they do come in, they get
still got an hour and 35 minutes to go.
How are we doing?
Plenty
for
of time.
Mike?
Hour and 35 to go. So
Clive, has he got
a little bit more than that maybe. Jimmy's sitting pretty. 34 fish to 9. Ben needs them to turn up and they're just not turning up. So
we don't usually put buy in at all. We usually put 10 in.
well, no doubt he'll stick a good weight in the net if they do turn up.
Any of this in.
But he's running out of time now. So we need something to happen.
Yeah. Well, it's usually in peg, you see.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel, guys.
Got plenty of room.
I know for those of you who have been watching all along that this gets a bit repetitive, but we do get people dipping in and out. Like and subscribe to the channel. Support us so we can carry on doing this. We've got loads of these planned. We get to as many of these as we can throughout the summer. After each, we get to as many regions as we can. These first few have just been us practicing with new equipment. Although this is worthy of a region final. Ben's having the first little look down his edge. Are they going to come in short? So, cameraman who's not here today, Sean Nelson's, just messaged me privately and said, am I allowed to win the clicker? And the answer is no, Sean, you're not.
You are a clicker.
You're allowed to have a guess though, mate, and not win it like me.
Yeah, I see Tuesday.
You're allowed to express an opinion.
Validation. Getting a technical fault now. Hopefully that isn't making a difference to the live.
Well, Nigel's absolutely adamant Jim's home and hosed.
It's getting to the point now, like you, I think that if Jimmy stopped fishing he'd probably win.
Or could win.
I'm not,
yeah.
and I don't mean the head-to-head, I think he could probably win the match.
Yeah, well, we're the opinion even if Ben starts to sack up, he's that far in front and Jim won't die the death completely. There'll be something
Yeah.
that he can... he won't catch 0, he'll still catch 1 to his 3. It's, yeah, I think it's the writing's on the wall. I think it's all over. A night we reckon £5 average Jim's fish, so...
Yeah, that's what he thought, wasn't he?
Yeah, so what, how many's, he got 32, is it?
He's got 34 fish now. He's gone in with his 5th net.
That's £170 then, isn't it? With an hour and just under an hour and a half to go, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's work on the basis at another 14. At that. Yeah. So a lot of those people around the 230, 240 mark weren't far wrong, were they?
Could
Possibly.
be. If things continue. Hopefully we've not lost you. I'm getting a horrible
We want a
technical
projected
message.
score feature, don't we, like on the cricket? Hey, we want to be able to like projected look catch at the same catch rate and same average. So like they do, like I say, on the cricket they work out if they score at 6 and over, they'll end up on this, that, and the other. One for the future, mate. Nothing wrong with a few visual aids, is there? A few electronic clickers in action. What did Melvin, did he hear his daddy in the background?
Yeah, you do need to, if you can have a chat with your load of mates, you do need to move a little bit further along the bank. I keep telling you this, don't I? the microphone will pick it up. But thanks Sean for just letting me know the live feed's all good. I've got a horrible technical message flashing up, but it's saying that I need to log out and log back in again, but I'll leave it as it is. Keep the live going. I'll buy you a clicker anyway, Sean. You're like me though, you don't need one. He's like me though, he don't need one. Oh dear. So I think what's happened is...
I'm fishing more around on Elm on Sunday the 23rd of April at Deacon.
Yeah, I think what's happened is I've lost the comments on the encoder, but I can still see them on my phone.
I'll have a look.
So, I don't know why it's
watching now.
unlinked up again. Steve can talk for England. Yeah, I read that one, didn't I? I just thought I'd say it again, really.
Yeah.
Nathan Gilbert, my dad said, Jimmy at £210. Looking forward to the partridge match. Nowhere else can you watch live fishing other than Fisho final.
That's exactly what occurred to me this morning.
This is amazing.
Actually,
Keep it up.
Yeah.
Great work, guys. We will try.
On a hand 38. That's
We are
exactly
learning.
what I thought.
We are still learning. We're trying our best, and we'll.
Well, we're trying anyway.
But, yeah.
Mr. Dob King, Jimmy 293. I'm
That's a
on
big
the
old weight.
240 mark I am at the moment, and that's if things stay the same.
Sean didn't need a clicker yesterday. £33 for on Captain Tom's. It was a hard old day yesterday, Sean. Even the best struggled yesterday, I can assure you.
Yeah, what's that got to do with you? Even the best. Oh,
Well, I struggled.
oh my word, oh my word.
Oh, what? He better not be. He's in another foreign country.
Dave Ryan's private messaged me, great viewing.
Oh, no, he's back in England. Hello, boys. Yes, I'm back in England. You know, you can write that all on one message, Simon.
Say, great viewing. This is Dave Ryan. Perfect. Feel for Ben. Peg 20 needs wind, but peg 8 with Jimmy on it, I would be crying, laugh out loud. I know that sums it up, really, don't it? So, I'm sure, and he's gone for £239, agreeing with me there, right?
Yeah.
So, but you've got to have a go. You've got to get on YouTube, mate, and have it, because that's where. Well, it's not. It's like I'm talking to him here, like, and he can't hear me, can he? It's a private message.
That's a private message, that one on Facebook, wasn't it?
Yeah. Good effort, Steve.
But, Steve's lost in social media. He doesn't know where he is. If anyone can help him, give him a call. So we've got just under an hour and a half to go. Ben Townsend versus Jimmy Brookes in their head-to-head in round 1 of the Fishing Association Super Cup. Jimmy's got a commanding lead, 34 fish to 9. Ben's the home angler, drawn peg 20, and Jimmy's the away angler who's drawn peg 8 on 2 islands. As Simon just said, Simon Spinks, I was on 2 islands yesterday. What did you have, Simon?
Nice of you to be in the country.
He could have come down today. Said he was going to come join us, didn't he?
He's nearly as bad as Colin Spencer. He's never in the country.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel, guys. We're going to be doing more of these head-to-head features, travelling to more regions.
Loads of people are going to be doing more and more of them, aren't they, is the bottom line.
I think they're a good idea, Steve. People seem to like them, so if you like them, we'll keep filming them. Simple as that.
Well, I quite like them, you like them, it's just people do, don't it? It's they do.
Like I say, these are a little practice for us as we head into the summer. Got lots more planned, more equipment coming, more cameras, more lenses, drones, transmitters, receivers, microphones, you name it.
Proper commentators.
Yeah, proper cameramen.
Yeah, well.
I'm going to be enjoying it, sat at watching at home as well. On my Chrome.
To come down and get involved, just do so.
Simon had £107 per second yesterday.
Blimey, must have been a lot of fish on that peg. 100 a season. I'm having that. Somebody's giving some dodgy sangria and he's still feeling the after effects. £107. Hey?
Gone a bit quiet for both anglers now. Dale did predict that Jimmy's peg would slow up towards the end of the match. He's still getting the odd one, but like I say, I think with the lead he's got, I whinged one on for Ben earlier. I've just whinged one on for Jimmy and all.
He's turning in for death by 1,000 nicks with Ben, isn't it? I think. I do feel for him, I really do. He's got to be absolutely gutted.
They're just not there to be caught at the minute for him, are they? But Jimmy's fished a brilliant match. He's got it all right.
It's a shame to lose Ben as well, because one thing about him, he up his in.
Have we whinged one on for both anglers?
I reckon.
I don't know, that elastic seems to be stretching quite well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. It's shot off like a scolded cat. It needs to be £10 and there needs to be one right after it, doesn't it?
It needs to be £20 and there needs to be one right after it.
If they keep coming, he's not beyond... listen, this time last year, or whenever it was, Ben was home and hosed against Tom, and when things do change for one, they often change for the other, don't they? To the detriment of, you know.
I think it makes for a better watch if it's close, but like I say, we're watching it with neutral eyes.
Not if you're a Jimmy fan, it don't.
We're watching with neutral eyes. You guys at home are probably watching thinking you've got somebody you favour. So
those that are favouring Jimmy don't want it to be close, and vice versa.
One in the net for Ben.
Decent fish, isn't it?
That was a bit of a lump.
£6 or £7, do you
Crikey,
think?
that'd be a comeback if he managed to bring that round now, wouldn't it?
No, I was looking over some of the comments when I went and sat in there. It's very, I mean, like I say, the chap called Rick from Holland, you know, they got nothing like that over there to watch live fishing, so he was all over it.
So we've just had a few comments come in. Stan Dow, Jimmy wins with £189. And then Simon Spinks. Simon Spinks is there next Saturday with James Boughton. Right, so that's the other head-to-head that Dale was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's why he's practising then.
So
James is still recovering from getting such an easy draw, isn't he? He's really wound me up with them holiday photos, isn't he? Sending pictures of him sunning himself.
James Flynn, love it, still watching, £198. Thank you very much, sir. Mark Brooks, Jimmy, 147. I think Jimmy's got more than that already.
Yeah, we reckon he has, like. But
he's got 5 nets in, and they're £50 limits here. So
and he's just put the 5th one in. You know, I reckon, like, if he's put £40 in a net, because you wouldn't want to push it in a competition like this, would you, where you potentially lose weight?
And Jimmy's just putting another one in the net.
Although he can go up to £50, so...
That's 2 very quick fish there for Jimmy. He's had one and gone straight back out. Had another one.
He's got at least £180, hasn't he?
36 fish.
Which is £180, isn't it? But Nigel Baxter, and he's been sat
at an average
watching,
of 5, nearly.
Well,
yeah.
he's sat right behind Jimmy, been watching him for a while, so, you know, obviously he weren't there at the start, but he's telling us that his fish are averaging a good £5 each now, anyway, if he has had.
Well, if he goes for a 6th net, we know he's got to wait, don't we?
Yeah, he's got to wait already, hasn't he?
That crosswind's just died as well for him as well.
It's looking like it's been a bit of a one-horse race, hasn't it? You know what I mean? In that respect, it's a little bit disappointing, but it's a fishing match. It's like I say, the Jimmy supporters will be happy as Larry that they haven't had to sweat it out, won't they? I'm more than happy to watch England play cricket and annihilate the opposition, I can assure you.
Mark Brooks, Jimmy 147, we've read that one. Colin Green, Jimmy 210.
Colin's in the competition.
Carl Crathorne, 275. Oh, that is a big weight.
Yeah, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility. If those fish that he's got are £6 each, then he's on his way to that, hasn't he?
Still got an hour and 20 minutes.
That's right. Traditionally the best hour and 20 minutes as well. I'm not sure as it'll...
Great coverage and chatting, really enjoyed today's match. Thank you very much, Carl.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to have Dale pop down and see us with a lane.
Well, it's been awesome, hasn't it? It's made the whole experience so much easier and better, and the more people that embrace it, you know, like I said earlier on the live, commercial fisheries involvement in our future, the future of the sport, is imperative. It really is. Whether you fish on a river, traditional and that, it really be a good idea to get in line without, you know, and try and encourage all aspects of the sport. Try and see beyond the fact that it's not something that you necessarily enjoy, and realise that we're all match fishermen when push comes to shove. We're all a similar mentality. All over the world, that is, as well. I mean, the one thing about it is it's pretty much every country in the world can appreciate a bit of competitive fishing, can't they?
Yeah.
Except in the countries where they rely on fish as a food source. Although they'd be pretty good at it, wouldn't they? They'd certainly be hungry. I can see in the future, I can see it becoming, you know, I don't know how far, but I can see it being a World Cup level, a rollerball type thing where, you know, internationally, it's something that people can adapt to easily. Anybody can dig a hole in the ground and put carp in it. When I say that, obviously...
well, you'd love to.
Well, no, but one point is, obviously, like Jeff at Jansen's, it's not as straightforward as that, but anywhere in the world you can dig a hole, can't you, and put carp in it, and it can be, you know, it's not like a river where you need to create a river that's... because they tend to vary, don't they, so much, but it's something that can be done all over the world and do the same sort of thing and become international. Might not be in 10 years, might not be in 20, might not be in 30, but I still maintain one day I can see competitions being fished in stadiums. I really can. Wheeling type pitches or lakes. And if we're going to turn the sport around, it'll be things like that that do it, and you know, we need to alter people's expectations of the sport. It doesn't need to be like we were saying, where you have to climb over 3 gates, walk across 3 fields. People are just not going to go for that, and that's not an easy sell, is it, to get people to do the more traditionalist things, but it's a gateway into that and bettering in that sport and adapting it accordingly to suit. At the end of the day, is walking across 3 fields to a match ideal? Certainly not when you're 70, it's not.
Don't forget, get your guess the weights in for the live coverage of the match finishes, because I don't think you can add to the comment section after the live feed finishes. When the match is over, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with the scales and we'll film the weigh-in live so that you can see what's happened. At the minute, I don't think it's much of a competition. I think Jimmy's obviously 36 fish in front of Ben by 26, so Ben's got 10. We do know that there is some really big fish in here, but I don't think 10 fish is going to rival Jimmy's 36. Just over an hour and a quarter to go. Ben's in.
Needs to really, it's going to happen, but not quick enough, isn't it?
Do you get that impression? The last 20 minutes will go a bit nuts for him, and it just won't quite be enough. What's the estimated prize fund for the final, Steve?
Can't remember.
We haven't broke it. We haven't broke it down. But
What
it's
was
close.
the last thing I said it was before we carried on selling tickets?
It was close to 25,000, but it wasn't 25,000, was it?
No.
But we haven't seen. That one's in the net for Ben. We haven't broken down how we're going to split the prize pot.
Somewhere between 24 and 25, I'm guessing, off the top of my head, assuming the numbers. The final number, was it 430 if you count those of you that have already been knocked out, was it?
Yeah, but some of them were £50 with the early bird,
right.
and some of them were £60.
And of course there's money to come off for PayPal as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
Which is 2 point something %.
Only on the
was.
Are they all PayPal purchases then?
No.
No, it's only the PayPal purchases. Yeah.
That's right. But like I said earlier, the good thing about that is hopefully it's not a scam. I've got a conversation and a Zoom call tomorrow where we'll be having a change of procedure, and we might be down to 1.5 sort of percent, something like that, which is always hoping that the efforts and has been recognised by PayPal, and there's, because if you remember the first year money was held on to £40,000 for quite a long time, but it's nice to know that we're being taken seriously as a not-for-profit organisation and they want to back us and help us. And like I say, the thing is, it'll be different next year anyway, because it'll be a membership scheme, but again, you still rely on the bank always takes a percentage, don't they? It's the bottom line. They just do, to be able to operate, to be able to, yeah, we could do things on friends and family and all this, that and the other, but it's, when you're talking about issuing refunds and organising it, it doesn't need to be Mickey Mouse, does it? It needs to be...
Part of the idea of doing all these head-to-heads and filming and everything is to create better awareness about the competition, and obviously try to build now. Obviously year one, Steve put the money up for the grand prize, the £100,000.
My missus will be listening.
The last year and this year the competition has supported itself, so it's taken a little bit of a knock, as it were, but the idea is to carry on doing these films, carry on doing these head-to-heads, these lives for everybody to watch.
Where else can you enter a 430 peg fishing competition and potentially win nearly 25 grand is the bottom line on that one. Do you know what I mean? I tell you what, Nigel, who I've just been talking to, he'd have been more than happy, wouldn't he? Because the number of times he won like the Nen Championships or the Welland Champion, they were all 500 peg matches. He'd have been well made up if he'd have been picking up that much money back in the day.
Well,
it's a big open match, isn't it? 500, 430 pegs.
We're obviously building the competition back up again, so it's self-supportive. So it just funds itself, and then doing stuff like these videos will obviously help fund some of the equipment that we use, and try and drag some external money into the sport as Ben hooks into another fish.
Up for him, but it's going to be too late, isn't it?
It's going to be a bit too little too late, I think.
Not a big fish anyway. Looks like a good roach, doesn't it? Not sure. Or was it skimmer?
So David Schwinger, if that was me on 20 knowing what 8 has got, I would have gone home. Laughing face. And Monaghan doing amazing things for the sport, guys. 24,000 is still a great day at the office. Yeah, I don't know many people that would walk past 24 grand on the floor, mate.
And the amount of people that you have to beat to get it, it's, you know, it's the best of the best is what it is. Like I say, I put the question up there, is there a better value competition in the sport? And the answer is no, isn't it?
Malvin Moss, Jimmy Brookes, £264.
The only better value competitions in fishing are the pounds you have with your mate, aren't you? Isn't it?
Yeah,
taking all the money gets paid out.
Taking a pound off your mate is always
that's best value, but
good value, isn't it?
No, it's funny really, because like I say, when we first started doing the competition, organising it, I really remember thinking that the head-to-head was a restricting factor in this, and like so many projects, you set out with it with an intention, you know, like you want to make the sport better, you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to get better value for money, you know, because I've always thought that we get the rough end of the stick, and I maintain that. But you set out with those ideals and trying to create a voice to get things done, and of course while you're in it you learn, don't you, and you know, and suddenly it's become something that I thought was a restricted or handicapping factor. The head-to-head has become in my mind the pivotal aspect of it, and the key to the future for us to try and change it around. Funny that, isn't it? Get about our F30, not T30, you're getting confused with the cricket when you said it, but our F30 competition coming up at Jansen's on July the 2nd. That's going to create some fun, that is. That'll be a good day out, won't it?
Yeah.
And again, the aim of that is to get it so, like, come the Monday morning or prior to that, we got loads of people ringing up saying they want. As I speak now, I've got no intention of picking up a fishing rod or pole or whatever at this moment in time. We know that there's going to be people that are going to go fishing regardless. That's going to be the case, but if we're going to survive long term, we need to make it appealing to a whole new audience and market, really, to be fair.
It's gone dead still again.
Yep, so that's what Ben ain't going to catch a lot, is he, while it's like this?
Jimmy's into another fish.
Yeah. I think we can safely say that if they'd have drawn alternate pegs, it'd have been a totally different result. I think we can say that, can't we, without too many sour grapes involved. I think Ben would be within his rights to say he could have drew better, don't you?
No, I think he fancied the peg at the start.
He did at the start.
He's been in form, so...
Yeah, but...
no, I don't think there's much of a... Listen, you can always wish you're on at the end of a match, you can always wish yourself onto a better peg, but...
He's not going to go home beating himself up about the way he's fished it, is what I'm saying, is he? Like,
I don't know if that's a monster... We're talking about grass carp. I don't know if that's a monster grass carp that he's just caught.
Oh, Jimmy?
Jimmy. But, Big fish.
There's some big ones about. I remember them ones at Decoy. There was one in Horseshoe for certain, and in some right big old things. Funny looking things, aren't they? But nice when they're in your landing net, and more you keep that. No, I don't think Ben's going to be going home kicking himself, that is for sure.
So, Craigwood, did I hear you say this is a club match? Has match record gone out the window as it's a 6-hour match?
Match record?
So I think what you're referring to is the biggest weight for the region, but there are many opens in the region that are 6 hours, so it is a club match.
Most of them are
this
6
one.
hours nowadays, aren't they, in the summer?
Yeah.
That's another improvement on back in the day. It always used to be 5 hours.
Stand down. Steve, just remember you're in Neen country.
Get away from here. Get away. Threats, eh? Threats. The trouble is you've got to be careful, because these Cambridgeshire old boys, not only are they lacking in education, they don't mind having a fisticuffs.
We are actually just inside Cambridge here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Because I see...
We're just over the road from Stan's house is where we are, mate.
We're not... We're just out... there's a Peterborough Cambridge dividing line about 50 yards up the road, so... We're not in PE, we're in CB.
You know, Stan's only over there. Well, assume he is, he might be fishing somewhere.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage today, guys. Jimmy's into another fish.
Back.
Right, and Bell getting better each time.
Yeah,
See,
we'll turn that around, mate.
Yeah, we can see mess up.
Oh,
Martin, don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry.
Or is that a reference to how long Steve spends in the car?
Yeah, don't worry about that, mate. 2-6. Let's go. Let's see what's occurring on here.
Like I say, I keep saying it. For us, we obviously want to see as neutral eyes, we want to see a close match, but it's not a close match today. If you're Team Jimmy, then in an hour and 5 minutes, I think you'll be celebrating. Well, you're probably already celebrating now. That's a very tall mountain to climb for Ben if he's going to do anything in this last hour and 5 minutes. He's just not had anything in front of him to get hold of. We'll be covering loads of these head-to-heads, guys. As many as we can in as many regions as we can. So if you're enjoying them,
bringing you events that you really want to see.
If you're enjoying them, then we'll keep doing them. But if you could just click the subscribe on our channel, like and share when you get the opportunity to, it just helps us out.
Well, we can't be everywhere, but let us know, and we don't know everybody. Obviously this is our area, we know Ben and Jimmy's going to create a bit of interest just because of the personalities involved, etc., and the quality of angling. So let us know, because we don't know.
They're two big sponsored anglers at the end of the day. Like I said, this is worthy of a regional final. You've got Ben, who's Matrix and Spotted Fin, and you've got Jimmy, who was Preston and is Sonia Bates still, I think, isn't he? So two big anglers, you know.
And people want to see how
Jimmy made 2 big finals last year. He's not just local talent.
And they've both got their supporters.
National talent.
They've both got their supporters, haven't they? Like, you know what I mean?
So.
Ben's a home angler today, isn't he?
Yep, Ben's home angler today. Hasn't gotten his weight.
Listen, it doesn't have to.
One thing he did say actually prior to the match was that it would be at least hopefully be a fair match. So he obviously came here thinking it would be fair.
Well,
a bit one-sided.
This is a bit of a stretch. Like maybe I am pushing me luck there, but I reckon I could probably have beat Ben off peg 8 today. Like. But would I have actually chucked? It might be a bit of a stretch because it means chucking a method feeder. But
yeah, it's all pellet wag today for Jimmy. Are you any good on a pellet waggler? Have you even got a rod?
Am I any good on a rod? Yeah, of course I have.
Anybody seen Steve on a rod?
I've forgot more about waggler fishing than you know.
I've not been to a venue where
but
I've ever had
the key
use
to that is I forgot it. So it's totally irrelevant.
Another big lump in the net for Jimmy. I've got a feeling he's going to do a stupid weight. I really do. I've just got a feeling, with saying their average of £5, I think they're bigger looking at some of them.
Well, Nigel's first estimate was 5 to 6, weren't it?
Yeah, so we'll see.
5.5, you know.
He's still going.
Definitely be better if we could have a cam. You know, hey, listen, the more cameras, the better, isn't it?
If there's £6, he's nearly on £240.
We don't need just cameras. We need a film crew, don't we?
Yeah, and then I can retire.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll give it up. I'll give it up to a better film crew. If anybody wants to do it, just come and get involved.
I think the issue, the talk and all that, that's fine. I think that, you know, we can get more people in. There's plenty of people who are happy to sit around talking about fishing. You know, and some of them won't even want paying.
Well, it's nice to have venue owner Dale and Delane come and chat with us today and give us that insight knowledge. I mean, they come and spoke to us for the best part of an hour and a half, I think.
All this makes the job. Listen, nobody's complaining about it, are they? I don't mean to say they didn't like it or not, does it? Like, you know, at the end of the day, as long as the anglers are still there and there's the films on them, they can make their own minds up as to what's going on to a certain extent, can't they? You know, the score's up there. I tell you, when you get lost, I bet if we took that scoreboard off, I bet it wouldn't be anything like as appealing, would it?
Maybe not.
I'm certain of it. And that was what the problem was all along. People need to know what's going on so they can draw their own, so they can get involved. Otherwise, it's nothing, is it? They need to be able to form an opinion of which direction it's going. They need to do it to get involved. It's simple as that. All the practice videos that people are doing, they're all training sessions essentially. And like I said to Lane on camera earlier, no, you don't sit and watch Liverpool and Man United training, do you? You know, you might, you know, if you're a real die-hard, you probably, you know, but you want to see real action, and that's the one thing. And we're lucky enough that we fell on our feet, have we? It's just part of the process. And these head-to-heads, we create them, and now we can film them, and hopefully it'll create the content we need to turn it around and do what we set out to do. But the main thing being, we'll have a bit of fun trying.
Yeah. Hope we're not going to get a spell of rain, because we're not prepared for rain. It's getting a bit darker, wind's picked up.
Yeah,
Jimmy's into another fish.
It's just the one cloud, isn't it? Yeah. And we're down to 3 minutes shy of the last hour now, aren't we? So, so what's Jimmy's number if he gets this one in?
This will be fish number 40 if he gets
40. It. So we're, you know, those are trust that Nigel's got it right, and I wouldn't argue against him. He's got £200 with this one, yeah? Yeah. And Ben's got 10, 11 fish? Not counting that last one really, are we? 10 fish, I think.
I did count it. What was it?
Well, a roach, I think, or a skim.
No, it weren't, was it? It was a big old roach.
It was less than £1, whatever it was.
Huh. Well, I did say last night we wouldn't count silver fish.
No, so he's got 10
but
or 11.
I have. I've counted 12.
12, so he's got 11 fish. So he's got £55 on the same premise, and I haven't seen him catch anything massive, so he probably hasn't even got... let's say he's got £55. Jimmy's got 200. £145 he needs to catch in the last hour, and Jimmy catch nothing. It's
not going to happen.
No. It's possible, and plenty of people, you know, I'll put £50 in the net in 6 minutes before. On you, at decoy.
Another one in the net there for Jimmy. Ben's still struggling to put 2 or 3 bites together. Nothing he can do. Jimmy's just thrown that out and it's gone straight under.
What, again?
He's back in again.
What, another fish?
Oh, right. He's proper, it's going, isn't it? It's, big smiles on the camp of Jimmy with Josh sat behind him there.
What was it I said earlier, 240?
Fred Davis, more rabbit than Sainsbury's.
Stick to your snooker, mate.
Pete Patea, Jimmy, £236.
Yeah. I don't want to argue too much with that, but then again it's starting to get like, you know, Are they the bigger fish on the pellet wag as well?
He's getting some big lumps.
Do you know what I mean? They could.
He's had a couple of small ones, but no, he's had some proper lumps as well. So the guess the weight competition will finish as the match ends. Make sure you get your guess in. You've still got an hour to do it.
Every cloud's got a silver lining. There'll be no shenanigans afterwards at this rate of like, oh, you've done this, you've done that, you've done the other, will there?
That's a proper lump.
Is it?
Yeah. He's putting silly weight together at the minute. I wouldn't even. Yeah, it's going to be interesting just watching the weigh. So.
I've just thought my best chance of getting in the final is, not that I'm going to, is to take somebody to Kingsland and get through on the semi-final on the big weight in the region jobby, eh? Go to a sacking up venue. Somewhere that responds to 3 gallon of cast or 2 gallon of...
You're a one-trick pony.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
3 gallon of maggot down the
Not
edge.
even that good at that trick, to be honest.
Sean watching at home, he'll be laughing his head off.
There's a lot of maggot farmers all over the country ought to be thanking me, to be fair.
Do you know what? I think Jimmy's made it look quite easy today, but there's a lot of anglers that haven't had a lot.
He must have done, because I'm saying I could have won off his peg, hadn't I? So he has, obviously has done. That's a decent fish that Clive's just got next.
Well, there are a couple of other anglers either side of us, and in all fairness, I haven't seen a lot be caught. So it's not that. I think this end in the bowl is what they call the bowl as such is it's fishing hard. We want to see how much Jimmy can put together now, don't we? That's the next interesting.
Well, Rabbit and Sains were now doing a great job, brilliant commentary. Thank you.
Jimmy, £278.
Again.
He'll need a 7th net for that, won't he? As he hooks into another one. He's got 6 in, hasn't he? He's got 6 nets in now, hasn't he? Or is it 5 nets? I've lost count. I've lost count of how many nets.
But again, if they're £5.5 pound, then he's...
How many nets, Pacey? Tell us how many nets Jimmy's got in.
He's on target for £275 if...
I'm sure he's been very conservative and not want to overrun in his nets, but...
Yeah, but you don't have any trouble putting £42 in, do you, if you got a 50
well, listen,
well, I don't.
Like Dale said earlier, right? If there's 10-15 pound carp in it, if you've got a net with £48 in it and you put a 15 pounder in the wrong net, you've lost your net.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Another big lump.
That's
for
the
Jimmy.
only way you're short on your nets, when you start another one because of that, because you know potentially you could be putting I'll be honest with you, when I've done it, when I take notice of all that, I'm not usually that far wrong. Back in the day I used to have a name for drastically going over, but that was mainly because I didn't give a monkeys and I was just happy to catch fish rather than go fishing in the net and decoy, that sort of thing. But
Dave Schwinger's had another guess at £249 for Jimmy.
you'll make your mind up, Dave. There's plenty of people having a guess anyway.
Yeah.
You started something with that clicker, haven't you, mate?
Yeah, thanks Alex Haynes. It's going to cost me a fortune. Can't be giving one of them away
well,
every week.
hopefully some company out there with clickers will just think, do you know what?
Well, the coverage looks good on the phone anyway. Darren Linley says he's got 5 nets in.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. But this one must be starting to fill up, mustn't
Well,
it?
yeah, you've got to be, that's what I'm saying. Is the next one net 6 or net 7?
Based on when he took it and fish he's caught
Net 6,
since, he'll be
yeah.
looking at putting another one in soon, won't he?
I wonder if he's going to run out of nets.
No, I doubt it.
Jimmy could use Ben's spares.
Is that what Mel's put? Oh.
Oh, that's Melvin. Oh dear.
That's
Cruel.
who I was talking to. That was his dad, Nigel. There.
Yeah, I know, because he could hear you and he told me.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. He lives in the next village. Well, I don't know, he probably lives in Royston.
Says he lives in Rounds. Runes? How do you spell it?
Melvin's from Chelveston, like.
How do you say Rounds?
Rawns.
Rawns, there you
Yeah.
go. That one.
Yeah, no,
Jimmy's in again.
Melvin's one of the village idiots from outside the Rawns. There's plenty of them in Rawns. Actually, we're a town.
Oh yeah.
I think it's one of the smallest towns in England or something ridiculous like that. I've heard plenty of people comment that it's not big enough to be a town. God's country, mate, Rawns.
£283 for Jimmy.
Who's that?
Alex Haynes, need a clicker sponsor. We bloody do after your comment, mate. You've started something, I'm not sure how I can stop.
Mate, there'll be somebody just, I mean, we're not talking a lot of money here, are we? Like some local building, somebody will say, yeah, here's 100 quid, go and buy a load of clickers, won't they? And just mention us every time we do it. You'd have thought, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But you're all right anyway, Mike's got plenty of cash here.
Thanks, Speedy.
At Melvin. Yeah, a reference to my fast bowling days, contrary to what everybody else thinks.
Just under an hour to go now.
That's famous.
I know we do tend to get a few extra people in this last hour. David Schwinger's had 256 off that peg and he doesn't want him to beat it. I think he might today.
Dave's had 256 up. No,
that's what he says.
Not having that. Does he mean last season? In total, is he drew it half a dozen times and had 256 total? Is that what you mean, Dave?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I know a few of you tend to join us late to watch the last hour, see how things are unfolding. I don't think it's going to turn into a close affair. Jimmy's pretty much caught all match and Ben's had long spells where he's struggled to get a bite. But if you are just joining us, like and subscribe to the channel. It's free, keep saying it, it will remain free. And with your support we can film more of these. We'll film more of them and travel further, more regions as we go through the Super Cup. Hopefully the scoreboard up there and the information we're managing to get across and the coverage, even if the commentators aren't all that good, hopefully the coverage isn't too bad for you. But yeah, it's nice to watch some live fishing. Another one in the net for Jimmy. Support the channel, we can do more of it. Oh, Gillibrand, yeah, I think you will have another net soon, mate. Won't be a million miles away. Like I say, he won't want to be running over. I'm sure he knows he's got the match safe. But, well, the head-to-head anyway. I can't see how he's not won the match. He's fished a blinder. That pellet waggler's just done the business. And he's got it cock on. Resting it, going back to it, feeding it. Not ignoring it. Jimmy made 2 big finals last year. I'm sure he's going to make more this year. Mike Newman, sat-tying hooks ready for a week's fishing at Stafford Moor next Friday. Great watch, my guess the weight is £277. Still got 50 minutes to go, 48 minutes. 51 minutes, sorry. A few comments coming in. Hello there.
So did somebody mention sangria?
Sorry, Simon speak.
I am!
Joining us in the peg.
Where's the old 70s rock star?
I think he's just wandered off somewhere.
Has he?
Yeah. Cheeky git, keeps sending us pictures of alcohol by the pool and stuff like that.
Well, we're here to love life. Live life, love life.
We've got Tom Edwards sending us pictures of that stuff like that today.
Yeah, he's away with his girlfriend, I do believe.
Yeah, Jimmy's into another fish. Sorry, I'm going to get distracted now because I'm on me Todd behind the cameras.
You do your job here today. So we've got Ben on 20, are we?
Ben's on 20, yeah, Jimmy's on peg 8.
Peg 8. I was on 7 yesterday.
And you was £107 for second in the match, is that right?
Yeah, it was a bit... Wind's totally different actually today.
Yeah, it swung round. Yeah, proper swung round.
Yeah, it has.
But other than a little spell where he had it cutting across him, that's just fallen perfect for Jimmy, I think.
Yep.
So, Jason Hunt, £272 for Jimmy. Good shout. I think he's going for another net.
Yep, that is a good call actually.
So he's probably been a bit conservative with his nets, but he wouldn't want to go over. I think the head-to-head's almost certain, but he'll be thinking about the match as well. But I can't see anybody challenging him for the match either.
I hate to say it, but I think it's...
What was the winning weight yesterday, do you know?
Yeah, it was next to me. It was on 8.
It was on 8?
It was on 8 and it was 114.
114?
Yeah.
Well, today's been a different day, hasn't it?
It's a totally different day, yeah. That's what I say. You could be abroad.
Actually, when the sun's been out, it has been quite warm.
Yeah,
and then goes another net for Jimmy.
Yeah.
I think that's net number 6.
Yeah, I've been at Thorney all day. I've been invited by my nephew to go on a golf charity day, and it's mainly because of one of his friends lost his life to the dreaded C word.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and so it's all to raise money for a good charity, so I got invited and went and got involved in that.
Cool. Do you want to give it a shout out?
I don't really know. That's bad news, that is. I don't really know.
I'll put him on the spot and he doesn't know the name of the charity, but never mind.
From Jimmy. He's going for a little boy's visit. I think he's got time.
Yeah, he knows he's got plenty of time. He's just fished a perfect match today. Essentially, he's not let it phase him in any way, shape or form. He's caught on the waggler and then he's rested it. He's gone on to the method and then he's come back on the waggler. They've been swirling out here. We've been watching it. Well, it's been a masterclass. It really has. So
the guy that was on 8 yesterday, he was a lovely old boy. You know, we all enjoy fishing, and he's I better mind my P's and Q's, I presume.
Sorry?
I said I better mind my P's and Q's.
Oh yes, this is streaming live. Yes, you are a guest in the
Steve
peg.
Did last week when I was sat.
We keep slating you behind the camera. I know.
No, that's what it's all about. I like it.
There is a bit of banter, certainly between me and Steve. So I don't know where the old git's gone, but
stab me with a banter knife. I don't mind. Now the old guy that was on, he was on 8 yesterday. The fish were just there, and he was. Bless him, he stepped off his, we've all done it, he stepped off his box and kicked his bait tubs over and then fell over at the back of his box and then got back on and then got in like mega tangles and then chucked out, one cast in the right place, 20 knot, and then the chip flew around and it's like, the fish are there. Yeah. The fish are just there.
Steve Paul, all the best, Simon. I'm guessing that's to you, he can hear you.
Steve Paul, I haven't seen you for a long time, mate. So, what are you doing on a Sunday afternoon? I've actually got you out doing the garden.
He's in the shed watching the fishing.
I bet he is. Yeah. Steve, if you can hear me, mate, get a shave. Get that beard trimmed.
Yeah, so Jimmy's obviously drawn the in-peg, the informed peg then, hasn't he?
7 and 8 with the boys yesterday. I mean, all right, I was on 7. They kept moving away and then coming back. But
how did you catch yesterday? Sorry, you was on the
pellet
wag? Yeah, I was on the pellet wag as well.
Yeah. Strange, really. If you usual way of fishing a pellet waggler is, you know, put some bait out there, then put the waggler in over the top on it, a little bit of a twitch, bring it back into the second feed. But yesterday, I think they've wised up to the sound of the waggler going in, and the only way I could catch it yesterday was to chuck past, put some bait in, and then bring it back in.
Draw it onto it, yeah.
And then bring it back in.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like I say earlier, it was just a pleasure just to watch. It was hard not to be distracted by it. But as Jimmy was feeding, certainly when he'd rested it, when he was feeding, they were just swirling on the surface.
Yeah.
And that was
more fish there.
That's yeah. There was one just like porpoising across the surface. I couldn't believe it. I don't even know where Steve's gone. Has he gone to watch it in the car? I'm sure he'd have come out if he had.
He's gone off the
Yeah. There's not a lot Ben could have done today. If there was fish in front of him, I'm sure he would have caught them. But
20 would probably have been half decent yesterday with the wind heading down that way.
It was cold wind though yesterday, wasn't it?
Not nice. It was not nice at all.
It's the rain, I think, in the week that's sort of slowed things up again. Well, for everybody but Jimmy Brookes. But, it was hard fishing yesterday. I was out yesterday. I couldn't catch. So it must be hard, as Steve would say. He'd probably rip into me now, but he's not here because he's asleep in the car somewhere.
Asleep in the car. I did hear the comment. I was just wrapping up down at the golf. A lot of these fishermen were saying, "Spinksy, golf? What doesn't matter with you, mate? Old man sport." Well, bring it on.
Ian Welsh, £290. That's his guess. Dave Brown Jr., 281. So net number 6. So.
Net number 6, and what's he doing? Aiming for a cut off at £40.
I'd say he'd probably been fairly conservative, but
24,
I don't know. There's some big fish. He's probably gone. Yeah, obviously over £50 you lose the weight, don't you?
Yeah.
So yeah, you don't want to be high 40s, I guess.
Everybody's done it. I've done it.
But yeah. But yeah, 44 fish. That's a good weight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah, it is with the fish in here. There's some proper fish in here as well. Some big fish. They haven't really started. It's really deep, really close in.
Yeah.
And you can catch on top threes.
Dale was telling us earlier, yeah. So. Where are we? 40, just under 45 minutes to go.
So Ben's looking. He's looking down the edge now.
He's having a little look down that right hand edge.
It was terrible yesterday.
He's not had anything off of it that I've seen. It's just been a struggle. It's
wind going the other way. It's never ideal.
Well, he called it before the match as well. He said in order to catch short, in order to catch shallow, he's going to need wind, and he's just not had it all match.
No.
So he tried pellet wag towards the island, but again, I don't think he even caught on that. I think the only island fish he's had have been method feeder.
Yep.
So
I saw one fish caught down the edge yesterday, one proper fish.
Yeah.
Yep, that was it. So I'm on here next Saturday.
Is that your?
Yeah, it is.
With
James
Boughton.
James Boughton, boy.
Yeah.
Sorry James if you're watching and I've pronounced your surname wrong. I said it in pictures.
Lovely old boy. Yeah, lovely old boy, James.
Like Jimmy's in again. That's
yeah. Wentham Valley lad.
That's it.
Matrix.
Wentham.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Fished
fished teams of 3 with him at Rookery. So.
Do you really?
The Winter League. Yeah.
I fished over.
We don't do no good.
Yeah, you get the guys on from out Barford way. Dan and Warren. Warren's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Dan is as well. Dan's always got a good word. They're good lads. They are good lads over there.
Well, all the best on that one. We'll try to do a bit of fishing next weekend, and then the following weekend, I think, as I've said, we're going to try and cover. I think we're going to Partridge.
Next weekend, yeah?
No, not next weekend. The weekend after,
Yeah.
on the coronation on the 8th.
Yeah.
So if
Coronation is king fishing then, or what? I didn't know he was a fisherman. I didn't even know he bought a ticket.
If royalty is not your thing and you want to join us on YouTube on Monday the 8th, I think we're going to Partridge. We'll confirm that. Arthur Hilmy versus John Alexander.
I'm sure when our fair king's sitting on the altar there getting his crown, I'm sure he'll be thinking, I wonder if they're fishing pellet waggler.
He's going to be kicking himself. He's going to be like, oh, Fishing Association's live and I'm missing it. That's what he's going to be thinking.
He'll be thinking about that as his peg. He'll be like, I'll be loose feeding the bishops to the right. I'll be spraying casters to the nuns over to the left. He's a good old boy.
Alan Barker, what size pellets? Well, I'm about 50 yards away, no, 30 yards away from Jimmy, but we'll find out afterwards. If you tune in for the weigh-in, we'll have a chat with each angler just to see how the match unfolded and what happened. So Jimmy will be the first to weigh in, and he's obviously got a monster weight in the net in front of him at the minute. I think he's on net number 6, but I'm sure he'll tell us afterwards how he's caught. So stick with us. There'll be a short break after the match finishes whilst we wait for the scales, and then we will start recording live again as the scales hit Jimmy and then follow it round to Ben. But yeah, if you've got any questions you want us to ask, stick them in the comment section now and I can put it to them. But Jimmy putting together a real masterclass today. Another one in the net.
Yeah, you put a quality angler on a quality peg that's actually got some form.
Yeah, well, I've sort of made comments several times. This could have been a region final, these two guys.
Definitely.
Apologies for the language if you can hear the anglers behind us. But, a little bit of upset as he's lost one. No one likes to hear that.
No, unfortunately we are in the fens and everybody does get frustrated out here, so the P's and Q's tend to flow. Talking of P's and Q's, I haven't seen Mr. Dorks anywhere. Where's he gone?
I've absolutely no idea, he's just wandered off.
I bet he's gone back. I bet he's like...
He has a habit of this though.
Does he?
Yeah.
He's probably...
Yeah, we start alive and he's over there 50 yards away chatting to somebody else. He's last week we at the weigh-in, he was on the wrong peg. He was gassing away. Poor old Dan was waiting. He was waiting to weigh in Dan, and he was round chatting to Chris.
Just moved a little bit to the left of where Jimmy is now. I've just watched where he's chucking the waggler, and I've just seen like a ghosty break surface twice on the bed.
Yeah, they've been, like I say, I try not to get distracted from what I'm supposed to be doing with the encoder and the screens and everything, but
you do.
I have been watching out there. Hopefully I haven't missed any fish. I think the count's pretty good. But,
apologies for that, it's probably me turning up.
No, it's like,
probably me turning up and stinking of coconut oil. And
when Sangria, yeah. Well, it's the rah-rah skirt that's put me off, Simon.
What, don't you think it suits me?
Oh dear. Where was you last week? Mallorca? You
No.
can't even remember. Where was you?
No.
Tenerife the week before, wasn't it?
I set you up, I set you guys up, and I'm like, I couldn't go through with it. I was absolutely...
Oh, you weren't?
I was in the back garden.
Oh, he was in the back garden. Where was you week before, though? You was in Tenerife.
I was, actually. Where was I?
So he's done us up like a kipper.
Costa Tenerife.
He's done us up like a kipper. He's convinced us he was somewhere he wasn't.
You know, I just, yeah.
He was in the back garden.
Apologies for the lies, but you just like followed it. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to dine out on this one.
Fair play.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's a good stream out in Costa Rica, sat by the pool.
Well, the bit of kit that's really changed it all for us is the encoder and the internet. We've got what they call a Netgear Nighthawk Pro.
Right.
And that allows us a good enough signal to be able to stream for 6 hours in high definition, which gives us half decent picture on the old phones and the old
wherever I've been,
coverage.
You know,
Yeah.
like I say,
So if you stream to your TV, hopefully it's still pretty good.
So what was it like? 2,500 miles away in Costa Rica, Tenerife. I mean, that proves to you that it's like, hey, come on, that's not bad, is it?
I kept telling Steve, we're global.
You are international.
We're international.
Fishing Association.
Yeah.
Fishing Association International. You're the Fishing Association. That's the FIA, isn't it? No, that's motor racing, isn't it?
He still thinks we're just regional. See, he still thinks we're just Raunds and Cambridge.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's
But
in again.
yeah, Jimmy's in again. He's going to just keep pumping them in, isn't he?
Has he gone through like mid-match? Has he gone through like a lull where he's like fish?
He's had a couple of quieter spells, but not really that you'd say where he hasn't caught. It's just where he's rested a line and moved across onto another line.
Yeah. He's got options on that peg.
So
peg
he's literally caught the whole match, and I think his weight will obviously reflect that.
Yeah.
So.
Whereas I was one along on 7, and if the waggler wasn't fishing and I didn't catch on the bomb yesterday, it was like you just got to wait for them to come back again.
Yeah.
Because they were all on 8. They were all pushed up against 8. So.
Yeah, but other people were saying earlier, if he'd have just stayed on it and stayed on it and stayed on it, he could have pushed them out.
He'd have killed it, yeah.
Yeah, and he could have killed it, and he hasn't. He's took what he thinks is right off of it, and then he's rested it. He's gone onto another line. He's gone back to it, and he's kept them there, and that's produced the goods all day for him. So, like I said, it's a bit of a pellet waggler masterclass. Should have filmed it just on its own, really.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to fish the rods, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I tend to fish venues where it's pole only, really. So I need to start getting out to. I mean, I fairly need to match fishing. I've only been match fishing for a couple of years. Yeah. So, but no, I do need to start getting out to venues like this where you do get to use a bit of rod and line.
They did a pairs match here last year. I think.
Did he put that in the net? We was talking. I didn't see.
Yeah, he clicked it. Come on, keep on.
Yeah, I think that's in the net now. Yes, I can see it.
They did a pairs match here last year, and it was. Obviously, your partner was on Phoenix, on pole only, and you were on, whoever you were on 2 islands, and you were on rod only. You could only fish the rods.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, it made for such a relaxing day because there was only like 2 or 3 methods you could fish.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So you ain't switching and changing all the time.
And no pun intended, but I fished with John Bishop, not the comedian John Bishop, but the guy that I've known, ex-fireman from down London.
Yeah.
And yeah, we had a good day. We only team on 2 points and won the day, but
good bragging.
Oh mate, did you see me get that one in? That was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, fair play. You've got to take these opportunities.
Oh, absolutely. I don't get many, so like I say, when I get them opportunities, I'm going to rinse them.
Where are we? Half an hour to go. 34 minutes to go. I think the match is pretty much over. We know who's won, but still want to follow it through to conclusion. Don't forget, get your guess the weights in before this feed finishes at 4 o'clock, because you can't comment on the feed afterwards. And then that's the cut-off point. And we'll take a short break whilst we're waiting for the scales to come round. But and then we'll be back live again, filming the weigh-in.
So what's Jimmy's got 6 nets in there, has he?
Sorry?
Jimmy's got 6 nets in there.
I think so. Yeah, I think he's on his 6th net. Yeah.
So if he manages to put £40 in that, 6 nets, 4 6 is 22.40. I reckon it'd be about 250 something, but that's not only guess.
Mr. Dobkin, can you show us where Jimmy's wag is landing? Unfortunately, no, we can't. We just run this split screen system with picture-in-picture. We are getting more cameras, which will allow us to be able to do that shortly. But with the transmitters and receivers and everything that goes with it, there is a fair cost involved with that, and we do all this as volunteers for free. so slowly we'll get there, sir, slowly, and the more support we get for the channel, we've actually monetised the YouTube channel, but the more support we get for that, then we'll be able to add towards some of the equipment using some of the funds from the channel. So like and subscribe, share, get involved, and help us out.
Probably about 15 yards off the point of the island by the looks of it.
Yeah, if you know the venue, as Simon's just said, he's fed the feeder, the method feeder tight to the island, and then he's fed his pellets sort of 15 yards to the left. So I don't know if that's even straight out in front of him from where he is actually. I don't know whether the island's slightly at an angle, is it? Is it slightly off to your right from peg 8? Yeah.
It is, the point of the island is actually on peg 8, if anybody knows the venue. The point of the island actually does fall within the bounds of peg 8. Yeah, Jimmy's just struck into another one. Yeah, so it's feed and fish the island, and you know, alternate between the two lines and just come away from it.
Yeah. Malvern Moss, Jimmy Brookes, 287.
That's a lot, Malvin. That is 287 with 6 nets.
Ooh. That'll be a tight 6 nets. Not a lot of room for error.
Braving the limit there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing if he's been fairly conservative, 250, 260.
And it's pretty much game over, because it looks like Ben's having a chuck of a pellet waggler now, so the pole's about dead. So
he's just not had anything string together in anything more than a run of 1 or 2 fish.
Should I hide?
Hey, in the country.
Hey, P's and Q's, you're not live.
You know, it's a country.
Do us a favour.
Yeah.
If I lift up, will you put some ombre solaire on
Yeah,
that?
no, you're all right, mate. Yeah, no, you're
He's
all
had
right.
us over, Steve. He wasn't away last week at all.
What?
He was in his garden.
I was in my garden.
Well, is that what you?
I was drinking beer.
Yeah, why not?
Beer for a straw. I tell you what, God, that hand's heavy.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It does, mate. It does. Anyway, you're looking well, mister. Yeah.
Yeah, feeling all right. No.
Good.
I was getting well into watching Jimmy fish the pellet waggler. Made me want to have a go.
He's proper clinical with it, isn't he?
Gears in the back of the van. You can get it out, have a lash.
Yeah, he said I can have a go when he's finished.
Ooh.
But
Ray Glasby, £212 for Jimmy.
he's got more than that, hasn't he?
Easily.
He's on his 6th net, isn't he? So if he's gone 40, £45 in the net.
See if he's 42, like, it's safe, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, he's anything to me between 250 and 275, if not more. But it just depends on the size of the ones I've just seen. They're not massive. Everybody keeps telling me they're this, they're that, they're the other, but
Yeah.
I didn't see them as being, you know.
I only really had one lump on the pellet waggler yesterday. It was all like 3-4 pound fish.
See, if you suddenly make them £4 each, then he ain't got £200. So
We'll see. Carl Crathorne, I'm stunned Ben fed meat or pellets in front and hasn't even fished it. Think he spent too long on one method. What do you think, lads?
I think that he would have been wasting his time if he'd have gone short on it.
Yeah.
He,
I don't think they've just arrived at the end of, but
he started short, and he had one short right at the start as he was trying to prepare his sort of shallow line. He's been changing lines, not as often as Jimmy has, but then Jimmy's got
ain't
2
come
lines.
in, though, are they? At all, not anywhere on the lake.
Jimmy's,
Totally different day,
Jimmy's got
isn't
2
it?
lines where he's catching fish,
Yeah.
whereas Ben hasn't strung anything together. He's nicked odd bites by
The lake's
changing.
just absolute garbage compared to what it can do.
Yeah.
But Jimmy, who's an absolute quality angler, if not, you know what I mean, best, second best on the lake, has drawn a peg where, you know, by fishing it, he's probably.
Well, we was first and second on 7 and 8 yesterday. I mean, I was saying earlier, the old boy that was on 8, lovely old boy, enjoyed his day, you know, and he was one of them where he tripped over his tackle, knocked his bait over and struggled, and then got in like 5 spangles on the trot, and then eventually one cast out of 20 had landed in the right spot and the tip flew
Too round, yeah.
It's like,
it's just that sort of peg, you know. If you walk round it and had a good think about it and you've got no form on the lake whatsoever, you'd look at that peg, wouldn't you? And you'd think, well, you'd probably
say
pick
that
one. And
you'd say that every week.
no, the end of that
Normally
island,
at the end of the
wouldn't you?
match as well.
There'd be 4 pegs you'd pick, hadn't you? You'd pick this one at the end of the island here, if you didn't know any better, this one at the end of the island here, and the same with that. I'm not saying you'd be right, but... And then if you knew that that was the deepest part of the lake anyway, and all this, that and the other, you'd be pretty sure that that's where they hang, in that deep and off.
water,
And that's
especially the way the weather's been just lately.
Yeah.
It's not been brilliant. I mean, was it Thursday, Friday, chucked it down with rain?
Yeah,
Freezing
yeah.
cold rain.
Yeah, I mean, that, in the winter, it's one of them, it's a haunt, isn't it? They're there, they're always going to be there, even when they're backing away, they're going to be, that's where they're going to be. It's the deepest part of that, and this is going to be the quietest, isn't it?
Always. Unless it's wind's
blowing into
exactly.
it,
Same old.
But
I only saw 1 edge fish caught yesterday.
I mean, I ain't up to date with it. I ain't been going out, but they sort of. That's why I think Ben hasn't gone on that meat. But I do get your point and saying you know, anything, hey, got to be worth a try because nothing else has worked, has it?
No, well, if he'd have been out, I see him slapping about earlier on the long pole. If he'd have caught on the long pole and it got a bit iffy, then you might have seen him come in on the short pole just to give that a
Yeah,
rest.
yeah,
So
that's
they,
right.
There
But
might
they
be
just
one or two
didn't-
there, but they ain't there.
They ain't come in. You know, I think we all think that if Ben was going to win, he needed to catch on the long pole and his caster needed to work.
Yeah.
I think we saw, but it has been working. But I suspect there's been more wind on it when it's worked.
Yeah, 100%. These pegs always, it's blowing hard down here, and then yeah.
And like somebody said, that's normally end peg. When Nigel's putting them out, these are not normally in, Mike.
No.
No. So that's another reason why potentially it has its day, because it's,
Yeah.
you know,
End peg, plenty of room.
yeah.
You tend to find that like the 20s over there, they always fill that bank up and this bank up first. You know, and this is like it's basically two sides to a football pitch.
Well, that's the one Jimmy's on. Is definitely one in Cambridgeshire you'd want to take with you, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's, and I think I'd rather had 26 than Ben's 20 as such. But it does have its day.
26 sits out. There used to be 25 there, but they never used that because it's
Yeah.
totally wrong. 24's actually it has produced recently, but for some reason all of a sudden they've moved out of there. I've drawn it twice and I've had 2 garbage days off it. Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, all these other pegs, Ben's 26, what have you, they have the day, they've got the reasons, the features, 26, all that. I know all about the depth. But the bottom line is, Jimmy's peg is always going to be the last one that fishes,
Yeah.
and the harder it gets,
Yeah.
it's going to come into its own.
Yeah, 100%.
You know.
They stand out.
Yeah, well, that is where the fish are, in the deepest part and the middle of the lake, as far away as possible from anybody or anything. Probably in a big ball, I would have thought, most of the time. Look at me, sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Well, they actually say that on the point of this island, heading towards the other island, it's a bit of a
Yeah.
drop off.
Yeah,
so, it's a feature, isn't it? Underwater feature.
Yeah, it's just everything about it screams out fish. But am I just saying that because we're wise after the event, possibly?
Everybody
Yeah.
comments after the event.
Yeah.
We all live on could have beens and should have beens.
Yeah.
Walk away and you're like, yeah, I should have done this, should have done that, whatever. Yeah.
Well, one thing I did say, I don't think Ben's going to walk away today doubting too much that he could have done something to change the outcome.
No.
And I'm fairly confident that if Ben had drawn Jimmy's peg, I'm not saying he'd have won by as much or whatever, maybe not,
No.
but he'd have still won.
What would have been a cracking match if Ben had been on 7 and Jimmy on 8?
Yeah?
Side by side, yeah, because those 2 pegs have been, half decent for the last week, 10 days, probably even 2 weeks. They're always consistent pegs just there, side by side, a real proper slug it out battle.
But it's like I say, at the end of the day, we're always looking for close, tight affairs and all that. But the people that want Jimmy to win don't want it to be tight.
No,
they
of
just
course
want
they
him to hammer him, don't they?
Absolutely.
The Liverpool supporters, they don't want a tight affair. They want to win 7-0.
We do. We absolutely do.
And we have. But I am not a Liverpool in any way, shape, at all. But like I say, I'm sure
Jimmy's in again.
The people, when I watch the cricket, I say I don't want England to have a tight affair. I'm happy when they do win a tie. I want them to absolutely annihilate the
You're a
opposition.
cricket man, you like your cricket.
Yeah, I
don't you?
love the cricket.
He doesn't say too much about it, does he?
No. I think it's very relevant. I
He
think,
doesn't
like
mention
I
it
say.
often.
No, not much.
Cricket's I've never really, I fall asleep watching it sometimes.
But to me,
I'm in the same ballpark, are we?
but to me, they offer the same thing. Cricket and fishing, it's the complexity of it and the changeability of it, and the look. Again, the weather, the fact that it's not like a game of football is 90 minutes, best team, and it's off the wind, etc. It's straightforward, but it's the numbers involved with cricket and this because you were hours to go.
Well, to be fair, like the 2020 cricket, when they're down to the last over and they want like 36 runs off the last
and they
over.
get them now as well.
Yeah, it's like
I did the other day.
mate, leather it.
Yeah. There you go. You're not into cricket,
you're
but
right.
you'll happily watch T20 and people will. It's exciting, mate. You'd want to be in the crowd waiting for them to catch the ball. In its purest form, cricket is a long-winded, boring old affair traditionally.
Yeah.
But that's changing.
Gentleman's English game.
Yeah, that's changing, that is. And all the diehards, there's always diehards that like things the way it used to be, isn't there?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's crap.
No.
They just like it to
Just like it
stay
stay,
crap.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And that's dogma. And I'm a little bit the same. You know? Like, when it comes to eating food, mate, I'm always keen to have what I like. I'm not much of a trier.
Do you know what? I think it's got to be Chinese tonight.
No, listen,
You know,
I'm on an absolute diet, and the only thing I ain't eating. Yeah, the only thing I'm not eating.
What's the matter with you?
Yeah, well, the only thing, that's what
going
my missus says. But the only thing I'm not eating is Chinese, because I see it as rubbish. All other, you know what I mean. But Nigel's just said he's having. When you said you're having, and I'm like, I really want a chicken.
Chinese, yeah.
Sorry, Chinese, not
Chinese.
cheeky. You don't want to be
Yeah.
xenophobic and all that.
No.
But
It's like when I'm out working, and I'm like, what's for tea tonight? Then somebody walked past with fish and chips with salt and vinegar on.
you just
And
come
as
here
soon
to
as you
taunt
get-
me, innit?
Oh yeah, as soon as you get the smell of fish and chips, it's like
Mate,
salt and vinegar, it's like nothing else that you'll get. We've got salad and cold chicken.
Yeah,
Like,
you could.
it
That's
ain't
what I had
gonna-
last night.
It ain't going to work.
That's what I had last night. But in fairness, diet or not, I had fish and chips the other night as well. I still eat nice stuff, mate. I just don't eat as much on it.
Yeah.
Or try not to, because that's the hardest. You just carry on going.
Oh,
don't
yeah.
You always eat so fast. That's the trouble. So you
have a Chinese, you never have one plate full, do you?
No.
You've always got to go back and then whatever's left over, I mean, I don't know but I always like it's got to go in the fridge and have it the next day, reheated, microwave. Oh yeah.
I think Chinese deteriorates badly. I think it starts off flying, you love it, and it tastes absolutely gorgeous. Then suddenly it starts to get axy. Do you know what? This is starting to annoy me, the taste of it. It's almost like
too much.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. It can't be that. It's the only thing I haven't had. I'll say a chip shop. I'll have an Indian. I'll have a take. I'll have all that. But Chinese, I think it's a bit rubbish.
See, not just fishing, we've got food reviews on the go as well.
Yeah, well, I think it's a bit rubbish, but I could murder them. The ribs are alright.
I was thinking Chinese as well there.
Yeah.
Steve, tell Dad to pick us Chinese up on the way home.
Tell what?
Tell Dad to pick a Chinese up on.
Who's saying that?
Melvin.
Melvin, yeah, well, he's doing. Yeah, he's already told me.
Is he?
Yeah.
Sidedale, he's took a guess, £259. Steve Owen reckons 253. Pete Patea, 262.
Does Melvin live at home still with his dad?
Oh no,
Well, Nige, eh?
I might have exaggerated slightly.
It's cheap, stay there. We can't, my old boy's still there, I can't give you
Mate.
Steve Holt, £283 for Jimmy. Absolutely brilliant coverage. Keep it up. Thank you very much, sir. We will try. It's been a bit of a one-sided match today.
Some would call it over-parenting, but you know what I mean.
No, he's like I say, to get on.
He likes his mum's own cooking. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a pity you don't know where the dishwasher is.
Well, no, yeah, but I could be guilty of that at times, and all. You know, I'm not getting involved in it. My missus will be coming up live in a minute.
Which will,
you don't know
So, do you want to talk about fishing with 18 minutes to go, or
Oh,
should we carry on the?
Sorry, we're divulging on the culinary side. And,
It's a done deal, the fishing, isn't it? That's the thing.
It is a done deal.
We're trying to fill it in with home economics.
That's it.
Lessons.
And Ben's in.
I think Ben's actually into a fish, yeah.
Yeah.
So, what's the fish count on Ben there? How many's Ben got?
Ben's got 12. This will be fish number 13.
Yeah,
but there might be a silver in there.
Tiny. That ain't very big, is it? I wouldn't have said. £3 maybe.
So they're all guessing Jimmy's weight. Why don't they? Let's have a few stabs at Ben's weight.
Well, there were some early stabs at Ben's weight, but
that's it, £3 because he gill dropped it. So he's got 12 actual fish, hasn't he? Like.
So
yeah,
45.
£50. I'm thinking like because I don't think they've been massive. What I've seen, I really don't.
The trouble is, if all the better fish are down there, he's just picking off the nomad fish and the little boys that's come out for a little bit of a play. And
45 might be more realistic. Like an absolute,
Jimmy's in again.
An absolute drubbing, basically.
I need you, Simon. I need you here because you notice when Jimmy's catching. He don't. He's chatting about Chinese.
I don't miss a thing. I'm usually sat doing nothing anyway.
Well spotted there, Simon. Yep, Jimmy's in again.
It's one thing, it's turning out to be popular anyway, people tuning into a live match.
Yeah, it's very good.
It's just being able to see what both people are doing the whole time. People can watch it and form a... All right, we can get more cameras on them and that'll become even better. But just having them there all the time and having that fish counter on the screen is everything.
So what you've got one camera over there that's zoomed in on Jimmy,
yeah,
and then this one here's
on Ben.
That's
yeah,
perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, but
it's enough.
It's the
idea is we'll have two more, and we'll have them on either the tips of the rods or the floats.
Yep.
So that the picture in picture becomes the angler and what they're doing. And then we can switch.
And having them mic'd up to those cameras.
Well, you're desperate to have people mic'd up, aren't you?
But
I think
I tell you what, that would be really good. You know, during the match. So,
it's like Liz said, they don't need to be live all the time on the mic because that would be too intrusive, and I wouldn't.
No, exactly.
But they need to be so we can switch to that and just ask and have so we can zoom in and say what they've got to say, like definitely. And I don't think you need much more than that.
No, 6-hour match once every hour.
Yeah,
that's enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Craig Woods guessing Jimmy's got £277. Tom Edwards is guessing 259. Tom, have you watched that from the beach the whole time? Chris Hunt 296. Melvin Moss, Ben Townsend 62. Well, we're not winning clickers for £62, but we will follow the weigh in and the scales and see what both anglers have got.
But it's all in hand. Mike's the man. He's the one that knows how to operate all this stuff. He hasn't even got a background in it at all. He's just took to it like.
Might have missed a few comments
well, he's
there.
better at it than he is at fishing. Let's put it that way.
John Hudson 256. Just going back through some old comments in case I missed them. James Flynn 297.
Last week it was only like 30, 40 odd or whatever, but it's been up to 130, 140.
Well, I tell you what,
tuned in for this.
Jimmy's got 49 fish and there's 14 minutes to go.
I was putting him down for 50 an hour or so ago. Really? Yeah.
I wouldn't bet against him having another one in the last 14 minutes, would you?
No, absolutely. And it's where a nice batch to reckon. First it was £5 to £6 average, but then maybe 5. He's had some big fish.
Them pellets went in just then. I'd say there was 8 mils.
Yeah, I think they are.
He has got a bit of a crosswind, so yeah.
He will.
Oh yeah, the Wagler's drifting across to left.
Yeah, even, so his 6 or 8s is going to be probably 8 to get the distance as well, isn't he? So. But,
it's not necessarily rocket science what he's doing, to be fair.
No.
Oh, I'm sure it's easy, Steve.
Well, it's not easy. It's hard work. I just said it's not rocket science.
It is hard work, and the point I was trying to make as we've been watching him is, not only is he feeding it, he's not stopped feeding that the whole day.
I saw that bite. Yeah.
But even when he's playing his fish, he's still making sure that he's feeding in between.
So he's holding the rod and he's like...
he's still making sure he gets them to a certain distance where he knows he's got them under control, and he's still feeding. It's been... it's been clinical.
That's rod fishing, mate. That's how it is. That's how you catch chub on the Trent feed. I remember when we went with hot rods and we practiced for the national, I was like, you got to be feeding while you're playing fish. You just got to be. Fishing, a lot of it is hard work, being organised and being able to do that, isn't it?
But, it's been a great one to watch. Hope you've all enjoyed it.
And being good with a catapult. There's a lot of skills involved with fishing, isn't there?
Have we given it the kiss of death by saying that you wouldn't bet against him to have one more with 40 minutes to go?
No, he'll
have one, won't he?
No problem. It's more a case of will he have another 3, I would have thought. But I'm still going. Well, I think my £240 wrong. Like I say, I think you...
We've just had another...
Depending on it.
Rob Hodgson's just guessed 245.
6 nets, £40 a net.
Carl Masters, 150. He's got 6 nets in, sir.
I think you're
252.
Yeah, I think you're 250, 260 somewhere around there. So
I think
not far off there.
Yeah, about 260. I think you're a good shout.
Yeah,
fairly conservative on his net weights. He's not going to be up to £50 on each one, is he?
Yeah,
cool. What a mistake to make.
They're in his range where he's chucking.
Cool. Imagine if we went over on all 6 nets.
Did you see that?
It's never going to happen.
Yeah, and he's
never going to happen.
He said, he's fishing a tidy old match, and it ain't quite as straightforward as, like you say, he's searching around, isn't he, and he's chucking to different parts.
Tom's watched from most of the day by the seaside in Benidorm, so glad you enjoyed it, Tom. Tom Edwards.
Tom Edwards, yeah.
Hello Tom, how are we doing?
Where do you live?
I ain't telling you.
You do live in Lincolnshire, don't you? You do live in Lincolnshire.
I am, yes.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
a Lincolnshire
right.
lad, born and bred. I only live like from Tom, I don't know, probably 3-4 mile, probably half a mile from Tony Evans. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was slating
Wider
Lincolnshire.
Park.
I was
Oh,
lumping
mate.
you in with them, like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean, and saying you're all the same. And
We
all
are.
that. Forget what it was about.
We're not inbred.
Well,
Well,
I mean, I come from Rawns, and we're known for shoe glue and inbreeding, is the old saying. Shoe glue, yeah, well, the shoe factories. And all
yeah,
that.
of course, yeah.
Can you imagine what that effect that would have had on the blokes working in the day, being snorting that up the nose all
Oh,
day?
mate.
Right.
There'd been a lot these days that would have done that as well, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
They'd have been drinking the stuff.
I might have been back in the day. If for nothing, back in them days, so you were looking for something to. There weren't a choice back in them days, were there?
No.
What's that? I don't know. No, Ben's had enough, and he's feel for the old boy. I do, honestly.
That's it is what it is, I'm afraid.
I said at the start, there's only one bad thing about the competition, that's getting knocked out on it.
I would say when he got to his peg and he saw the
Jim's
wind was
in
blowing
again.
the other way, yeah. And the
Yep.
wind's blowing the wrong way, he's like, look to the stars.
When he first drew it, he was made up.
Was
And I
he?
suppose yeah, that's right. He was, and then not so pleased when Jimmy, according to Jimmy, not so pleased when Jimmy went in and drew 8.
Did Jimmy draw after?
Yeah,
Did he?
apparently so. Like,
Well,
yeah.
here you don't draw your own peg, they draw for you.
Oh right.
So you put your money down and then usually they, like Elaine sits there, lovely Elaine, and she sits there taking the numbers down and you give the money and then somebody else goes in and dips for you, comes out. She pulled me 7 yesterday. She said, that's a good peg. I says, yeah, I'll under that. Happy days.
I did draw 7 many moons ago, next to 8, yeah.
I've drawn it twice now. Yeah, twice.
It ain't in the same league as 8 though.
No, it ain't. No, it's like I say, it's one of them pegs you do.
I'll bet if you took the whole 8, like at the expert, and said like percentage wise how many times does peg 8 win, I'll bet it'd be above 20%.
Well, not just of how many times it wins, but if you took a snapshot, say, of 1 month's matches and took the weights off every peg and added them together,
and there's a mean
number-
weight off the peg. Like,
yeah, exactly. You'd look at 8 and you'd say, Jesus Christ, that's consistent.
Yeah. Like I say, for all the reasons I've said, even when it gets rock hard, it's like them pegs on the river. It's the last one that produces.
Yeah.
When I used to run matches at Ringstead, it'd start off like the early pegs would always catch fish, and the further you went away from the locks and everything, the worse it got.
Worse it got, yeah.
And then suddenly you could go down that bottom end and catch nothing for 2-3 weeks, not a thing. You wouldn't think there were fish there. And then suddenly you'd rock up on the week and everybody would sack up. Yeah. But they'd still catch at the top. It's not like the ones from the top had moved down to there.
No.
Well, I don't believe so, because they caught just as many as they used to catch.
Yep.
Just the others, they must have been there, but I reckon because the water's got wider, they don't have to feed so often. Maybe, you know what I mean? They can.
That's probably what it is. Yeah.
Things
And
like
all of a
that.
sudden, they just all it takes is one to switch on, and then like sheep will follow.
Number of times fishing the Nen in the winter.
Listen to you.
In the winter, I've seen it,
Nen.
mate. Back in when we used to sit there, nobody have a bite all day, and I used to stop on till it was pitch black and all that, and they were there as soon as the light started to come in. They'd start topping, and you didn't think there was a fish in your peg. You know.
The
Nen, yeah, absolutely.
Make sure we tell him it's the town Wheeland through Spalding.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I wouldn't like to be expert about anything from Lincolnshire, to be fair.
There's the one you wouldn't bet against.
To mind.
Peg number
for that,
fish number 50 going in the
A
net.
bit below the belt, weren't it?
You're off my Christmas card list.
Oh dear.
So Adrian Ellor, £267. Grumpy Grandad, £262. Great job today, lads. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much, sir. Alex Haynes, £269.
Thing that will, I tell you.
Yeah,
that'll definitely be a thing.
Get your guesses in, guys.
Can get involved.
We've got 6 more minutes for the guess the weight competition.
I like it at the cricket game when they give them in catching it one-handed in the crowd in
Oh yeah.
South Africa. It's like that's brilliant. That is.
Do you ever see Do you ever watch the American baseball?
No.
Well, around the edge of the
Go on.
if one of them hits it out, you know, it's going out of bounds, something like that, they have some gorgeous looking girls with baseball gloves on. They catch it and they like go up and give it to somebody in the crowd. And I'm like, some of these catches are just outstanding, and they'll always give it to a young boy. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, catch, similar thing, catch the ball.
Yeah, no, there's definitely nothing wrong with a bit of eye candy involved with any sort of sport, is there? Like, you know,
giving stuff away. Like, give the baseball away. I can remember years ago, the buses that used to turn up on the Coronation Channel for the matches. It was horrendous. And we always used to go along as lads. We'd go along with the maggots. We got any spare maggots, mate? At the end of the match, and they'd always give you the maggots.
Yeah.
So fantastic.
Me and Matt went on the Corrie Channel the other year. That's the one, isn't it? Where you go. Plenty of bream. Side of the bridge we were, and you could walk up along the bank. I'm sure that was a Corrie.
Coronation Channel it would be. I'd have thought it took you to which one is it? Low Bridge, I think it is. Low Bridge.
You can get to it two ways. You can come off the main road that way and come down to it, or you can come another way and get to the same bridge.
I think that's the one you're talking about.
It would jingle absolutely, but we had some bream.
Did you?
Yeah, we had some big old bream between. He fed it up, didn't he? That's my philosophy with bream. But I reckon if you pre-bait, they turn up
for days and days.
Yeah, they turn up.
Well, that's what God rest his soul, John Wilson did that time. Can you remember? Did you ever see him on that episode on that lake?
Yeah.
Old Estate, Norfolk Lake. That's hard. Do you know what? Every time I find that, I'm like, I can watch that again. Lovely old boy.
Yeah, and there's a lot of places
he's
you
fed
can
it,
do
and
that.
he fishes it on the slider.
Yeah.
And he just has one of them red letter days where he's catching big double figure bream all day.
Yeah, but Dale reckons there's a load of them in here.
Double figure bream?
Yeah, at least 15 of them.
Is there?
And Des Taylor was fishing. I got him in a few years ago,
right.
And he pre-baited it and everything, and he had to get through 190 odd carp before he got to them. But they're old. That's what I said. They're wise old fish. You're getting a 15, 10-15 pound bream. It's going to be hard work.
Is it another one?
And that could be fish number 51 for Jimmy.
Yeah, it's not very exciting, the commentary side of it,
No, well, I'm actually going to have to ask you two now to finish your conversation, as the match is just about to come to an end.
Right.
And we're going to have to talk about the we're going to have to talk about the fishing a little bit more now, and some of the comments that we've got in. Alex Haynes was guessing 269. James Fuller's been in touch. He says 261 to Jimmy. Mark Stanshill says 257 pounds. Andrew Mann 227. Stephen Roberts says Mr. Brookes has got 264 pounds 10, and Craig Wood reckons 274. So
all of them are exactly around what we're thinking, aren't they?
Yeah.
Get your comments in. You've got a couple more minutes until the match finishes. 3 minutes at most, and then we'll have a short break, and we will be back for the weigh-in round with Jimmy on peg 8. I think he'll be first. So bit of a no-brainer. Jimmy's clearly won the match. Well, certainly the head-to-head. We'll update you later as to whether he won the match. But we'll be live with Jimmy first, then we'll follow the scales round and just put a weight on what Ben had. Fortunately, he wasn't able to really do much today, Ben, with where he was positioned.
Funny enough, he's got a bit of a wind on it now, hasn't he?
Now the ripples appear.
Yeah, and now the wind's just picked up.
At the time of the day when it's usually starting to drop out.
Hope you've enjoyed it. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Got a bit of ripple now, Ben.
Big mouth Steve behind me. Who else has come in? Sturman, great coverage, guys. 262. Fred Davis, so much for sticking to snooker. Oliver Lashmar, 258. Melvin Baxter, change of Jimmy's weight to 259. Steve Owen, 278. So we'll be telling you shortly, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. It helps. It really does. And we will be doing more of these. As we go through the rounds of the Fishing Association Super Cup. Can't shut these two up, can I? And we'll be able to film more regions, more of these head-to-heads as we go through.
That appeals to us as humans. We're just
absolutely.
We all like to think we got the drop on somebody.
It was a great national yesterday, wasn't it? National.
Ray Glasby
Did you not
234.
see what happened?
Melvin Ross, Jimmy Brookes 268, great job. Dave Allen 249, great way to spend a Sunday, brilliant. Harvey Parker 302 for Jimmy. If he breaks the 300-pound barrier, maybe.
Yeah, the funny thing,
He'll have measured his nets quite well with 6 nets.
They put 3 down this week, and it does
Brooks
happen.
263.
But against that and now the horse, it can only be that, because like everybody was saying,
Pat
the
North,
jockeys,
246.
Like, you don't pay £20 million for something cheap like milk, do you?
No.
Well, you're an idiot if you know
absolutely.
it alone. So, you know, the actual horses must love it. They do, don't they?
They get well looked after.
When the jockeys would dismount, like my missus said, the horses still carried on going round.
And that's
so,
the all out.
It's like
I
that
win
way.
it.
Yeah.
I can win this now.
Join us again shortly, guys. We'll be back shortly for the weigh-in. Hope you've enjoyed it. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
But I do